20 years later, near the Gold Coast of Australia, a man stared at the ruins stretching across the horizon. The wind carried dust and ash, and on his lap sat a girl, light as if she might vanish at any moment. When she called him the leader, his brow creased. With a hardened gaze, he told her to hold on just a little longer. Help would come. It had to. The girl slowly closed her eyes and whispered that it was useless now. Before everything ended, she made one final request. She asked him to take away her teleportation skill. His eyes widened, shock cutting through the exhaustion. He demanded to know what she was talking about. The girl smiled faintly and said she knew everything he had really done. She opened her mouth to say more, but the brunette lowered his head and begged her not to continue. Her hand slipped from his grasp. In a fading voice, she asked to live, and if only through her teleportation skill. Then her palm fell lifelessly to the ground. The man clenched his teeth until they ached. He apologized, the word tearing out his chest, and then he screamed as a blinding glow swallowed his body. Lightning erupted around him as he threw his head back, the light lifting them higher and higher. Radiance poured from the girl's eyes and open mouth, and the same power wrapped around him, his mouth agape, as whirlwinds raged in all directions. He exhaled shakily. The girl's eyes were now closed. Staring at her, he remembered her words, how she had said she knew everything. He rose to his feet, realizing it was true. He turned away, recalling her final acknowledgement of what he was, a user of carnivorous abilities, someone who could absorb the skills of metahumans. The leader of Wu pressed a hand to his chest and silently engraved her wish to live into his mind. He stood alone in the desert, and then he vanished. All that remained was a black beam cutting through the air. Blue portals tore open in the sky. He remembered the first time a hole had appeared above the world. Monsters poured through it, flooding the streets. Countless creatures fell from the heavens, baring their fangs as they spread. Millions across the globe suffered or died. People sobbed beside unmoving bodies. Survivors lost their families or fled as refugees. Missiles streaked upward. The world's strongest nations answered with military force. Cannons roared from warships. Fighter jets screamed across the sky. Tanks fired in unison as soldiers rushed toward ruined cities. Towers of smoke climbed above shattered buildings. Yet even all of that power was meaningless before the monsters that had invaded their world. Twisted silhouettes prowled the streets. Humans scattered, hiding wherever they could, driven into the shadows by the creatures that now ruled the land. Frightened people crawled into narrow crevices, pressing their backs against cold stone. Hunger gnawed at them, fear smothered them, and everywhere they looked, the end of the world seemed close enough to touch. Among the moving silhouettes in the ruins, some figures were wrapped in an unnatural glow. 3 years after the catastrophe described before, those people finally appeared. They would later be called metahumans. With blinding flashes of light, they fought back. Monsters that humanity had never been able to deal with before were finally killed. Special beasts fell, one after another. Their numbers kept increasing, and with them came something humanity had almost forgotten: hope. This was the beginning of the counterattack. A man screamed to the sky, fists clenched, as metahumans joined forces and carved out a safe zone, naming a city. People smiled again. Those who lived inside that city could laugh, eat, and sleep peacefully, almost like before the monsters ever descended upon the world. The city rose in the middle of the desert, surrounded by ruins. Yet beyond its walls were still countless unsafe zones, places simply called deserts. There, people dressed in black lived among cruelty and anarchy, breathing fear with every step they took. The world was split cleanly in two: safe zones and unsafe zones. Death always lingered nearby. Groups crossed the desert toward their destination, souls weighed down by exhaustion. One of them turned and asked the guide why they had not arrived yet. Behind him, a hooded man stood silently listening. Someone muttered that he looked like an ordinary person and wondered aloud what his name was. The hood came off. The man answered calmly, Manhwa. Standing amid the swirling desert dust, the hero repeated his own name as gray city ruins stretched endlessly behind him. Another man turned toward the guide and asked how far they still had to go. Manhwa pulled off his mask completely and told him to look up. Bodies were tangled above them, wrapped tightly in thick webs. Manhwa explained that they had already entered the territory of the copper spiders. Laying out the hunting plan, he said that rank 19 copper spiders were relatively easy prey if handled correctly. First, cut off all their limbs. Then remove the head. Only the body was worth collecting. He gestured with his fingers, saying they should start with the front 2 legs whenever possible, since those were their main weapons. Pointing to his other hand, he warned them to be especially careful of the white fluid that sprayed from the spiders' mouths when they attacked. Tapping his forehead, he reminded them that a single mistake could cost them their heads in an instant. One man scoffed, saying there was no need to explain things like that in front of metahumans. Manhwa looked at him calmly and confirmed that he was aware, reminding them that this very team had already taken down a rank 18 bearded salamander. He immediately apologized for his disrespect, but it was already too late. The monster's eyes flared crimson. In a blur, it lunged forward. Manhwa turned around in shock, just as a web shot through the air. He twisted his body, barely dodging it, and shouted as he shoved the man beside him away. The sticky mass slammed into the ground where they had been standing. Sienna spun toward him, demanding to know what he was doing and yelling for him to get out of there. The man looked up, his face stiffening. Looming before them was a massive spider, its body casting a long shadow over the ruins. He shouted for everyone to take up positions, his voice shaking. Trembling, someone asked if this thing was really only rank 19. The spider's red eyes burned brighter. Kian froze for a split second, then waved his hand violently, screaming for everyone to retreat. A streak of white shot forward. With a sickening snap, the web sliced cleanly through a man's neck. His eyes were still wide with terror as his head fell. Another man collapsed onto the ground, screaming uncontrollably. Manhwa scowled, rage boiling over as he shouted that they couldn't just keep standing there. Something was clearly wrong. The squad skill level was far too low. He remembered the girl raising her finger so confidently. claiming the squad had defeated a rank 18 bearded salamander. He had agreed to accompany them, thinking it would be easy money. Grinding his teeth, the hooded man realized it had all been a lie. She had said they were a trained assault squad. The spider swung one of its claws. Someone yelled that it was attacking again. A man tightened his grip on his weapon and slashed. A bright arc followed the blade, but the claws intercepted the strike effortlessly. The man's clenched fist glowed red as he struck again. Lightning erupted around it, spreading outward in a blinding flash. Shielding his eyes, Simmer realized this was an electrical ability. At the very least, they hadn't lied about being metahumans. The spider briefly closed its eyes. Seizing the moment, the man drew his blade fully and shouted for everyone to attack. His comrades clenched their teeth and roared as they charged. Spears pierced into the spider's body from multiple directions, surrounding it. Kian scowled and shouted at them to cut off the legs first instead of attacking the body. The monster's red eyes widened. It spun violently. 3 men were sent flying as dust exploded into the air. One slammed into a wall with a heavy crash. Their leader cursed through clenched teeth, fury overtaking fear. He charged forward, swinging his sword and screaming for the monster's death. The spider struck back. A sharp claw shot out and pierced straight through the man's body. His eyes widened in disbelief as the sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. The monster leaned in, opening its mouth. The man glared at it, fingers desperately gripping the embedded claw. Brilliant lightning bolts erupted, flooding the scene with light. The metahuman threw his head back and screamed as the electricity tore through the monster. The spider flung him aside like broken scrap. The hunter slammed in the ground, landing not far from the hero. Sianwu glanced at him with clear displeasure, then stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of the massive spider. He let out a breath and asked quietly, almost mockingly, "So, what now?" The monster's eyes burned red. Staring straight ahead, the hero spoke through clenched teeth. This squad was made up of complete newbies. Everyone was dead. Only he remained. And the worst part was that he wasn't even supposed to be here. He had only agreed to escort them. As those thoughts crossed his mind, the spider in front of him slowly opened its mouth. Elsewhere, beneath the rounded roof of a building in Desert Area 17, people sat idly near the surrounding structures. A voice called out from a building marked with a sign, asking whether Beatrice had picked up another case. A man holding a phone replied that he would send someone over. Behind a desk sat Kim Bizik, the branch manager of Area 17. In a nearby mirror, the face of Jamie, the secretary of the exchange office, was reflected. She flinched when someone sharply called her name. A man entered the office and asked her to notify a team of hunters to report to the exchange office. Kim Bizik turned away with a sigh. It was about restoring the barrier again. That topic came up far too often. He replied that yes. Beatrice seemed to be the only one still obsessed with that issue. The girl behind the laptop shot him a suspicious glance, realizing those words had been spoken out loud. Kim Bizik turned back and asked what the problem was. The man answered that he had been accompanying a team of copper spider hunters. The manager frowned and said they should have returned a long time ago. Heading for the exit, Kim Bizik waved his hand dismissively, saying that there was no need to worry since that guy was special. He told him to have him ready the moment he returned, then stopped adjusting his reflection in the mirror. Pausing in the hallway, he suddenly asked what proof the team Sianwu was escorting had provided to confirm their rank. Back in the desert, near the lair of the copper spiders, the hero stood facing the enormous monster. His brows tightened as the same thought echoed again. The team had been nothing but rookies. Everyone was dead. Only he was left. How had it come to this? The spider's eyes glowed red once more. The man reached into his inner pocket. Sianwu pulled out his gun, muttering that he had only been meant to accompany them. A white web shot toward him. He leapt back, narrowly dodging it, fingers already tightening around the trigger. The hero fired. A storm of bullets tore through the air, ripping toward the monster in a relentless hail. The wounded man coughed and muttered that bullets like those wouldn't do a thing to the monster. Without even glancing back, the hero tightened his grip on the gun and snapped at him to shut up and watch. The bullets punched into the spider's body, glowing red on impact. Circular flames flickered where they struck, growing brighter and brighter. Then a violent explosion erupted. Green slime splattered across the ground as the spider reeled. Staring in disbelief, the man blurted out that those were bullets mixed with cannonballs. If he had something like that from the start, why hadn't he used them when people were first dying? Kian shot him a cold look and asked if he had any con Sianwus at all. If they hadn't lied about their rank, none of this would have happened. The man lying on the ground turned his face away in shame. The hooded man spoke again, his voice sharp, saying it was a waste to spend precious cannonballs on trash like him. Stepping toward the massive spider, he told the fake metahuman to look carefully. A knife appeared in his hand as he continued, saying that even an ordinary person, with the right equipment and enough experience, could kill a rank 19 monster. Sianwu crossed his arms and charged forward. He leapt high, raised the knife, and shouted that he had guided more than 100 expeditions alone. The blade plunged deep into the spider's body. The monster shrieked and opened its mouth. Sianwu met its gaze, gripped the knife with both hands, and forced it through until a limb was severed. Green blood sprayed everywhere. The hero's eyes stayed fixed ahead. He hurled the knife aside, then followed up with a sharp, decisive blow that sent the monster crashing to the ground. Sianwu turned and reminded him that he had said the leg should come first. The spider's body twitched violently. Sianwu lifted the knife again, holding it behind his head, and said calmly that the head was next. He brought it down and a brutal arc green blood burst out as the blade cut through. A shocked gasp escaped the surviving man. Kian collapsed beside the corpse of the fallen monster and slowly lifted his head, exhaustion etched into his face. He said bitterly that he had been trembling in front of a beast he could barely even call big. Wiping the blood from his face, he admitted that he was still just a typical rookie in the end, the very rank he had registered at the exchange office. Not real, was it? He then produced a piece of shed skin and explained that a rank 18 salamander shed its skin once a year. He had pretended to defeat it and brought that shed skin as proof instead. The man stared up at him in silence. remembering his comrade's screams and realizing that, for cheaters, his team had been brave to the point of stupidity. The men shouted with unwavering resolve. Not a single one tried to run, even as their companions fell one by one. Kian remembered clearly. The leader had kept giving orders, and even after being pierced through the stomach, the man had still gritted his teeth, seized the monster's front paw just as instructed, and struck back. His fingers had curled like claws, driven purely by will. Sianwo looked at him and said flatly that instead of wasting time forging rank papers, they would have been better off training their skills. Kian lowered his gaze and replied that he was sure the man had his own reasons, but in the end, it was none of his business. Then he asked the real question. Did he know what price had to be paid for deceiving Node? He brought his blade close to the man's face. The wounded man answered calmly that he knew. It was a felony. Pointing the weapon straight at him, Kian said it was a pity. He had no right to kill him, yet he truly wanted to take his head right there. A shadow crossed Sianwo's face when she suddenly heard a voice urging him to kill him and take it. Kian's sharp gaze shifted to the side. The wounded man spoke again, saying he was dying anyway. It would be hard for this to end as a proper massacre under Node's rules. With that, he closed his eyes. Kian stared down at him, unsettled, wondering what that voice had been. It felt as though something had tried to push him to kill. He remained standing over the man, then decided he must have imagined it. The man exhaled softly, and Kian recalled what he had been told, that this squad had once defeated a rank 18 salamander. He had thought escorting them would earn him a great deal of money. His expression twisted in dissatisfaction. Jamie's face surfaced in his mind. He abruptly opened the door and called out to her. Jamie flinched when she saw his expression. He demanded to know how she dared send him out with scum like that, and told him to calm down, insisting there was no need to get so worked up. She raised both palms defensively as he vented his anger, saying she had no idea how dangerous a sortie she had sent him on. Throwing up her hands, she shot back that even the manager couldn't tell the difference between abandoned skin and cut skin, and that she had been deceived too. They had all been deceived. Kian thrust his hand forward in frustration, shouting that she shouldn't even wait for payment this time. From now on, she was to tell him everything about the clients he was meant to escort. When she tried to object, arguing that they couldn't break Node's rules by interfering with client information, he reached out and squeezed her cheeks between his fingers, cutting her off without a word. People moved quietly through the corridor when a sharp scream broke the flow, Jamie desperately begging him to find some way to bypass the restrictions, swearing that if he forgave her, it would never happen again. Senwood turned his head away, his voice flat as he said he was exhausted. If not for the branch manager, he would have cut all ties with Zone 17 long ago. Jamie spread her arms helplessly, insisting that even if he disliked it, metahumans were extremely sensitive to guides moving through their territory. Senwood turned back, irritation flashing across his face, saying he was sick of hearing the same excuse. If he was destined to die anyway, what difference did it make whether it was by a monster's claws or a hunter's hand? His thoughts drifted to the man lying there with his sword. He looked away, thinking bitterly that if he had even a fraction of the abilities those liars claimed to have, he would have put them to far better use. Without warning, a shining fist shot past him. A blinding impact slammed into his back, and an iron grip clamped around his neck. Surrounded by a radiant glow, a man lifted the brunette off the ground as if he weighed nothing. With a confident expression, he declared that this man had come to offer up his soul. Should he kill him as he pleased? Sianu clenched his teeth in silence. The man holding him scoffed, commenting on how insolent his gaze was. At those words, the glow-draped man paused when he heard that anyone connected to Node was considered a representative of the guild and could invoke its name if necessary. The girl stepped forward, arms crossed, stating coldly that any action intended to harm a member of Node would be interpreted as an attack on Node itself. Looking straight ahead, Unjong spoke with certainty, asking whether he didn't know the rules. The man revealed the emblem of Node. After the end of the world, it was the only guild that had continued fighting to preserve peace across the lands known as the deserts. They had created safe havens for humanity to survive and pass on knowledge, including the art of hunting demonic beasts. Standing behind him, the girl added that he surely hadn't thought he could attack an ordinary person as a metahuman and escape punishment. Sianu turned toward her with clear displeasure. His fingers loosened, and Senwu dropped to the floor. Clutching his neck, he coughed painfully, struggling to catch his breath. Unjong looked down at him with concern and asked if he was all right. He managed to answer that he was. She then turned an irritated gaze toward the hunter and questioned what the point of such behavior was, asking why he felt the need to make a scene. The heroes shifted their attention to the man as he spoke again, calmly asking whether they were finished talking. The leader of the Zone 17 hunter team, Marlon Chansu, pulled back the curtain and told Tolu and Unjong that the territory manager was waiting for them. Kian would be coming along as well. Rubbing his neck absent-mindedly, Kian glanced at the leader and wondered if all the members of Team Marlin had been gathered. Had something happened? Inside the office, the heroes took their seats. Chansu explained that they had received a request from Guangyang to assist in protecting the barrier. As the document was passed along, Sian murmured that it looked like she had fainted again, receiving a quiet confirmation in response. The leader looked toward them and said that while they were still recovering, the request was for them to act as bait. Xianghu leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and remarked that although he hadn't personally taken part in such missions, he had heard many similar stories circulating lately. The man seated behind the desk replied that it seemed she was pushing herself too far. According to rumors, she hadn't even been able to sleep properly in recent days. The mustached man remained silent, his expression unreadable. The hunter sitting across from him clicked his tongue irritably and said they should protect their own lands. Did they really look like slaves? He turned to Kim Bizik, who answered that they were clearly desperate. Anyone could see that just by looking at the current conditions. Turning back, the man added that Guangyang had promised city citizenship as a reward for completing the mission. Xianghu's expression shifted with concern. Chansu nodded and said that they must be in serious trouble to offer something as rare as citizenship in exchange. Simu raised his hand and said that if that was the case, he would go as well. The leader agreed, saying they would give it everything they had this time. Eunjong raised her hand next, smiling as she said it would be a good chance to visit a famous city she had only heard about. Seong-hu followed, saying that if citizenship was on the line, then it changed everything. He would honor the request and join. Chansu stood up and declared that Team Marlin would begin preparing immediately. They would assemble at the southwest gate tomorrow at 6 sharp. Seon-woo turned and gave her agreement. Later that night, the full moon hung high in the sky. The hero sat alone on the bed in his room, pen moving quietly across the pages of his notebook. Wangyang, he thought, one of the largest reconstructed cities after the end of the world. Lowering his gaze, he reflected on a massive energy barrier erected along its borders, a shield that prevented demonic beasts from ever reaching the city. In his mind, the image took shape as an enormous pink dome. He recalled that this barrier had been maintained for decades by a single high-ranking hunter, Beatrice. The girl was wrapped in a constant glow, yet her condition was steadily affecting the barrier. The solution was simple on paper: hold the line until she fully recovered, then withdraw, but reality was far less forgiving. He imagined swarms of monsters surging forward, and if a high-ranking beast attacked now, when most of the city's population consisted of ordinary humans, it would spell instant defeat. Faced with that possibility, the city changed its strategy. After suffering through repeated tragedies, the people chose survival over pride. With strained smiles, they leaned on their weapons and made a decision they once would have spat on. They reached out to the desert folk they had long despised, shamelessly asking for help to save their own lives. The heroes now stood beneath the open desert sky. One of them asked Seon-woo if they would be taking the same route as last time. Seon-woo replied that the terrain had shifted slightly since then. Chansu rubbed his temple when he heard that a rank 5 beast, a bearded gargoyle, had appeared nearby, muttering that even for him, dealing with it would be troublesome. The man beside him kept his face hidden behind his raised collar and said calmly that he understood. As someone with rank 10 enhanced physical abilities, he would choose a route that avoided all demonic beasts above rank 11. He marked a section on the map, explaining they would detour through this area, even though it was inhabited by rank 15 demonic stag beetles. The man facing him shrugged and said it was fine. He could handle those on his own. Hearing that, Kian nodded and said they would proceed that way then. They moved through the desert, dust swirling around their boots. After some time, Kian suddenly noticed something ahead. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Xianu, his hood pulled low, asked what was wrong. Kian lifted a finger to his lips, urging silence, then dropped to one knee. In the sand before him lay a footprint. Eunjong leaned closer and asked if it belonged to a demonic beast. Kian glanced back at her and said he needed to confirm something. He asked if she could scan the surroundings using her enhanced vision. Her eyes and body began to glow pink as she asked where she should look. Kian pointed toward the horizon, indicating the direction where the sand clouds were thickest. Her gaze sharpened as the skill activated. After a moment, still surrounded by that glow, Eunjong said she had checked even behind them, but hadn't seen anything noteworthy. Someone at the rear scoffed, asking what the point of this was and telling them to stop fooling around. Kian looked back at him calmly and answered that it wasn't nothing. It was a goblin horde. The words hit the team at once, and shock rippled across their faces. Turning his head, the hero explained that the horde had passed through this area about 15 minutes ago. He stepped to the front of the group and warned them that goblins possessed an exceptionally sharp sense of smell. Even though the horde had originally been moving in a different direction, they had undoubtedly caught their scent and changed course. Eunjong's pink-lit eyes widened in shock as she confirmed it. He wasn't lying. They were coming straight for them. Seon-woo, standing behind, clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that meant it was true after all. Chansu nodded, remarking that he had known they could trust him as their guide. Kian stayed at the front and said they needed to restrict their movement. More than half of them weren't suited for close-quarters combat. The leader behind him asked if there was anything nearby they could use to their advantage. Kian answered that there was a bridge to the north. He turned and addressed Hunter Seong-hu, then called out to Eunjong. The hooded boy pulled up his mask and declared that they would be sprinting all the way to the bridge. With that, they took off. They ran as clouds of dust exploded beneath their feet. Seong-hu asked with an irritated expression when the boy had learned to give orders. Clinging to him from behind, Eunjong laughed softly and said he looked cool issuing commands, adding that she wanted him to run even faster. The boy replied that he understood and pushed himself harder, the dust storm swallowing them whole. Massive plumes of sand rose behind them, and within those clouds, shapes began to emerge. Goblins with gaping mouths surged forward. Cloaks fluttered as the heroes ran, and Seon-woo glanced back. Silhouettes sharpened in the dust. Monsters wielding crude clubs, charging without hesitation. A horde of rank 18 hobgoblins. He recalled that a single one was weaker than a rank 19 copper spider, yet hobgoblins possessed an overwhelming sense of unity. When threatened, they gathered instantly, and because of that, the horde itself was classified as rank 18. They continued racing across the desert. Even metahumans would struggle to fight such numbers in the open. The brunette cast a quick glance at the girl being carried by his comrade and assessed their situation. With the team as it was, among 2 rank 17 hunters, only one specialized in close combat. Up ahead, Chansu was also running hard. Kian noted that he too was a leader with rank 10 physical enhancement. Risky, but manageable. The bridge finally came into view. It was narrow, barely 4 meters wide, and stretched only 6 or 7 meters across. If the team leader and the hunter could hold the center of the bridge and push the monsters back, then in theory, this fight should have been an easy win. That was the conclusion he reached at first. Still, his brow furrowed almost immediately, because the real problem wasn't the plan itself. It was the 2 variables he couldn't control. They ran onto the bridge and halted at its midpoint. Seon-woo raised his hand and pointed forward, telling the team leader and Hunter Seong-hwa that they would take the front and repel the monsters head-on. The man beside him calmly stated that he would provide support from the rear. Standing nearby, Eunjong asked what she should do. Seon-woo looked ahead, already realizing the truth. She was the first variable, Someone who would become nothing but a burden in a close quarters fight. Someone who would need protection. She pulled off her mask. The hero understood immediately. If she didn't want to become a hindrance, the best option was not to interfere at all. When she was told to stay behind him, she ran to his back without hesitation. Around her, the hunters tightened their grips on their weapons. Xianhua held her knife, her thoughts shifting to the second variable. Rank was just a number. Shan's body suddenly became wrapped in a faint blue glow. The brunette watched closely. The team leader's name was known even outside Zone 17. Yet despite working with him many times, this was the first time she would actually see him fight. She had never witnessed his strength with her own eyes. Xianghua clenched his teeth. He was fighting alongside people who had only recently joined the team, and even their support abilities were still unknown to him. In the distance, monsters began to pour forward. The hero felt a tightness in his chest. As long as those variables remained unresolved, he couldn't afford to relax for even a second. The goblins charged with their mouths wide open, shrieking. Chansu stepped forward, an axe clenched firmly in his hands. He swung once. A brilliant arc of light tore through their bodies. His eyes glowed as he leapt forward, axe flashing again. Severed heads flew into the air. Xianghua roared. He cleaved a monster straight down the middle, exhaling sharply as the body split apart. Then he shouted again, his cry filled with raw battle lust. His sword pierced through 2 more goblins in a single motion. He charged into the crowd, striking again and again, screaming death into their ranks. Xian was stared in disbelief. Maybe she had been worrying about the second variable for nothing. The men pushed forward, deflecting claws and blades, cutting down monsters as they came. To the hero, the scene was almost unreal. Then, from behind, a goblin wielding an axe slipped through. It grabbed Zhang by the hair. Xian was screamed. Zhang, who turned around, about to ask what had happened, but Xian would cut him off sharply, telling him to keep his eyes forward. His comrade charged ahead, voice fierce as he shouted that he was still in control of the front. At that moment, a goblin wearing a dented helmet swung its axe. Unjong shut her eyes and screamed. A hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. The axe only sliced through the ends of her hair before crashing to the ground. Xian Wu rolled away with her, dust spraying as they tumbled across the bridge. He jumped back to his feet, heart pounding. There was no time to wait for help from the others. He would have to deal with this himself. The goblin shrieked and swung its axe again. The strike carved a bright trail through the air. The monster opened its mouth in a rage as the blow knocked its helmet clean off. Furious now, it lunged forward. Xian Wu saw the weapon coming and rolled aside just in time, barely avoiding the strike. He covered one eye instinctively as the goblin pressed in from behind. Suddenly, a blade pierced straight through the goblin's body. It was Unjong. She had stabbed the monster from behind with her knife. The goblin let out a shrill scream. Xian Wu snapped his gaze toward her and shouted her name. A foot stepped forward. Another scream followed. A sharp, decisive slash cut through the goblin's neck, severing its head. The body collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. The others rushed over. Xian Wu dropped to his knees, his palms trembling uncontrollably. Xianu loomed over him and said coldly that he should have protected her. Unjong glared at the boy and shouted back that it was his fault for letting the goblin slip through in the first place. He replied quietly that he hadn't known something would climb up from the other side. Lowering his gaze, he said that he had only been trying to help. The captain turned toward them and spoke firmly, saying that Senwood had done the right thing by ordering them to focus on the battle. Holding the defense alone would have been far more dangerous. He then looked at the boy sitting on the ground and asked how he was doing. Xiaoyu lowered his head and answered that he was fine. Though inside, he couldn't stop thinking that not only had he failed to protect Hunter Zhang properly, he had even forced her to step in and help him. Behind them, the bodies of defeated monsters lay scattered across the bridge. Chansu urged them to leave quickly, warning that there might be other demonic beasts nearby. Turning slightly, the hero replied that many low-ranking beasts were roaming the area, which meant there were no stronger ones close by. They could afford to relax for now. The team moved forward across the bridge. Clouds of sand rose into the air, drifting through the desert wind. Suddenly, the hero stopped and stared into the distance. From behind, Xiango asked impatiently, "Are they there yet?" The man immediately broke into a run. The hunter clicked his tongue in frustration, muttering that it couldn't be happening again. He said he had only been asking. Without waiting, the brunette vaulted up onto the wall. When he told her to climb, the girl immediately grabbed the ladder and started up. Xianu noticed that the boy didn't even bother replying. Climbing last, the boy asked what had taken them so long. Unjong froze midway and stared ahead in disbelief. Xianu let out an impressed sound as well. Xianu turned around and said calmly that this was the dome of Guangmyong City. The hunters approached a massive pink dome rising before them. The girl's mouth fell open in shock. She raised her palm and pressed it against the barrier. A soft pink light rippled beneath her hand. Suddenly, someone grabbed her wrist and pulled it closer to the surface. Unjong flinched. Xianhua burst out laughing at her reaction. With a faint grin, he asked if she had been scared. The girl angrily rubbed her wrist and snapped that she almost had a heart attack. Chansu walked over and asked curiously whether she felt anything at all. She shook her head, saying it was strange. Xiang, who ran his hand along the barrier, tapping it lightly before asking if it had really held back the demonic beasts. The leader confirmed that the barrier had protected the city for decades and could be trusted. They decided to enter. The heroes gathered near the pink barrier and turned back as the leader stepped forward first. A man in a suit noticed them. Another man, wearing a uniform and dark glasses, raised his hand and ordered them to stop and present their identification. Chansu produced a card and introduced himself as the leader of the Marlin team from Area 17. The guard took the card, scanned it with a device that glowed green, then handed over several bracelets, instructing each of them to put one on. On his wrist, a bracelet with a blue stone locked into place. Unjong tilted her head, saying it looked like a bracelet with a core. She even muttered that it was kind of cute. The man returned the card and informed them that the barrier would be deactivated tomorrow at 7 in the morning. They would be given temporary lodging in a public training facility, and they were strictly forbidden from leaving their rooms after sunset. The residents were uneasy about desert people roaming the city. Sianwu stood silently behind them. Sianga frowned and asked what would happen if they disobeyed. The man with the glasses replied coldly that they would lose a hand. He added that the bracelet would explode if anyone tried to remove it by force, advising them to be careful. A chill ran through the group. Xiangho muttered that it was basically a bomb strapped to their wrists, and he didn't like it at all. From within the pink dome, a request came through, granting them permission to pass. Siano stepped inside, thinking that if the goal was simply to stop time from breaking into the city, then a barrier alone should have been enough. Yet all these layered restrictions felt like something else entirely. They weren't just defenses. They were proof that the city refused to truly accept the people of the desert. He glanced at Eunjong and saw her mouth slowly fall open. With wide eyes, she let out an admiring exclamation. Xiang, who looked just as stunned. Chansu turned back and said thoughtfully that, when you really considered it, this was their first time here. In front of them rose rows of multi-story buildings, and welcoming voices drifted through the streets. People sat casually at cafe tables. A man relaxed on a bench, reading a newspaper, as if nothing in the world could disturb him. Eunjong shook her head in disbelief, saying that they had only walked a few meters, yet it felt like they had stepped into an entirely different world. Someone beside her replied that he thought the same thing the first time he came here. The leader turned towards Sianwo and asked whether he planned to go straight to their apartment. The hero immediately objected, saying he wanted to walk around first and look for anything useful. The man waved him off, telling him they would meet again when he returned. His companion added with a grin that he'd better come back with both hands intact. As Sianwo walked down the street, he thought about how peaceful the city always was. So peaceful that it was almost unbelievable. He stopped in front of a small shop and reached for the door handle. The moment he opened it, a girl carrying a stack of boxes stumbled forward, the boxes smacking straight into her face. As they scattered, the hero noticed an ID card slip free and fall to the ground. He picked up the yellow card, intending to return it, but the girl had already rushed off. He turned and watched her disappear down the street. Inside the shop, boxes filled with various items were stacked everywhere. The man behind the counter glanced at him and asked why he was buying so many glasses. He added that payment would be accepted in cannonballs. Metal was no good here. The hero replied calmly that they were necessary for something important. As he spoke, his eyes caught a green object displayed in the window. He pointed to it. The shopkeeper in glasses followed his gaze. When asked what it was, the man explained that the green item, marked with a blue stripe, was a magic bomb. Pull the pin, and it would explode like a flash grenade. Sianwo frowned slightly and asked whether he was even allowed to sell weapons to the townspeople. The shopkeeper shrugged and replied that it wasn't lethal, so it didn't count as a weapon. Still, if it went off right next to someone, they'd be blinded for a while. The hero standing beside the counter asked where something like that could even be used. The answer he got was simple. Didn't it all depend on who was using it? They produced it because there was demand. That was all there was to it. Just then, a girl rushed into the shop, loudly calling out to the owner. She wore glasses and was breathing heavily from running, immediately asking whether he had seen her entrance card. The shopkeeper turned and said he hadn't. The hero slipped his hand into his pocket, holding out the yellow card. He asked if this was what she was looking for. Her face instantly lit up as she exclaimed yes. She bowed deeply and instinctively touched his wrist as she thanked him, only pausing when he mentioned that it had been lying near the door. She then pulled out a business card and handed it to him. Scratching the back of her head awkwardly, she introduced herself as Mari, a senior researcher from the R&D department. She glanced at his clothes and remarked that, judging by his appearance, he was from the desert. If he was a metahuman, she said, she could provide him with individual assistance. He calmly replied that he wasn't a metahuman. Mari froze. She suddenly grabbed his wrist in shock, asking how that was possible. His hand trembled slightly as she asked to take a closer look. She muttered to herself that it wasn't a power-type ability, nor a visual one. Maybe hearing. The brunette abruptly pulled his hand away. Startled, the girl straightened up and apologized repeatedly, saying she had just been too surprised. Once again, he stated that he wasn't a metahuman. Mari stared at him, confused, saying it was strange. She felt a signal that said otherwise. The hero looked at her silently, waiting for an explanation. She coughed lightly into her fist and said that she didn't sense any abilities at all, which made it even stranger. A loud noise echoed nearby. Mari turned away, saying she didn't have time for this, and apologizing as she hurried out. As she left, she was already speaking on the phone, calling for the leader. Sianwu silently rubbed his wrist. In his hand was the green bomb he had purchased. Later, lying on the bed, he stared at the object and muttered to himself what she meant by that. A metahuman? He had wanted that more than anything in the world. He had searched endlessly for signs of awakening, for methods to become one. But no matter how hard he tried, it had never happened. In the end, he had accepted reality and chosen to dedicate himself to life as a guide. And yet, the moment he gave up on that dream, the moment he truly let it go, he suddenly became exactly what he had always longed to be. CIA closed his eyes, turned his face away, and told himself he felt uneasy. That urban explorer had a talent for spewing nonsense, and thinking about it now would only disrupt his work tomorrow. He forced the thoughts aside. The next morning, crowds gathered behind the pink barrier, clustering at the exit. A voice announced that 10 seconds remained until activation. The man stared ahead as the countdown echoed. The man with the high ponytail glanced sideways, and behind another figure, two blades briefly flashed into view. Sianwo listened carefully, her senses sharp. The pink barrier flickered, and a new announcement rang out. The city defense operation had begun. The crowd surged forward all at once, running amid cheers. The gloomy man clenched his fists and shouted, but in the next instant, blood splashed near his head. Massive insects erupted among the people. Kono looked to the side and shouted for the team to keep moving and run straight ahead. Someone turned and yelled at Kian, urging him on. The team fled. One man suddenly ran back, screaming that he didn't care about citizenship anymore. He was giving up. Just let him go. But guards blocked his path. The man shouted in desperation, demanding to know what they were doing, telling them to let people pass. A baton flew into his torso, dropping him to his knees. The next moment, another man was beheaded. Shock rippled through the crowd. Eunjong turned instinctively, but the leader running ahead heard her gasp and told her not to look back. Xianwu ground his teeth. Now he understood. They hadn't called them because the city's hunters were weak. They were bait. The city only needed sacrifices to distract the monsters while the barrier was disabled. Huge insects swarmed those who cried for help. The girl's eyes glowed as she activated her skill, her voice trembling as she reported a massive herd approaching from the northwest. The hero followed her gaze, then abruptly ordered everyone to stop. Xiangu, standing beside him, asked what was happening. He was told that according to predictions, a horde of rank 9 raptors should be coming. The man frowned and asked how they were supposed to fight that. Xianwu looked at him calmly and replied that a single rank 9 raptor could wipe out an entire goblin settlement without leaving a trace. Fighting them would accomplish nothing. Eunjong covered her mouth in fear, asking what they should do now. The comrades stared ahead, their glasses reflecting the distant movement, knowing the worst was still coming. The hero stepped into the water wearing goggles and a snorkel and calmly said they would hide like this. He lowered himself deeper, submerging without hesitation. The girl beside him grimaced and muttered about how disgusting it felt. One by one, they sank until only the breathing tubes remained above the surface, barely visible. Underwater, the brunette closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. He thought about the trained forces from the city handling the raptors, hunters, mercenaries, whoever survived long enough to fight. The boy dove fully beneath the surface. On the shore, a clawed monster seized a man by the head. Eunjong squeezed her eyes shut as blood sprayed into the air. Xianho kept his eyes closed. The creature drove its claws straight through the man's body. Shansu clenched his eyes tight, refusing to look. Only the boy's head still broke the surface of the water. When the chaos finally passed, Xianwu removed his goggles and exhaled slowly. Bodies littered the shoreline. He turned to the team and said they could come out now. Unfolding the map, he heard a comrade ask if the raptors had gone all the way through. He replied that yes. The hunters who had run into that herd were most likely already dead. Lowering his gaze to the map, he said they would follow the trail. The raptors were extremely aggressive, so there wouldn't be any other animals nearby. As they walked past blood-soaked corpses, he suggested they find shelter for the night. The full moon hung high in the sky as they settled inside an abandoned building. Sitting quietly, Xiangho stared at the floor and asked when it would all end. The leader held his plate and chopsticks, answering honestly that he didn't know. Last time it had taken several hours, so this time would be no shorter. All they could do was wait for the signal. The brunette sat tensely, eyes lowered. Suddenly, his eyes widened as something clicked in his mind. He stood up at once. Someone asked what was wrong. The girl reached for the lantern and, with a single motion of her palm, extinguished the light. Shanu grabbed the sword on his back. Chano lifted his axe, standing close to Xianwu. Chano asked if he saw something. Xianwu replied that he wasn't sure. It just felt suspicious. They stared into the darkness outside. One man said everything looked calm. Xianwu glanced back at the group and told them to wait. The darkness pressed in around them. The heroes stiffened, sensing movement. Xianwu leaned forward, his voice low, saying he saw something out there. A bead of sweat slid down his forehead as his eyes widened. In the distance, glowing eyes emerged from the blackness. The leader of the front ordered everyone to step back. Zanho tightened his grip on his sword, his body coiled and ready. A massive paw wrapped in a faint glow emerged from the darkness. The hero's mouth fell open as recognition hit him. A huge creature with shining eyes stepped forward, its presence crushing the air around them. Shocked, Xianwu spoke first, his voice tight as he identified it as a black praying mantis. The man gripping the axe asked why he looked so shaken. Xianwu didn't answer immediately. He swallowed, then said he wasn't sure about all the details, but he knew of a flying, demonic beast shaped like a praying mantis. He quickly pulled out his notes, showing a rough diagram, explaining that it was said to be around 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. That was all the information he had. There was no data on its weaknesses, no record of how to kill it. Not even its rank was known. His brows knitted together as he said they had to retreat. Chansu, standing nearby, asked if they wouldn't at least learn something by fighting it. The brunette shook his head grimly. An unknown rank didn't mean it was weak. This thing had entered the raptor's territory. Standing beside his comrades, he explained what that truly meant. It was a predator that surpassed the raptors themselves, which put at least at rank 9. The monster suddenly leapt, leaving a blurred trail behind. The enormous insect took to the air, and the girl screamed. The leader snapped his head to the side and ordered everyone to watch their surroundings. The heroes formed a semicircle as a sharp command rang out to get ready and take fighting positions. Xianhu spoke in panic, saying it was too dark. They had no idea where it would come from next. The leader barked at them to calm down and not lose their heads. Xianwu turned quickly and called for Eunjong. Her eyes lit up with a pink glow as she replied that she was already searching. She scanned the cracked ceiling and said it wasn't there. Her gaze swept over the shattered walls, confusion creeping in as she wondered where it had gone. Someone asked if she could see anything at all. She answered no. She had searched the area, but there was nothing. Xianhu turned, and the heroes pressed their backs together, tightening their formation. Shansu glanced behind him, with glowing eyes. The girl silently demanded the creature reveal itself. The leader cautiously scanned to the side, while Xian, who kept watch. Staring ahead, Siam felt it, a faint sound drawing closer. If they followed where that sound came from, they might finally be able to find it. Suddenly, the monster's silhouette appeared right behind him. Even as the thought crossed his mind that everything would be fine if they stayed calm and reacted in time, Xianwu felt it and spun around, cursing inwardly, wondering when it slipped behind him. His knife flashed up in a reflexive motion, barely blocking the strike, and the impact sent him flying backward. Eunjong turned sharply, calling out his name. He landed on one knee, muttering about his weapon as he steadied himself. The girl's mouth fell open in shock. The massive creature loomed above them, and a warning shout rang out. He lifted his head just as Chansu charged forward. Sparks burst through the darkness. Sian squeezed his eyes shut. The axe met the claw head-on, stopping it with a violent clang. Holding the attack at bay, the leader shouted for everyone to leave it to him and get out of there. He swung the axe again, forcing the monster back. Kian retreated quickly, regrouping with the others, and said they were at a disadvantage because of the darkness. The hunter cursed under his breath, saying that if they had even a little light, things would be different. Drawing his hand back, the hero called out to the leader. A glowing sphere rested in his palm. He threw it, ordering him to catch it. The man halted the bright orb with his foot, and the surrounding space lit up slightly. Chansu scoffed, saying the thing was looking down on them arrogantly. Let it come down. They play with it properly. Xiang started running forward, shouting that he would help too, but the man snapped at him to stop and not mess this up. Xiang froze, calling out to the captain in confusion. The man lifted his gaze to the monster and said calmly that it was his. Kneeling, Xian realized that swinging their weapons together in such limited light and space would only end with them injuring each other. This was the best solution they had right now. The monster's eyes flared brighter. The hero grimaced, thinking that the leader already struggled, even against raptors. His body began to swirl with light. Watching him, the hero realized the black mantis was stronger than a raptor, far stronger. And worse, it wasn't just about raw power. It was intelligent enough to mislead its prey, creating noise in one direction while hiding its true position elsewhere. So how did the leader plan to fight something like that? Surrounded by a radiant glow, the man tightened his grip on the axe. The hero's mouth fell open as he realized the captain had pushed his stats to the absolute limit. Shingu shouted his name in shock. Eunjong stared, equally stunned. In the darkness, the monster's eyes burned as Chansu advanced, calling for the attack. The axe clashed head-on with the claws, and the glow around the man exploded outward, forcing the monster back. The shock sent fragments of stone flying from the wall. He stood there, wrapped in light, just as a purple beam tore past his side. The claw slammed into the wall instead. Frowning, he fixed his gaze forward and shouted as he charged again. He leapt into the air, swung the axe high, and brought it crashing down. The claw met the blade mid-strike. For a split second, he thought he had stopped it. He gritted his teeth, muscles screaming. The monster's eyes suddenly burned purple. The claw surged forward. Blood sprayed into the air. Xiang screamed in shock as the creature pressed in. The leader braced himself, forcing the axe against the attack. Teeth clenched as the realization hit him. If this continued, he would be overwhelmed. The monster's muzzle slid closer to the handle. Its claws closed. A purple flash erupted. Still holding the strike back, the man roared. Xian cursed through clenched teeth. The monster's gaze snapped toward him. A warrior behind lunged with his sword, but the insect's leg flicked out. The blow sent him flying. Dust burst upward as Xian smashed into the wall, cracks spreading from the impact. Chansu froze in disbelief. Xian mouth hung open. Eunjong covered her lips with her hand. The monster ripped its claw free from the man's leg and lunged again. Its limb shot forward. Blood splattered near the man's face as the sharp claw pierced straight through his body. The wounded man screamed, trembling as he clung desperately to the monster's limb. Chansu shut his eyes, murmuring that it was completely one-sided. He was being crushed. With another brutal strike, the man was slammed down. The insect flung him aside. The leader crashed into the wall and collapsed face first. The monster slowly turned its head. The heroes were reflected in its glowing purple eye. Sienna raised his blade in front of him, frowning as the thought settled in. It was their turn now. Judging by what he had seen, it was at least rank 8, maybe even rank 5. It was hopeless. His fingers trembled around the hilt. The praying mantis' true weapons were its front legs, harder than Damascus steel. He would be dead long before cutting them off. Standing his ground, he forced himself to think. There had to be a weak point. The head, the neck, the chest. The paw stepped forward. The monster's eyes burned as it dropped down toward the heroes. Its massive body loomed overhead, pressing down with terrifying weight. The guy stared up at it, his face stiff, his mind screaming that this thing was beyond anything he'd faced before. Then, all at once, his eyes widened. He focused on the creature's body, realizing it had moved closer. And there, between the legs, he saw it. The joint. The connecting point. His heart pounded as the thought struck him. That had to be it. He swung his weapon without hesitation. The blade rushed toward the monster, and in that instant, he was certain he'd found its weak spot. The sword bit into the mantis body. Siu's hand shook violently. For a moment, he thought nothing had happened. But he knew. He was sure. He had stabbed it right there. His eyes widened in shock. In the next instant, the mantis lashed out and hurled him away. His body slid across the ground on his back, the air knocked from his lungs. He lay there, eyes shut tight. Suddenly, a claw slammed into the ground beside his head. Trembling, he turned his gaze slightly and saw it. The massive creature bent over him. The mantis leaned closer, staring down at the boy who kept his eyes closed. For a terrifying second, he thought it was mocking him. Was its intelligence really that high? Its eyes glowed as Sian clenched his eyelids tighter, his thoughts spiraling. He had overextended. If even the team leader couldn't handle it, how was he supposed to survive this? The mantis hovered above him, and he was certain this was the end. Then a sound reached him. What was that? The monster's head tilted. It turned its gaze to the side. Slowly, it raised its head and focused on something else. Sian stared in disbelief, realizing it was reacting to the noise. The mantis' eyes still glowed, but it withdrew its claws, glanced in another direction, and then suddenly rushed off. It was retreating, still lying on the ground. The guy stared blankly, unable to understand what had just happened. The silence felt unreal. Then he closed his eyes, a wave of relief crashing over him. He was alive. Eunjong hurried over, asking if he was all right. She supported his head as he tried to make sense of it. Why'd it leave? Was it because he was too weak? Lifting his gaze, Sian frowned, wondering what that strange sound had been. He had never heard anything like it before. Maybe it was a form of communication between demonic beasts. Eunjong opened her palm and told him to get ready, asking again if he was really okay. Siwa looked at her, startled. as he suddenly remembered the most important thing he had almost forgotten. The stone on her bracelet glowed faintly, and in that glow, he remembered the plan to protect the city. He glanced down at his bracelet and asked his companion if she knew how long it had been glowing. She shook her head, saying she hadn't noticed. Lifting his gaze, the hero said quietly that this was the signal. The barrier had been activated. That meant they had to return immediately. The heroine turned back at once, asking what about the leader. He looked badly injured. The man lay motionless on the ground. The guy rose slowly, holding his aching head. Kian examined him and said the leader's heart hadn't been damaged. He had only lost consciousness. With a grunt, he hoisted the man onto his back. Turning to the girl, he told her they needed to get him to the doctors and asked her to support the hunter as well. Eunjong focused and nodded. As they moved, the brunette glanced at her and said the road would be long. Still, they had survived. Now it was just a matter of time. He silently hoped they would reach the barrier before it was too late. Beyond the dome, bodies lay covered on the ground. Voices counted steadily. 53, 54, 55. A guard holding a list continued. 56, 57. Another guard walked up and asked for the numbers. Without looking up, the man replied that there were 58 corpses, 17 wounded, and 11 missing. 86 participants in total. The other guard muttered that it wasn't so bad. The first man noticed movement on the far side. His colleague followed his gaze and asked what it was. A group of people was approaching the dome. Sianhua and Eunjong were supporting their injured comrades, guiding them forward. Light filled the corridor inside. A man wearing glasses walked along it, glancing toward a room where a loud scream echoed. He frowned slightly, already thinking about complaining over the food. Inside, Eunjong sat by the leader's bed, holding a spoon and telling him he had to eat if he wanted to recover faster. On the neighboring beds, the others listened as she shouted that if he refused again, she'd feed him her fist instead. Even being the team leader wouldn't save him. The men lying nearby exchanged looks, silently grateful they weren't in his place. A knock sounded at the door. Sianhua turned his head and asked who it was. The door opened, and a man stepped inside. Walking up to Shansu's bed, he introduced himself as the deputy director of the Jinseong City Administration. Shansu looked at him and gave his name in return. They shook hands. The man in glasses smiled, remarking that it seemed he was recovering quickly. His healing abilities, it appeared, were quite impressive. The captain asked stiffly what the city administration wanted from them. The team fell silent when they heard that the matter couldn't be discussed in front of everyone. The leader looked ahead and asked them to give him some time. One by one, the heroes stepped out in the corridor. As they walked, the girl asked what they thought was going on. Xiangha clasped his hands behind his head and said it was probably about the reward. Eunjong followed up, wondering if that meant they were finally going to discuss citizenship. Sianwu walked a step behind, hearing the tone in his voice and glancing at her. He looked like a boy who had never faced real hardship, someone who had no idea how he'd even survive those terrifying deserts. Lowering his gaze, the brunette thought it was strange. A city official personally coming to speak with a desert dweller felt wrong. Something about it didn't sit right. Back in the room, Jinseong smiled faintly and said it was a miracle everyone had survived. The man lying on the bed replied that it was only because they'd had a good guide. The official adjusted his glasses and clarified. He was an ordinary person, wasn't he? Chansu answered that yes. He still couldn't believe they'd made it back alive. Jinseong pushed his glasses up again and said that while it was fortunate they'd all survived, the city was now in a difficult position. This outcome wasn't what they had expected. The leader's expression tightened. A chair scraped loudly as it was shoved forward. Xianhu scowled, anger flashing across his face. Eunjong stood by the window, silent. The wounded man on the bed spoke up, telling everyone to calm down. Xianhu shot him a displeased look and said he could accept being given only 2 citizenship spots. But why were those spots being given to this bad man and Eunjong? The two mentioned stayed quiet. Grinding his teeth, Chansu said it was the administration's decision. They had no choice. The warrior clenched his fist and shouted that it was a lie, that they clearly didn't know what they were doing. He frowned and said that if someone was going to give up their right to citizenship, then who else could be called the second strongest but him? He pointed straight at Sianhua and yelled, demanding to know why they chose a non-Netan instead. The leader snapped, telling him to watch his words and stop shouting. Sianwu crossed his arms and calmly said he was fine. The man with the bandage wrapped around his head scoffed loudly, shouting that of course he was fine. He was about to become a citizen now. Turning toward him, the leader told him to stop swearing. Everything had already been decided. There was no point losing control now. His fingers curled into a fist, trembling uncontrollably. The man snapped back, asking what kind of intrigue this was, saying he couldn't accept it, that none of this made sense to him. Leaning angrily against the headboard, he demanded to know whether this had really been the captain's decision. Wasn't it? Didn't he think about what it meant for those who lacked close combat ability, sending them back to Zone 17 to barely survive? The leader, still lying on the bed, answered calmly that in exchange, the two of them would receive all the remaining rewards. They would still have a chance. Shanho shouted that he didn't care about rewards. How could that ever be compared to his life? He turned sharply and yelled that no one knew when they would die in the desert. The door slammed shut behind him. Chansu then turned to Sianwu and said there was no doubt he had saved everyone. He should accept citizenship without hesitation. Sianwu crossed his arms and replied that he would accept it with gratitude. Lowering his gaze, he said he intended to follow through on the decision he had already made. He had taken this mission precisely for the chance to obtain citizenship, and after risking so much, he had no intention of giving it up now. Turning slightly, he added that the more important question was whether Hunter Xiong would accept it. The man replied that Xiong was just hot-tempered and would calm down soon. The boy stared ahead in silence, thinking it would be good if that were true. Light spilled into the dark corridor, stretching across the floor near the curtains. The heroes lay quietly in their beds. Sianwu opened one eye and caught the silhouette of a comrade rising. Bare feet stepped softly across the floor. Xionghu moved toward the leader's bed. Grinding his teeth, he pulled out a knife. Qian closed his eyes, thinking this couldn't be happening. The blade swung down. A blue glow wrapped around Xionghu's hand. Blood burst from the man's mouth. Chansu reacted instantly, grabbing the attacker by the neck. His mouth opened in disbelief as he demanded how he could do this. Xiang Hu screamed in rage, shouting that it was all his fault. He struck the captain again, and more blood spilled out. Kian lay rigid with his eyes shut as a blood-soaked hand slipped from the edge of the bed. The man demanded to know how someone with no ability could receive residency before him. From behind the curtain, a silhouette appeared, saying coldly that he would never return to the desert. His hand was smeared with blood, wrapped in a faint glow. The hero turned his head and asked quietly if he had heard everything. A hand pulled the curtain aside, swinging his arm. The man said that in the end, everyone received what they deserved. The knife plunged into the fabric as he screamed that all of this was because of him. He tore the blanket away, only to find no one there. A green bomb slipped from his grasp and hit the floor. Xiang Hua stared at it, his body tensing. A blinding flash erupted nearby. Gritting his teeth, he shut his eyes. At the same moment, Xianwu leapt down from above and struck. Something rushed toward the man. The hero mounted his neck and brought the knife down hard. The blade lodged deep in a man's throat. His head jerked, then froze, eyes empty. Lowering his gaze, the killer heard a voice inside, ordering him to finish it and take everything. Xianwu pulled a hood over his head and repeated the words he had spoken earlier. Xianwu went rigid. He realized he was hearing that voice again. And this time, it wasn't imagination. A sudden violent motion followed, accompanied by a broken, inhuman sound. The opponent slammed him backward onto the floor. The dark-haired man grinned through pain, his breath ragged. The wounded man grabbed him by the shoulder, hurling insults as he dragged him down again. Both crashed into the ground, shattering the surface beneath them. Blood poured from the offender's mouth as he made another incomprehensible sound. The fighter rested his hand on the knife's hilt, grinning uncertainly, unsure of what to do next. He yanked the blade free. Blood burst out under pressure, splattering the wall in red. Watching the man clutch his neck, terror crept in. He looked at the attacker and shouted that he was a metahuman, while the other was nothing but a powerless loser. The killer grinned wider, blood leaking from the corner of his lips. A trembling, blood-soaked hand reached toward him. The victim collapsed, staining the floor beneath him. Xianwu's hands shook violently as fearful sounds escaped his throat. His body glowed blue, and he had no idea why. The dark-haired man looked down and thought that this must be an awakening. Then he collapsed to the floor himself, releasing a strange, broken sound. He pressed a hand to his face and stared ahead, forcing himself to stay conscious. He couldn't pass out here. There was evidence. His trembling hand reached toward the murder weapon. At the same time, Xianwu was already fleeing the scene. The windows were darkened. A sudden movement flickered at the edge of his vision. Xianwu hurled the knife toward the door. He turned back, fear gripping him, when the murdered man called his name. A bearded figure looked away and shouted after the killer. The hero glanced back, confused, sweat rolling down his face as his body tensed. The next moment, he was seated inside a circular room, surrounded by screens. Light cut across his face, outlining his features. The man across from him began calmly, saying that security guards had entered the ward early that morning after hearing a scream. Behind him, photographs of evidence filled the screens. The investigator stated that when they arrived, they discovered a murder scene. One witness was present, along with 3 victims. Jinshin looked forward and said the incident occurred several hours before the bodies were discovered in the middle of the night. A photograph appeared, showing a corpse under a blanket. He explained that Hunter Xianwu had died from arterial bleeding. Another image followed, and he added that Chainsu had also suffered fatal injuries and bled to death. Eunjong stood frozen beside the bed in the image. The investigator stated that the only witness was this girl, who had already been excluded from the list of suspects after her alibi and evidence were verified. His gaze shifted back to the suspect, noting that Xianwu had been found unconscious, bearing blunt force injuries. He paused there, letting the silence stretch. People observed from behind the glass. Janad continued, saying that all of them were members of the Marlin team from Zone 17, and now only one person remained who could testify. Jin Xianjun fixed his eyes on the hero and added that he had served as the team's guide for 3 years, had twice volunteered to defend the city despite having no abilities. Someone cleared their throat. The investigator didn't look away. He apologized formally, asking if everything stated so far was accurate. Xianwu turned his head aside and confirmed that it was. The man's expression hardened. He said he would ask directly, "What happened last night?" The hero sat beneath the harsh lights and answered that an intruder had broken into the room. The man studied him through the glass and asked again. The suspect lowered his gaze and confirmed that someone had suddenly broken into their room during the night and attacked them. His fists tightened as he was asked whether he remembered anything about the attacker's appearance or clothing. He answered that it had been too dark to see clearly. Jin Xiang adjusted his glasses and asked how he wanted them to reconstruct the scene, but before he could continue, he was interrupted. The deputy looked away as the senator spoke, saying the incident involved people from the desert and that there was no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. The man glanced at his superior, who suggested labeling the attacker as unknown, just as the suspect had said, and focusing instead on increasing patrols. He agreed, though hesitation lingered. The light shifted back onto Xianwu. He spoke up, saying there was something strange about the incident. The question came again. In response, the investigator picked up the remote and zoomed in on the photographs. He pointed out that the images showed an enormous amount of blood inside the ward, yet outside, there were no traces at all. No bloodstains, no bloody footprints leading away. Xianwu sat there, silent, as his own words were dissected. Jinshin finally looked straight at him and said that because of this inconsistency, he believed the testimony had been falsified to cover up the crime. Xianwu rested his hands on his legs. After a brief pause, he asked calmly if he could speak, since he was now being treated as a suspect. Looking forward, he reminded them that, as he had said before, he was just a citizen without abilities. Through the glass, the commission members watched as he continued, saying they were implying he had confronted 2 physically enhanced metahumans. Did they really believe he was capable of that? The deputy lowered his head and admitted that, logically, it was impossible. The MC remained composed. He added that after the mission, he was supposed to receive citizenship. Why would he risk everything by foolishly attacking two metahumans when he had finally obtained the very status he had been chasing? Jin Seong turned to the committee and said that the suspect's denial was reasonable. The Marlin team had been a strike squad, barely scraping their way towards citizenship. Looking aside, the man concluded that the act was likely committed by another metahuman, someone desperate enough to kill for the chance to become a citizen. There were also clear signs of a violent struggle. His body tensed when they said that if Seon-woo were truly the culprit, his injury should have been far more severe. His mind drifted back to Seong-woo slamming him into the floor, to the moment he thought he had already been beaten half to death. A flash of memory surfaced, blood spilling from his mouth, the certainty that his body had only survived because he lost consciousness afterward. The senator looked at the investigator and asked why the case wasn't being closed on the spot. The investigator asked for one more minute. Jin Seong turned his gaze aside and said that everything discussed so far rested on one assumption, that the hero was not a metahuman. The man looked back at him and asked what he meant by that. Jin Seong pointed toward the door and requested that the witness be brought in. Seon-woo averted his eyes. Only the team members were supposed to know about him. The door swung open. He froze. The girl stood in the doorway, her eyes locking onto the suspect. Jin Seong extended a hand and asked her to introduce herself. She stepped forward and said her name was Mari, a researcher from the city's R&D department. A sharp sense of failure crossed Seon-woo's face as tension crept into his posture. The investigator asked what kind of work she handled. Mari replied that she evaluated the characteristics of metahumans' abilities when assigning missions. When asked how she did that, she answered calmly that she possessed the ability to determine whether a person belonged to the metahuman category. They faced one another, as Jinshin stated that, based on her capabilities, she had been called here to verify one thing. Was Keen a metahuman or not? Mari answered that up to a certain point, he was not. Seon-woo lowered his gaze, his chest tightening. The deputy instructed the analyst to step closer. The man in glasses spoke again, saying there were documented cases where metahumans awaken later in life. Even if Seon-woo had started as an ordinary person, that didn't rule anything out. Mari walked toward the MC as he continued, explaining that if the ability had manifested during this mission, the hero would immediately become a suspect. She stopped in front of him. They looked at each other in silence. Mari remembered the moment he had stood before her before, and a thought crossed her mind. If he truly were a metahuman, she might be able to help him. She reached out and took his hand. Her eyes widened. He wasn't a metahuman. The researcher stiffened, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. She was certain she had felt traces of enhancement. Jinshin raised his palm and said calmly that in that case, she needed to confirm it properly or deny it outright. Mari extended her hands and asked for the man's hand. Kian complied without a word, his expression unreadable. Mari closed her eyes. The hero watched as a faint glow spread across her hands, then shut his own eyes. Memories surged forward unbidden. He saw himself running toward the leader. The bearded man had looked at him and told him to run, to escape before Sien killed him. Even then, the man had been worrying about him. Kian remembered looking down, unable to comprehend that the hunter was already dead, that even in that state, he had tried to protect him. Chansu lay there with his eyes closed. Kian had shaken him, tried to wake him. Then smoke began to rise. The dead man's body was swallowed by it, and he hadn't understood what was happening. Energy poured out uncontrollably. He remembered screaming, collapsing to his knees, tears spilling as the pulsing sensation tore through him. It felt the same as before, like the moment he first woke up. He had thought then that this time was something even greater. There had been an explosion. He remembered screaming again. His body smoked as it was hurled back, crashing into the ground. He lay in a crater beside the dead, barely conscious. Back in the room, Kian opened one eye and glanced at Mari. She stared at him, stunned, then lowered her gaze and said quietly that she was finished. Jinshin stepped closer and asked for the result. Mari lifted her head and spoke the suspect's name. The investigator turned to the panel and stated that he was not a metahuman. Surprise rippled through the room. The investigator asked if she was certain. He asked again. Mari replied firmly that she was sure. He was a normal human. Seon was stared ahead, thoughts churning. He knew she had sensed his awakening. Whatever she was planning, she was hiding it well. Behind the glass, a man looked toward the investigator and suggested that Mari be dismissed. The response was silence. Jinshin adjusted his glasses and said the inspection was complete. Mari offered a brief farewell and left. One of the committee members proposed that the case be treated as an attempted murder by someone who had failed to obtain citizenship, targeting those who had succeeded. The elderly man at the head of the panel nodded slowly and ordered that all metahumans who had participated in the defense but failed to gain citizenship be listed and their alibis thoroughly checked. Jin Seong looked at them and asked what they intended to do about Seonwoo. He rose from his seat and said calmly that he would renounce his citizenship and return to the desert. The deputy froze, stunned by the declaration. He turned his head aside and said the city administration had no intention of forcing such a choice, then asked why he had decided this. Seonwoo stared straight ahead and said that from the very beginning, he believed that leader Chansu and the hunter Unjang were the ones who truly deserved citizenship. The investigator looked back at him and reminded him that he had endured countless hardships for the chance to live in the city. If he gave it up now, he would have to start the entire process over again. The man asked what his real reason was for renouncing residency and choosing to return to the desert. Seonwoo lowered his gaze and said that, as he had already stated, if everything that happened revolved around citizenship, then staying would only make things worse. He spoke seriously, saying that remaining a citizen would eventually turn him into a suspect in the murder of comrades he had lived and fought alongside for 3 years. The investigator stayed silent as Seonwoo continued, adding that he didn't want to obtain something that would only place him in danger from the real criminal still at large. The man in glasses remained tense, saying nothing. One of the committee members finally spoke, saying the reasoning sounded logical and that they no longer had suspicions. Later, people moved along the street under the city lights. The MC stood facing the girl. They exchanged farewells, and he watched her walk away. He continued down the road alone until someone called his name. He turned to see Mari running toward him. She stopped, closed her eyes briefly, and said he walked too fast. Sienwa looked at her without speaking. She smiled and said that even now, they still couldn't classify him as a metahuman, which meant he could leave the city peacefully. The dark-haired man tensed, thinking that he had expected her to know the truth. They stood side by side. Sienwa finally spoke, saying he believed he had awakened because of the incident, and that he didn't understand her intentions or why she hadn't told the tribunal anything. Mari looked ahead and said she didn't believe he had killed his comrades deliberately. Most likely, there had been no other outcome. Sienwu turned to her, tension still in his voice, and asked calmly why she hadn't told the truth if she already knew. The woman smiled and said she was interested in his ability. She took a step closer. Mari moved toward him and said she felt something new, something exciting coming from him. Still smiling, she added that the signals he gave off were completely different from those of other metahumans. Sienwa looked at her and said nothing. She closed the distance again and asked if he knew that metahumans were divided into 6 categories. He replied that of course he knew. The Sienwu smiled and explained that most abilities fell neatly into those 6. As she spoke, faint runes shimmered in the air, representing physical enhancement, supernatural abilities, magical technology, taming evil, psychopathy, and magic. She then said that, just like the senator, there were humans who couldn't be classified at all, people who emitted entirely different signals. Sienwu watched her closely and asked if that meant she herself didn't have supernatural powers. The blonde stood in front of him and said she believed her ability to maintain the city's barrier was, in fact, a supernatural one. The shield that covered the entire city existed because of that power, and Beatrice was the only one capable of sustaining a barrier spanning several kilometers. It was something the city hadn't witnessed in many years. Mari then asked if anything strange had happened when he awakened. Sienwu looked away, deliberately silent. Images surfaced in his mind, his hands trembling, his own scream echoing, and that voice inside his head ordering him to kill everyone. After a moment, he spoke slowly, saying that he thought he had heard a voice. The researcher pointed upward and said that metahumans classified under psychopathy often heard commands in their minds. She looked straight at him and asked what the voice had said. He met her gaze and replied that he didn't remember, thinking to himself that no matter how friendly she seemed, he had no reason to be honest with her. She turned her head slightly and said that was strange. It didn't add up. Then she looked back at him and said she was certain she sensed something from him. The MC stiffened as she continued, saying that the signal he emitted was different, similar to Beatrice. Sienwu looked away and said it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, though he didn't fully understand it himself. He remembered his hand being wrapped in blue flames and thought that, to be honest, his ability probably functioned as some kind of boost. The city lay beneath the barrier, and he asked what she meant by saying they emitted the same signal as the city's extraordinary protector. Mari looked genuinely surprised and said that of course no one expected such power from him. He had only just awakened. She spoke of how the catastrophe brought by demonic beasts had nearly driven humanity into the abyss, yet mankind survived. Fighters rose because abilities appeared, and with them, people pushed back the creatures. They stood on the street as she continued, saying the cities had been rebuilt, reborn through metahumans. She wondered aloud what kind of miracle could be created if all the unusual metahumans gathered in one place. Standing beneath the dome, she admitted the only thing that truly worried her was how long Beatrice could endure. For decades, she had sacrificed her health to maintain the barrier alone. He remembered sitting beside the bearded man, hearing rumors that Beatrice barely slept. Turning his head away, he realized now where those rumors had come from, even reaching as far as the desert. His gaze suddenly froze. Beatrice stood there, beside the magic sphere that sustained the barrier. She turned slightly. Sienwu looked up, certain he hadn't imagined it. Their eyes had met. Mari continued speaking, saying the senator was doing everything possible with the forces they had left to protect the citizens. She told him it was his choice whether to believe her or not, but her ability to identify metahumans confirmed what she felt. She took his hand and said he was an unusual metahuman, one with immense potential, just like Beatrice. Looking down at his hand, the researcher said he might be able to put an end to the war against demonic beasts, perhaps even save humanity itself. The word struck him hard. He stood there, unmoving, turning them over in his mind. Images flooded back. The deaths of 2 people, the trial, the double awakening, the voices calling for the killing of metahumans. He remembered walking alone through the desert, his head on the verge of splitting from everything that had happened. And now, suddenly, he was being told about saving humanity. He crossed the bridge in silence, his thoughts spiraling back to the beginning, to the moment the gate opened and the beasts were released. The city felt dead, and his thoughts drifted to the near total destruction of humanity that had happened only a few decades ago. Those who survived fled into the desert, dreaming of nothing beyond staying alive one more day. As he stepped onto the bridge, he realized that saving people had never mattered to him. What mattered was surviving once he returned to the desert. He climbed higher, thinking that only the strong endured here. Those who failed to understand their own strength simply died. Kamor stood on the bridge and understood that it didn't matter whether death came from a human hand or a beast's claws. Looking up, he concluded that as a newly awakened metahuman, the most important thing now was to understand the nature of his powers. He headed toward a ruined metropolis. Stopping near an abandoned building, the hero decided this was the best place to test everything he had. Newly awakened ones always trained in places like this. A sudden flicker in the shadows caught his eye, and his body tensed. He stared into the darkness as a low roar echoed back. Red eyes opened. A massive creature stepped out of the shadows, and the MC froze. He realized he had encountered it much sooner than expected. Green liquid dripped from the demon's mouth as it advanced. He stepped forward instead of back. Sienwu studied it and muttered that it was a rank 16 demonic beast, a demonic cat. It lunged. He barely dodged as rubble crashed to the ground behind him. Turning sharply, he saw the cat staring him down. He shifted sideways, backing away while reaching for scattered cannonballs on the ground. The monster opened its jaws wide and let out a deafening roar before charging again. He dodged once more and sprinted, glancing back as he ran, knowing he had to deal with it first. His eyes locked onto a hatch. That was it. He seized the metal handles. Veins bulged along his arms as blue flames wrapped around his hand. Cian-Wu's body trembled, strange sounds escaping his throat as he ripped the hatch free. Holding it up like a shield, he called the beast toward him. The demonic cat roared and struck. He blocked the blow, his body shaking as a guttural sound tore from him. Fixing his gaze forward, Cian-Wu slammed the hatch into the creature's jaw. He spun his body, building momentum, then extended his arm and hurled the massive object straight at the beast. The object smashed into the creature's face. The iron hatch crashed to the ground, and the animal's attention locked onto it. He rushed forward, grabbed the metal, and muttered that he would do it again. The MC leapt up, muscles coiling, preparing to unleash everything he had. The blow landed squarely on the monster's teeth. Fangs exploded outward, scattering across the ground. The massive body slammed down, kicking up a towering cloud of dust. The hero twisted his stance, drawing power for the finishing strike, ready to end it once and for all. Then he froze. Something vile lashed out. A purple substance whipped toward his face. Luke was knocked flat onto the ground. He stared at the fallen creature, remaining completely still. Silence stretched. His hand brushed against his hood. Pulling the cape away, he exhaled slowly and realized it was dead. His hand moved to his weapon. He plunged the blade deep into the demonic beast's muscle and sliced it open. The MC peered inside the corpse. Rank, 16 cores were lodged within the intestines. Relief spread through him as he finally found them. He lifted one of the stones, examined it closely, and a grin crept across his face. Cian-Wu worked quickly. He pulled out the intestines and tied them into a knot. Kneeling down, he gathered the remaining precious cores. Using the intestines as a crude bag, he stored everything he found inside. Looking over his prey, he muttered that since he had killed a poisonous demonic cat, he was now a rank 16 metahuman. He moved deeper into the abandoned city, calling it almost cute that his first test had succeeded. After finishing his inspection, his gaze lifted to an inverted skyscraper leaning against another building. Above it hung a worn sign, welcoming visitors and declaring that everything could be obtained in this desert. The MC scanned his surroundings. It was unnervingly quiet. His eyes narrowed when he spotted blood pooled in a corner. Cian-Wu crouched, touching it with his finger. After examining the liquid, he realized it hadn't yet clouded. Fresh. He straightened slowly, murmuring that there were traces of blood, but no body. Something shifted behind him. He assumed it was the work of a killer. Unease crept up his spine. He turned cautiously, but saw nothing. Only shattered doors and wreckage. Still, something felt wrong. Cian-Wu reached for his weapon, the blade catching the dim light as he broke into a run. He grabbed the damaged door, braced himself, and prepared to see what was hiding behind it. He gripped a knife in his hand. In front of him, 3 children sat huddled together, struggling just to stay alive. Cian-Wu looked at them and asked if they were survivors who had been living here. At that moment, a presence crept up behind him. His body stiffened. Someone was there. He turned his head just as the attacker lunged. The hero tightened his grip and swung. The strike was deflected, metal scraping hard, and the opponent immediately pulled back. The man bolted down the street. The enemy didn't chase from the ground. He ran along the wall itself. That caught him off guard. Cian-Wu's gaze sharpened. So that's how it was. He stepped in and swung again, aiming to finish it quickly. The opponent met him head on, driving an elbow into his chest. The impact sent the man flying sideways. A sharp cry escaped as he hit the ground. The attacker straightened and adjusted his helmet. His hand slid behind his back. Cian-Wu watched closely, nerves tightening. A gun came out. The barrel pointed straight at him, as the man barked in order to drop the weapon and raise his hands. The children scrambled away in panic. The gunman told him to turn slowly and face the wall. Cian-Wu didn't answer. He stood there, facing the wall, and spoke calmly, telling him to lower the weapon and talk. He introduced himself as someone from Node. The gun never wavered. The order was repeated. Cian-Wu glanced back and said he had no intention of hurting anyone. He was just passing through. The man replied that he didn't care. Drop everything. Leave. Now. Cian-Wu tilted his head and asked who he thought he was protecting those kids from. From Node? The gunman snapped the question back at him. Black smoke began to curl from Cian-Wu's hand. He said quietly that if he didn't believe him, he could check himself. He slammed his fist into the wall. The concrete shattered. A hole was punched clean through it. Even Cian-Wu paused, staring at his own hand pressed into the broken surface. He said that if they lived in the desert, then they should already know what Node was. The gun remained trained on him as the man spoke about the final law of the desert. Cian-Wu turned fully to face him and asked if he really knew. He explained that Node accepted tasks for a reasonable price. He was about to say more. Face the wall, the man cut in. Cian-Wu lowered his gaze and spoke flatly. If anyone from that organization was harmed, retaliation was guaranteed. The survivor stared at him in silence, then said flatly that he wouldn't be able to shoot anyway. The helmet twitched. The man asked again. He was gripping the gun tightly, while the hero calmly pointed out that it didn't look like a firearm powered by combustion. It was a core-based weapon, one that is fired by consuming energy. Still facing the wall, he continued, saying that if each shot burned through a core's energy worth several days of food, then no one would pull the trigger lightly. He said he wasn't here to cause trouble. He just needed a safe place for a few days. After that, he would disappear. The gun remained aimed at him. After a moment, the fighter said he believed him. But if that was the case, then he wanted the cores the man was carrying. They would be held as collateral until those few days passed. Siwa turned his head slightly and looked at him. Without hesitation, he tossed the cores over. He said that if he really wanted them back, he could take them by force later. For now, if this eased his nerves, he could keep them. The man frowned and said he was wrong about one thing. He loaded the gun. A shot rang out. The wall exploded inward, leaving a clean, smoking hole. The shooter said that every shot truly did consume a valuable resource. That meant he couldn't fire recklessly. But as long as he had even one core, He could fire as many times as he needed. The hero stared at the hole, thoughts racing. This technology amplified a core's energy, FEC and WUSI, turning into something far more dangerous. He muttered that a fully charged core felt completely different. The man removed his mask. He introduced himself as Arung and told him to follow. They moved through shattered buildings, Arung keeping him covered as they climbed higher and higher, all the way to the 41st floor. As they ascended the stairs, the MC asked why they lived so high up. Arung glanced back and said that if they were only dealing with beasts, they would stay lower. Height mattered when it came to people. That made sense. Inside, people were gathered among the ruins. A girl flinched when she saw a stranger enter. Nearby, a man sat on the floor, quietly inspecting a crossbow. Arung leaned close, whispering something to the girl. Reina lifted her gaze and asked if he really was a metahuman from the organization. Sienwa met her eyes as she kept a gun trained on him, noting the subtle signs of a warning system already in place. He assumed it was the leader's ability at work. She said that in the old days, guests would have been treated far better. Holding a microphone, the woman continued, saying they were at war with killers now, and provisions were scarce. Looking down, she added that demonic beasts weren't the only threat in the desert. There were also killers who had abandoned humanity itself and now hunted people. Sienwa replied calmly that those killers caused trouble for everyone, not just survivors, and suggested reaching some kind of agreement. Reina studied him and asked if he was really so desperate, reminding him that Node always demanded something in return. Sienwa lowered his head slightly and said he wanted to give her a chance, asking if she was willing to listen. She smiled, saying it sounded interesting. Standing across from her, he said that before discussing any deal, he needed to understand their situation. He asked how many of them there were and where they were based. She answered that they lived east of there, in the old driver's license verification center, and that there were around 10 of them. Sienwa looked up, frowning. That number didn't add up. It wasn't many, yet they even had an alert system. Reina replied that they had killed many, but they had also lost many. There had once been more than 100 of them. The MC asked again, saying it couldn't be easy to gather food with so many people. She paused, then said there was one detail he needed to understand. At her next words, the hero stiffened. Killers who ate human flesh. In that moment, he realized exactly what he was dealing with. Cannibals. Reina sat back in her chair and said there was a problem far more serious than cannibalism. The man instinctively shifted into a ready stance as she continued, explaining that they were metahumans, trained for close combat. Sienwa looked straight ahead and asked if they were strong. She smiled faintly and said that even if they weren't, it didn't matter. They were still metahumans. The guards kept their guns trained on him as Reina spoke, saying honestly that most of them were weak. Only the leader of those killers had been a real problem. The survivors watched him closely as she added that all she wanted was to kill those lunatics for forcing them into a cage like chickens. Arung stared ahead while she said that she couldn't even dream of more than that. Sienwu remained silent, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he spoke, saying he would handle the elimination of the killers himself. The response came quickly, that they would be grateful, but they had nothing to offer in return. He looked at her and said flatly that it was a lie. Lifting his gaze, he asked to see their local magic technician. Arung stiffened, momentarily at a loss. Reina studied Sienwo, without saying a word. They moved up to the roof, the fighter still keeping him covered. The girl stopped, and the MC glanced back. They entered a room cluttered with scrap metal. The warrior called out to the technician. A girl removed her glasses and answered. Reina asked if the work was going well. The girl's expression darkened as she said no. Even if she wanted to check the artifacts, she didn't have any cores. Sienwu watched her closely. He hadn't expected the magic technician to be this young. Someone asked who he was, and the answer came that he was a metahuman from an organization and that he would help them. The dark-haired girl turned to the technician and said the hero had something to ask. Sienwu glanced over the scattered creations and asked if she had made them herself. Artifacts lay spread across the table. She said she had, but added they weren't anything impressive. He thought she was being modest. Producing artifacts of this level in such conditions was no small feat. He asked if he could take a closer look. She replied that there was nothing worth seeing. He picked up the gun and noted how light it was. She admitted that was where she'd made a mistake. The body couldn't withstand the recoil. Arung folded his arms and muttered that he'd nearly died using it. Kian lowered his gaze, examining everything carefully. A blade lay on the table. Minnie noticed where his eyes had gone and said it was a melodious blade. The hero lifted the sword and asked her again. Standing beside him, she admitted it was another failed creation. When he asked what went wrong, the craftswoman looked ahead and explained that she had tried to increase both power and heat. To protect it, she embedded a core into the blade. The tip shimmered faintly as she said that to withstand the output she wanted, it required far more cores than expected. Adding more connectors, however, would destroy the balance entirely. He listened without speaking. She continued, saying it couldn't even function properly as a sword. Its cutting ability wasn't better than a kitchen knife. Sienwu weighed it in his hands, then said he liked it and asked to buy it. Minnie stared at him, startled. She raised both palms and said she didn't sell failures. If he really wanted it, he could just take it. He poured the cores out onto the table and said he would take the artifact as payment for the deal. Yet looking at the sword, at how complete it felt despite its flaws, he found he didn't want to simply take it without giving anything back. The others stared at the stones, their faces lighting up with excitement. The MC lowered his gaze and said he was impressed by her talent. He told her not to stop experimenting with cores. Minnie turned her head away and said she couldn't accept that many. She pushed the cores aside. He placed his hands over them, about to speak again, and froze. He looked at the girl. Minnie froze as well. In his mind, complex schemes and blueprints began unfolding one after another. He didn't understand where they were coming from. It felt as if something was being poured directly into his head. His breath caught. Magical technology. That realization struck hard. Arung looked down and asked what he was doing. Reina noticed how Sienwo was holding Minnie's hand and snapped that he'd been holding it too long. She added sharply that Minnie was a child, and even if he wasn't old, the age gap was unacceptable. The hero recoiled and raised his hand, telling her not to say something so twisted. Everything she was implying was wrong. Minnie stayed silent. Cian body stiffened. Inside his head, the voice returned, cold and commanding, ordering him to kill everyone and take the power. He clutched his head as pain exploded through his skull and screamed, the sound tearing through the room. His gaze dropped to the blade lying on the floor. Minnie stared at it, startled. Raina looked at their guest and said it seemed he had pushed himself too far, suggesting he rest. Cian held his head and admitted she was right. He said he would go. He stood up. The woman added that if he had trouble sleeping, she could sing him a lullaby. He refused immediately. The leader shut her eyes and told her not to treat him like a child, saying it was humiliating. The others stayed behind. She casually offered to sing a lullaby for Arung instead, and he snapped back that he didn't need one. Moonlight spilled over the shattered buildings outside. Cian lay on the bed, staring into the darkness. The voice inside him stirred again, calling for him to kill. He remembered that once he woke up, he would have to leave. His eyes drifted to his hands, his expression tense and hollow. He closed his eyes, but the voice only grew louder. He asked himself what was happening. Xianghu's image surfaced, pulling a knife from his own neck. The voice whispered again, ordering him to kill the metahumans. Then the image of the leader lying lifeless on the bed followed. Minnie's face appeared next, and the voice tempted him, telling him to kill her and take her power. Fear and confusion filled his eyes. Sweat soaked the sheets beneath him. He suddenly sat upright, clutching his head. Through binoculars, figures could be seen moving in the distance. People stood by the window as Arung pointed out a location, saying that was the killer's base. He asked if they weren't already too close and whether everything would be fine. The hero looked at him and asked if there was a metahuman there. Arung replied that it was the tech boss. Cian asked if he knew what that man's abilities were. Arung shook his head and said he had barely escaped alive, so he couldn't be sure. The image of the killer flashed through Cian's mind again. Fast, far too fast. He looked away, thinking that he hadn't offered this deal out of kindness or mercy. It was necessary to test his abilities, but that didn't mean he could afford to lower his guard. Arung opened a container. The MC asked what it was. Inside lay a weapon. Arung said it was a sniper rifle Mini had finished just yesterday. The fighter began assembling the rifle, explaining that electromagnetic energy inside the barrel loaded and fired bullets using core power. He locked the butt into place and said the weapon produced no sound while maintaining solid combat power. After loading it, he added that the lack of cores had prevented further refinement. The assistant adjusted the scope and said that according to the engineer, the development had only been completed thanks to the cores. Kian examined the weapon carefully, hoping it would prove useful. The shooter disengaged the safety and glanced back, saying he trusted Minnie's work. The hero drew the sword at his side and said he trusted him as well, adding that he hoped the blade would finally do what it was meant to do. Arung looked at him and asked if he truly intended to use it, clearly worried on the craftsman's behalf. Cian lifted a core into view and asked if he meant the consumption rate. With this one, there'd be no issue. The warrior stared at the object in his hand and said he had never seen a core so small and so pure. The hero replied that his city possessed technology capable of compressing core energy. He placed the sphere into the compartment. Studying the sword, he said that if compression was possible, then even 10 cores could be fused into a single one. Arung's eyes widened as he muttered that it seemed there really was nothing you couldn't find in the city. They sat together in the ruined building. Arung asked if he had ever been there. The hero said he hadn't. He was born and raised here and had only heard that this place had once been a city. Kian looked at him and asked if he remembered anything from that time. The shooter shook his head, saying he had been too young. What he remembered instead was the demon destroying the settlement. This place had once been part of a city called Seoul. Almost nothing remained now, erased by demonic beasts. But back then, it had been a massive metropolis, home to 10 million people. Arung stared at him in disbelief and asked again, saying he couldn't believe it, asking how it could have been larger than Gwangyang. The MC looked away and said quietly that the two weren't even comparable. The warrior closed his eyes and said that he wanted to live in a city like that. He fell silent after speaking. When asked whether he had ever wanted to become a city dweller, Xiangha looked back and said firmly that he would never return to the desert again. Cian lowered his gaze and said nothing. He pressed the switch on the sword. The core flared with a bright glow. Turning toward the window, he asked if they should test how good the blade really was. He picked up a piece of debris, tossed it into the air, and cut it cleanly in a single strike. The object split into two perfectly even halves. The shooter stared at the result in disbelief, then broke into a grin. The MC rested the blade on his shoulder and said they would wait until night. When the time came, Arung told him to move. Looking through the window, the metahuman asked what the enemies were doing. The answer came back calmly. They were most likely asleep. Through binoculars, a patrolman could be seen on the tower. Cian asked if the guards could be taken out once they got close. The reply was simple. No problem. Several people stood near the building. An armored man remained under the searchlight. A man with a mohawk shut his eyes, about to shout. Siwa slipped in behind him, pressed a knife to his throat, and told him to stay quiet. The enemy reached for a weapon. The fighter noticed instantly and slashed his throat. Blood sprayed outward. The armored guard turned his head. The hero stayed hidden against the wall, moving without a sound. The patrolman spotted the body and tensed. He raised his radio to call for backup. A bullet tore through his head before he could speak. The spotlight tilted upward. Cian leaned out from behind a corner. Light spilled into the building's windows. A tattooed man covered his eyes and grabbed a blanket to block the glare. He stood up, demanding to know what was happening. A guard holding a spear stood near the wall. A single strike landed. Blood burst across the corridor. Kian stood there, watching as terror froze on the enemy's face. He looked down and wondered if it was always this easy for a metahuman to kill an ordinary person with no abilities. He'd taken lives before, but even now, he didn't want to grow accustomed to the feeling. His gaze locked, instincts screaming as caution flooded in. Cian turned and caught a silhouette moving within the shadows. A bald man stepped forward. His eyes dropped to the thick, powerful legs beneath him. Kian drew his sword, realizing too late that he hadn't sensed the enemy's presence at all. The man charged. Wu planted his feet, settling into a stance, ready to counter. A grin tugged at his lips. This one was fast. He swung, missed. The bandit slipped past and hooked his leg. The world tilted. He slammed into the ground as a knee crashed into his torso, forcing a grunt from his lungs. The bald man leaned in, pressing harder with his foot, smiling as he asked who he was, where he'd come from. Pain flared. The pressure increased. The man waited for an answer, then he was blown backward. He skidded across the floor, brows knitting as realization hit. You're a metahuman? The question barely left his mouth before the sword came swinging. Purple eyes gleamed. The man laughed softly, mocking, and said it was too cramped here. Better take it outside. Before a reply could form, glass shattered. The brown-eyed fighter was hurled through a window, crashing down onto a car below. Arung caught it through the scope. The young man's head was bleeding, but he rose anyway. He looked up just in time to see the enemy dropping from above. He barely dodged. People poured out of the building, shouting for the boss. The bald man smiled at them and waved them back. This one was his prey. Kian leveled his blade. Fear flickered in the opponent's eyes. The sniper steadied his aim and closed his eyes, forcing calm. The violet-eyed man showed no emotion. Under the night sky, the bald man burst in emotion, leaping and dashing with inhuman speed. Through the scope, the shooter cursed. He couldn't line up a shot. Too fast. The heroes moved when the boss roared orders toward the western building. Take out the sniper. Yes, sir. The scope tracked the rushing figures. Sweat slid down his face as the situation worsened. Then he fired. A head snapped back. The second man screamed, shouting for the sniper to be killed. The man rushed forward, sword clenched tight, then stopped abruptly. He spread his arms just as the bald man dropped down above him. A mocking smile curled across the enemy's face as he sneered that he was painfully slow. The hero's foot caught against a wheel. With a sharp motion, the bald man lifted his leg and kicked it free. The tire flew straight at Wu's face. Laughter burst out, wild and unrestrained. The brunette's eyes widened, mouth opening in shock. Then the blade flashed. The wool split cleanly in half. The opponent was already there. He kicked off the ground hard and flipped through the air. The sword slipped from the hero's grasp. The bald man landed lightly, fists clenched, and said it seemed he couldn't control his power properly. The brown-eyed man cursed under his breath. The violet-eyed fighter frowned, then asked if he had only just awakened. A grin followed as he suggested that he join them. He could teach him how to fight. Wu stared back, serious, and asked if that meant plundering the desert together. His brow tightened. Forgive me. Inside his head, the voices roared, demanding that he kill him now. The bald man licked his lips. What a shame. Then he said tonight's main dish had been decided. He dashed forward. Wu launched himself at the same time. There collided in a blinding flash. Shouts erupted as people scrambled back into the building. Someone yelled that he was here. Footsteps thundered up the stairs. The hero's foot snagged on a thin wire stretched across the path. It glowed green. On the rooftop, a figure laughed, fingers playing with a rope that controlled the trap. The brunette glanced back and said calmly that since he'd gone to so much trouble setting them, they might as well trigger every last one. The bald man tightened his fists and raised his arms. Wu reclaimed his sword, gripping it hard as he faced his enemy. Then the man burst forward again. The brown-eyed fighter moved, but not fast enough. The bald man's kick landed cleanly, sending him flying backward. As he skidded across the ground, Wu forced himself to breathe. Calm down. The enemy was far more experienced. He had fought countless demonic beasts, but metahumans were different. And this one had been killing people long before tonight. The violet-eyed man smiled as the thought crossed the boy's mind. If he stopped seeing him as human and treated him like a demonic beast wearing human skin, he could calmly analyze every move. The brown-eyed man clenched his teeth, forcing himself to abandon his instincts about how people fought. This wasn't a person. Not anymore. He took aim. Heavy pounding echoed against the door. The man grinned and said they could knock all they wanted. It wouldn't open anyway. Peering through the scope, he added that more importantly, he still couldn't see the boss. The young man snapped at him to stop standing there like a pillar and lure him out already. The answer came instantly. A kick slammed into him, followed by another. Shards exploded outward as debris scattered in every direction. The young man grimaced. The bald man struck again. Watching closely, the brunette realized it. Speed and devastating kicks were his signature. But were his legs really the only weapons he had? The opponent lifted his leg again. Wu surged forward, testing the distance. He slipped past one strike. A knee shot toward him. He caught it with his palms, but the impact still smashed into his jaw. His body flew back and slammed into the ground. Pain erupted as he coughed up blood. The bald man charged, saying he'd finish it with a single blow, a kick from above. He was closing in on the body sprawled on the ground when a laser grazed past him. He twisted his head, teeth grinding. A bullet followed, then another. He dodged. Arung clicked his tongue loudly, mocking him for scurrying around like a mouse. The young man clutched his bleeding side and muttered that he was doing whatever he wanted because he'd missed his snack. That little bastard. Bracing himself on one knee, he forced himself upright. Bullets whistled past as he ran, weaving toward the building. He shouted that even if he was late, since he decided to start with the main course, he might as well eat a snack first. Arung shouted for the monster to stay back. The bald man ignored him and closed the distance in a blur. Smoke curled from the rifle barrel. The shooter lowered it and said the core's energy was almost depleted. The young man crouched low, then launched himself upward. He flew straight toward the brunette. He opened his mouth and shouted in disbelief at how far the man had leapt. The bald monster lifted his leg and brought it down. The rifle smashed into Arung's face, snapping in half, as the impact sent him flying backward. He ground his teeth, rolled, and yanked up the crossbow, forcing his trembling hands to steady as he aimed. Their eyes met. The bald man stared at him while the brunette gasped for breath. Still moving forward, blood dripping onto the floor, the man asked calmly if he was from gone. An arrow shot out, slicing past his head. Arung cursed and fumbled to load another. The enemy kept closing the distance. Stay back, he shouted, leveling the crossbow. Another bolt flew and missed. His hands shook harder as he tried to load again, but the bald man was already there. He loomed over him like a shadow and told him to shoot. The young man froze, mouth hanging open. He muttered that he would pull the string no matter what and fired. The arrow stopped inches from the enemy's face, caught effortlessly between his fingers. Arung went stiff. That's impossible. The bald man snapped the arrow in half and said calmly that toys like that were useless against him. Arung screamed and lunged, but the world spun. He was suddenly behind him. A brutal blow slammed him into the ground, and the man told his snack not to move. Panic took over. Arung screamed, begged, thrashed, his hand clawing toward a broken arrow shard. The bald man sliced his clothes with it, slow and deliberate. The young man tried to rise, crying out, asking what he was doing, begging him to stop. The response was a smile. He said he liked screams. A proper dinner needed good music. Arung sobbed, struggling, shouting for him to just kill him already. The boy leaned closer and asked who said death would come quickly. He added softly that if he kept talking, he might tear out his tongue instead. He licked his lips and said the taste wouldn't change without it. But without a tongue, the food wouldn't scream, and that would be a waste. He leaned closer to the man's ear and whispered, asking how much of him would still be left once the screaming finally stopped. Arung lay on the floor, sobbing and begging to be killed. A limp hand fell beside him. The bald man spoke calmly, saying no one had promised a quick death, and if he kept talking, he might end up biting off his own tongue. He loomed there, savoring the moment, wondering how much would remain when the boy's voice was gone. Arung struggled desperately, demanding to be released, but every scream only pleased his tormentor more. Then the door shook. The bald man turned sharply, irritated, asking what that was. In the next instant, a blade slashed through the shutters, which split apart as Kian kicked the door open and stepped inside. Arung's face twisted into a smile the moment he saw him. The bald man frowned, asking how long he'd been waiting and whether the boy's arms and legs were still intact. Arung dragged himself upright as the man clicked his tongue and said the only reason the fun hadn't started properly was because someone had shown up at the wrong time. Sianhua stood there wrapped in a bright aura, saying calmly that climbing up here hadn't been easy. He recalled the bodies on the stairs, the trash scattered along the way, and noted that the enemy was alone. He asked what he planned to do now. Arung smiled darkly and replied that collecting them would be easy. He wouldn't miss them. He would savor the meal. Then something flickered in his eyes. He moved. Arung leapt onto his back, laughing, telling him to enjoy the flavor properly. A sharp object plunged into the bald man's shoulder. He snarled, teeth grinding in rage. But before he could react, Arung screamed for Sianhua. Kian surged forward. His blade carved glowing arcs through the air. The bald man felt it too late. One of his legs slid free and dropped to the floor. His body followed, crashing down hard. Blood poured from the wound as he roared in fury, screaming about how they dared to cut off his leg. Kian frowned slightly and replied with cold irony that he was sorry his beloved leg couldn't stay with him. The bald man spat curses in response. The hero raised his sword overhead and said quietly that those were his words. The blade fell. A deep mark tore across the enemy's back. At the same time, a voice rang out inside his head, joyful and ecstatic, screaming about killing a metahuman and taking his power. Kian's mouth parted in shock. Then his body locked in place, and a scream ripped out of him. The hero's eyes snapped open. He found himself sitting inside a car, heart pounding, mind blank, unable to understand what had just happened. Outside, Arung was pacing back and forth, saying that Sianhua had suddenly passed out and scared him half to death. With a box in his hands, Arung answered that yes, he had brought along. Sianhua looked out the window, thinking that despite his weak-looking body, the other guy had an absurd amount of energy. He asked what he planned to do with the car. As Arung shoved the box into the trunk, he replied that it was filled with things they'd taken from the madmen, and that he had even found fuel prices if they took everything. Then he moved toward the driver's seat. Arung slid in behind the wheel. When Sianhua asked if he even knew how to drive, he answered that he'd driven plenty of abandoned cars before. He turned the key, hoping it would start. The engine roared to life, and a wide grin spread across his face. He immediately pressed the music button, saying he wanted to hear what their enemies had been listening to. Music blasted through the area. Lyrics about whipped cream and a lovely pink heart echoed loudly. Both of them froze, confused by what they were hearing. Arung stared straight ahead, clearly questioning reality itself. Sianhua tilted his head slightly and said it was an idol group song that had been popular shortly before the cataclysm. Their taste didn't match their image at all. Arung shifted gears, muttering that he was shocked, though the song wasn't terrible. The car rolled forward. A red light flared in the reflection of the glass. A signal flare rose above the rooftops. Sianhua leaned forward and asked if that was coming from the shelter. Arung frowned and replied that it was a signal, the alarm color. He slammed the accelerator. The car surged toward the flare. Footsteps echoed. A girl ran up to Reina and lifted a microphone to her throat, asking if there was any news about Arung. There was none. She gestured sharply to the side and said that demonic beasts had suddenly begun fleeing, as if driven by an earthquake. Reina shot up from her chair at once and demanded to know the direction. Southwest. Minnie turned toward them, fear written across her face, and pointed. Reina raised the binoculars to her eyes. In the distance, demonic beasts were running together in a massive flock, pouring across the land in panic. Reina studied the fleeing beasts and said it looked like they were running from something terrifying. The girl beside her snapped for her to look up, not down. Reina lifted the binoculars at once. A moment later, her breath caught. A winged monster emerged in the sky. Her mouth fell open as she saw it clearly. The creature was holding a scythe. Her hands trembled as old memories resurfaced. This demon had vanished many years ago. She imagined it advancing through clouds of dust, a nightmare given form, a being said to have once erased entire armies with a single beat of its wings. Lowering the binoculars, she felt cold settle in her chest. This was an S-rank demonic beast, one that no survivor of the cataclysm could ever forget. Its eyes burned brightly. Belchus, she whispered. The monster raised its weapon overhead. Ray instinctively stretched her hand out. The swing carved a dark trail through the air. The arc tore into a distant building, and a heartbeat later, an explosion thundered through the city. The car tore down the road at full speed. Sienwu told Arung to stop. He said that if it was only a mid-rank beast, he could at least help. But a red flare meant something else entirely. Red meant a demonic beast beyond medium rank. Arung's hands tightened on the wheel. He said that red meant disaster rank. It meant they didn't fight. They ran. Sienwu said nothing at first. Then he asked again for the car to stop. Arung clenched his jaw and refused, saying they had to go back. Sienwu looked at him carefully and explained that calamity rank beasts were enemies humanity couldn't handle. They needed to understand why that signal had been fired. He leaned forward, trying to reason with him. Nothing would change if they stayed. They should leave. Still, he wanted to save at least one person. Suddenly, monsters flooded into view. Both of them stared ahead. Sienwu realized then why the beasts hadn't fled sooner. They had sensed the calamity long before it appeared. One of the creatures slammed into the car. The vehicle flipped violently. Glass exploded inward, shards tearing through the cabin. Darkness followed. When Sienwu opened his eyes again, he was still inside the wrecked car. Groaning, he forced the door open and crawled out. He scanned the ruined street, trying to figure out how much time had passed, and where Arung had gone. He slammed his hands onto the steering wheel, pouring strength into it as aura wrapped around the metal. The car groaned and scraped as it shifted. With a final push, Sienwu forced it back onto its wheels. He turned the key and, in his mind, told his comrade not to blame him. In the desert, survival came first. The car surged forward. Even as it did, he knew that if a disaster-rank beast leveled everything, none of this would matter. First, he had to warn Zone 17. Faces flashed through his mind. The people in the shelter, their reactions when they saw the cannonballs, the brief spark of hope in their eyes. Buildings slid past in the rearview mirror. He frowned and cursed under his breath. Arung was running with everything he had. Terror shrank his vision as he shouted that this was madness. Nearby, a girl tried desperately to shield a child. Two others lay buried under rubble. Bodies littered the ground ahead. A roar thundered behind him. Arung turned in horror and spotted Reyna. He sprinted toward her. She lifted a trembling hand. Then her strength failed and it fell. Tears welled in his eyes. A shadow loomed over them as someone urged her to get up. Something heavy landed. Arung looked back and saw Belchis. Its eyes blazed. Fear rooted him in place as the monster advanced. He twisted his head frantically, lips parting as if to call for help. Belchis lunged. Then it paused. A brilliant light flared in the sky. The monster snapped its gaze toward it, lifted from the ground, and shot toward that radiance instead. Arung collapsed to his knees, teeth clenched. He didn't know what had just happened, only that he was alive. He turned back. Reyna lay still. With shaking hands, he closed her eyes, tears streaming as he whispered an apology for failing to avenge her. He bent over her body and cried until his chest hurt. When he finally stood, he moved on through the wreckage alone. Debris stretched in every direction. His flashlight beam swept across a crushed car, then across lifeless bodies. Everyone was gone, but when he looked again, he couldn't find many. His gaze snapped to a refrigerator lying on its side, food scattered beneath it. He hurried forward. His hand closed around the handle. He pulled the door open and found a trembling girl inside. Arung's mouth fell open as he screamed her name. Tears streamed down her face as she threw herself against his chest. He held her tightly, repeating that he was glad she was alive. Above them, faded letters marked the place as the exit from the underground parking. He lifted her onto his back and stepped outside. Sunlight stabbed at his eyes. When his vision cleared, he saw Sienwu standing ahead. Arung froze, then raised his brows in disbelief. Sienwu looked at them and said calmly that he was glad they were safe. Arung smiled in relief, saying that he had made it back. Sienwu replied that he had seen a teleportation gate in the distance. When asked if anyone else had survived, Arung lowered his eyes and said quietly that it was only the two of them. Sienwu also looked down, troubled by the same thought. Why had only they survived? Fear crept into Arung's face as he explained that they had seen it. He named Belis, saying it had passed by after examining them. Sienwu's eyes lit up briefly. He recalled another monster, the black mantis, and thought how similar it felt when their paths had crossed. In the end, he dismissed it as coincidence. Arung dropped his gaze when asked what he planned to do now, whether he had anywhere to go. After a moment, Sienwu suggested that he try becoming a guide. Arung stared at him in shock as Sienwu continued, explaining that he intended to form his own hunter team and that they were recruiting people right now. Leaning against the car, he added that many would handle equipment creation using magical technology, while Arung could work as a guide and come with them. Arung answered without lifting his head. He wasn't sure he could do it, but he hoped Sienwu would take them along. Tears welled in his eyes. Sienwu snapped at him sharply, telling him not to cry. He didn't like weaklings. There were many factions within Node, and he belonged to the 17th branch. The car rolled forward along the road. Sienwu added that Kim Bizik was the branch manager, and despite looking like an adult, he was still young enough. There was no reason to see him as someone out of reach. Minnie stared ahead, her mouth slowly opening as she asked what this place was. A massive building rose in front of them. Sienwu answered calmly that it was an energy conversion plant, one that collected emissions from burned garbage and turned them into usable energy. Minnie blinked, then demanded he explain it more simply, reminding him that she was even younger than Arung. A spark lit up in her eyes as she said it was amazing that trash could become energy, and she asked if they could take a look inside. Arung smiled at her enthusiasm when Sienwu replied that they could. Zone 17 was close. Carved into a stone nearby were the words Heavenly Park. Minnie looked delighted. She closed her eyes, and a faint light gathered around her. The glow intensified, growing brighter by the second. Kian stood nearby, watching quietly, realizing that she was grasping mechanical principles almost instantly. This was magical technology at work. They stood together in a field overgrown with grass. Sianwoo explained that the area had once been abandoned after a disaster reduced it to ruins. Minnie was shocked that such a vast field had been destroyed. He nodded, saying it was true, but that the branch manager had personally plowed the land and restored it. Along with the energy plant, the man was constantly working on new projects. It wasn't just about fighting demonic beasts anymore. Someone had to think about how people would keep living on this land. Arung glanced aside, looking tired, then apologized and asked for a moment. A deer emerged from the tall grass. He loaded his crossbow, saying that would be their dinner. The weapon clicked. The bolt shot forward, striking the ground just beside the animal. Arung stamped his foot in frustration, cursing the wind for deflecting it. Sianwoo was already moving. A bright aura wrapped around his body as he ran past. His expression hardened. A knife appeared in his hand. The grass whispered as he pushed off the ground. In a single motion, the blade pierced the deer's neck, leaving a glowing trail in its wake. Blood splashed onto the earth. Moments later, he returned with a massive carcass slung over his back. His companions stared in shock, unable to understand how he had moved that fast. Arung watched him closely, thoughtful, feeling that the way Sianwoo ran reminded him of something important. Sianwoo reached out and placed a hand on his head, saying quietly that he already knew what he was thinking. He told him that there was no need to worry. Looking down, he said he would explain everything when the time came, asking him to keep it between them for now. The boy lowered his head and agreed. Siwa frowned. He knew the boy had noticed it, the running enhancement, the same kind the assassin had used. It had surfaced the moment he activated the skill. His thoughts drifted to Chansu, realizing he had finally understood his own ability. Then to Xinggu, figuring out that the power was absorption, taking other people's skills and making them his own. And finally to the bald man, who had proven just how absurd that ability truly was. Minnie suddenly pointed toward the windmills, eyes bright, saying it was her first time seeing something like that. Light gathered around her once again. The hero watched in silence, realizing she absorbed information like a sponge. He had found someone truly gifted, carrying the deer on his back. He decided it was nothing short of fortune that she had survived. Her eyes sparkled as she asked if she could meet whoever was in charge of the windmills. She immediately started forward, already talking about how, once they reached Zone 17, Sianwoo would have to introduce her to the right person. She urged them to hurry, saying she had an idea to drastically increase energy output. Watching her, he thought she reminded him of someone. Researchers really did live in their own world. Arung only shrugged, saying she was often like that. The car eventually stopped in front of a massive building. Sianwoo said they had arrived. Arung stared at it, stunned by the size. Stepping out, Sianwoo noted that before the disaster, this place had been a stadium. He said they would check reception first. The door creaked open. Jamie jumped up from her seat. Seeing the three of them enter, she immediately started asking what had happened and who the children were. Sianwoo simply replied that they had met recently. Jamie picked up the phone and told the manager that he was back. After a pause, she added that he had brought 2 children with him and that the manager should hurry. She later set mugs down on the table, saying it was a relief he'd returned safely. After the hunter's call, everyone had been shaken. Kian looked away and asked quietly if everyone already knew what had happened. Looking down, the interlocutor said there was no need to ask her to begin. The manager had been in shock ever since the news of the leader's death, and the hunter's fate had ended just as grimly. Sianwoo lifted the mug, listening as she added that about 2 kilometers from the scene, the murder weapon had been found. She lowered her hand and said fingerprints were still on it, meaning the culprit hadn't been caught yet. He took a slow sip and thought about awakened abilities. If fingerprints were found, there was only one conclusion. Mari's face surfaced in his mind. Someone trusted that deeply had been dragged into it. Jamie frowned and said that if he had left the city when they contacted him, he should have arrived long ago. Since he hadn't, they'd assumed he was dead as well. She glanced at the children and added that there had been something they needed to handle on the way, and that they'd been involved in that incident. Then she lowered her head and said that since the topic had come up, there was information to discuss, suggesting they step into the office. The girl was startled by how calmly he brushed it aside, as if nothing had happened. Turning away, Sianwoo replied that there was nothing to be done about the dead. He was still alive, and in any case, his delay was the reason. They entered the office together. Jamie said there had to be something serious going on, given how unreadable he was. Resting a hand on his waist, she asked what had happened and why he was acting like this. Sianwoo met her eyes and asked if she knew about the shelter in Mokdong. He said it had been destroyed. Every survivor there had been killed. She answered that shelters in the desert being wiped out wasn't unusual, not understanding why this mattered. Sianwoo cut her off. Belchus had been there. Her mouth fell open. She stared at him, asking if he was sure. That monster had never appeared on the peninsula since the disaster. Sianwoo raised his voice and said he was certain. Aside from himself and those 2 children, everyone in the shelter, and even the group of killers, had been slaughtered by it. The girl seated across the table told him to slow down. Her eyes stayed on the laptop as she explained that Node was already irritated by the mere existence of such a group. In the end, she said, they had all gone on to become Belchus's feed. Sianwoo lowered his gaze. The truth was a little more complicated, but adjusting it slightly was acceptable. He already had enough problems without adding more. Jamie's fingers moved across the keyboard as she asked what had happened to the monster. He answered calmly that after the shelter was destroyed, it had returned to the portal. She looked genuinely saddened, murmuring that the people there had been unlucky, though at least the death toll hadn't been even higher. Sianwoo kept his hands in his pockets and said that he also had information about the monster's behavior pattern, though it was only a hypothesis. She paused and said that even a hypothesis from someone who had survived an encounter with a named beast was extremely valuable. Meeting her gaze, he said that the monster tracked people by body temperature. Jamie froze for a moment, clearly shocked. She stared at the screen and asked what evidence supported that conclusion. He lowered his head slightly and explained that the children had survived because they hid inside a refrigerator. Her hands moved quickly again, typing it all down. She said this information would be extremely useful for dealing with Belchis in the future. Standing there, Sienwo added that it would be nice if she offered a good price for it. Without looking up, she replied that information like this was worth at least 40 cores, and that Node paid well for S-rank data. He said he didn't want cores. Instead, he wanted information of equal value. Jamie rubbed her hands together and said she had no reason to refuse, asking what he wanted to know. He raised a hand to his face and said he was looking for a solo metahuman capable of leading a team. She folded her hands, surprised. She asked why he wasn't looking for a team that needed a guide. Leaning forward, she said that if he wanted, Node could assign him to a team immediately, saving him a lot of valuable cores. Then she raised an eyebrow and asked why he needed this arrangement. Sienwo looked straight into her eyes and said that he had awakened. After a brief pause, he added that only she and the branch manager knew about it. Jamie looked momentarily lost, then still offered her congratulations. Sienwo straightened up, and when she asked about his ability and rank, he replied that it was a body enhancement, roughly around rank 15. She shot up from her chair, blurting out that rank 15 was already an average metahuman level. He answered calmly that he wasn't certain yet, since he hadn't gone through any proper assessment. The chair creaked again as she dropped back down. Completely baffled, she muttered that the upgraded guide of Zone 17 had suddenly become a metahuman. Then realization hit her. Looking at him closely, she finally understood why he wanted to form a team with himself at the center. When he confirmed it, and added that he intended to take those children with him, they fell silent for a moment, staring at each other. Jamie sighed and said that first the branch's strongest team had fallen, and now their guide had returned alive and awakened. Part of the stadium had already been destroyed. She added that with the guide aiming to become a team leader, the manager could finally take some pressure off his shoulders. Kim Bizik smiled and told him to come in, saying they had only just met recently. Removing his glasses, he remarked that the world was changing too fast. A photograph sat nearby. He said that even friends he once believed would stay by his side forever had changed as well. Jamie lowered her gaze when he added quietly that they had already left this world. Sienwu looked at him as Kim Bizik spoke about finally becoming an adult. The hero smiled faintly and replied that he himself had grown older too. Kim Bizik burst out laughing, saying that was exactly why he'd warned them not to cause him trouble. His laughter echoed before he looked at the two of them again, remarking that he really did look older than his age, but that their silence was unsettling. He closed his eyes and said he was relieved that the boy had returned safely. Opening them again, he asked directly whether he had awakened. Sienwu nodded. Kim Bizik watched him closely and said it had finally happened. The hero then stated that he wanted to keep this fact hidden. Looking at him, Simu replied that he wished only Kim Bizik and Jamie to know about it. Behind Kim Bizik, a bookshelf came into view as he commented that the main office was far more lenient when it came to awaken individuals. Because of that, he couldn't understand why there was any need to keep it a secret at all. The council emblem caught the light as Kim Bizik spoke, asking whether this meant the hero no longer intended to be loyal to the organization. Sienwo met his gaze and replied calmly that his loyalty lay with people, not with the guild. Kim Bizik laughed awkwardly and said that was an embarrassing answer. When the question turned to the two children he had brought back, Sienwo said plainly that they would become part of his team. One would learn the skills of a guide and a fighter. He introduced Arong, noting his clear talent. As Minnie stood there, a bright light gathered around her. Her eyes were closed. Sienwo added that she would be taken in as a magic technologist. Both Jamie and Kim Bizik spoke at the same time, repeating the words magic technologist in disbelief. Kim Bizik frowned slightly, clearly aware of what that meant. Turning to them, he said that he wanted the girl placed under Sienwo's team so the guild wouldn't immediately seize her to mass-produce attack-type artifacts. Sienwo replied that such thinking was exactly what he expected from a branch manager. As if punctuating his words, Sienwo added that his team would be accepting tasks. He glanced aside and said he wanted assassination missions. Kim Bizik gave a strained smile, realizing the boy intended to hunt people now, and muttered that he must have lived too long to be hearing this. Standing up, Sienwo said everything was unfolding just as Kim Bizik had said. The world was changing fast. He turned to Jamie and asked her to gather everyone from Zone 17. She spread her arms, startled. From above, the half-ruined stadium came into view. People began to gather around Sienwo, confused and uneasy. He reached out and took one person's hand. Closing his eyes, he focused. The man stared at him, not understanding. Sienwo opened his eyes and told him he could leave. Another person stepped forward. When Sienwo called him, he took his hand as well. A woman nearby clenched her teeth, clearly irritated. Jamie waved her hands, asking everyone to calm down and try to understand what was happening. She realized quickly that the tension was spreading. Sienwo lifted his head and called for the next one. A girl shoved the man in front of her aside and stepped forward, extending her hand impatiently and demanding to know what he was doing. Looking at her, Sienwo apologized for being rude. Then he took her hand. She seemed to sense something the moment their hands touched. He felt it too. The girl abruptly pulled her hand away, then pressed it to her chest, demanding to know what he had just done. Sienwo frowned. There was no doubt now. She was a metahuman. He extended his hand again and asked for hers once more. Still confused, she gave it back, wondering what he intended to do again, even though the strange sensation hadn't faded. Sienwo held her hand silently. His eyes slipped shut, and the voice surged again, cold and urgent, ordering him to kill her and take her power. His eyes snapped open. Fear flickered through him. The girl watched his reaction, puzzled at first. Then her lips parted slightly. She flushed, covering her face in embarrassment, asking if he was being too intense, because she had almost lost her breath. Jamie stared, completely lost as to what was happening. Sienwo frowned and asked if she had ever hunted demonic beasts, if she had any experience with it at all. She looked at him oddly and said she had no idea what he was talking about, calling him cute, then adding that he was a terrible flirt. He turned his gaze away. He was certain now. He had heard the voice again. That meant she was awakened. Yet her reaction didn't align with it at all. He withdrew his hand and apologized, telling her she could go. Inwardly, he thought this might have been a good chance to scout candidates for his team, but Zone 17 clearly wasn't the place for it. There were so many people waiting, but he said that was enough for today and thanked everyone for their cooperation. A voice told him to wait. Fingers brushed through his goatee. The same girl stepped closer, clearly displeased that he hadn't even bothered to explain why he had dragged all these busy people here and wasted their time. He met her stare and thought she lacked experience, unaware of her own standing. Crossing that line so casually, he replied that speaking like that to a guild member was disrespectful. Her hand was still on his face when he added that surviving in the desert required knowing your place. She folded her arms and remarked that he really was tied to the guild after all. From the crowd, someone asked if she was alright. Sienwa leaned toward Jamie and asked who they were. Jamie answered quietly that they were Hyance's subordinates. Cars surrounded the girl as her people closed in. She said she would have liked to spend more time with him, but they wouldn't allow it. Jamie raised a finger and calmly explained that the woman was Hyance's wife. The boy froze in surprise. Hyansu had been expelled from the guild long ago. Jamie added a quiet remark about the branch manager, and a confident smile spread across the red-haired woman's face. Sienwa looked at her and thought that once again, the manager had shown mercy for no good reason. Standing amid her people, the woman asked what the guild's response was. Murmurs rose instantly. Several hunters were openly outraged, questioning what kind of backing allowed such behavior, and how long Hyansu intended to shield her. One of them suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Sienwa by the jacket, shouting in anger. Qianwu clenched his teeth. They crossed boundaries far too easily. An arrow slammed into the man's hand. A scream tore out as blood splashed. The woman snapped her head around, demanding to know who had done it. A boot scraped against the ground, followed by a cold warning to back off if they valued their lives. Arung stood there with a bow drawn, eyes sharp, declaring that he would kill anyone who touched Sienwa. Both Jamie and Sienwa lifted their heads in disbelief. The woman turned to her subordinates and scoffed that they were just two children and should be dealt with. Two men rushed forward. An arrow struck the ground at their feet, its tip glowing brightly. Both froze, terror flashing across their faces. Poison, they thought. The glow intensified. The woman stared at her man, then snapped in irritation that it was fake. Arung leaned casually against his leg and said the next one wouldn't be. Fear spread visibly. The woman retorted that even if the children really had cannonball arrows, they wouldn't dare detonate them inside an exchange center. Arung opened his mouth slightly and said that wouldn't be a problem. Several people instinctively lowered their heads, scanning the ground. Shock rippled through the crowd. Jamie covered her mouth, unable to understand where it had come from. In the girl's hands was a grenade launcher. Arung offered, almost cheerfully, to demonstrate. The woman's lips tightened in fury. She pointed at the children and swore she would get them next time. Arung stuck out his tongue at her, saying he would be waiting. She turned and stormed away, deciding it wasn't worth the trouble to beat down desert trash. Jamie watched her go and muttered that she really was one of them. Sienwa looked up at the two kids and asked quietly if they were all right. They broke into wide smiles and laughter. Sienwa reached up and rubbed his head, thinking he had never imagined the children would stir up this much trouble. The road ahead was clearly not going to be easy. Later, Jamie stood before Kim Bizik. He remarked casually that nothing serious had happened, then asked what Sienwa was really searching for. Kim Bizik closed his eyes and replied that the boy was most likely looking for useful metahumans to form his own team. Jamie was surprised. He had even asked her to help search for them, though she still didn't understand why. Kim Bizik leaned back against the table and said that wasn't all. It was entirely possible that some people hadn't awakened yet. Jamie frowned, still confused about how Sienwu could distinguish metahumans from ordinary people in the first place. Turning to her, Kim Bizik said he had heard that metahumans could sense each other. Lowering his brow slightly, he added that it was a smart idea to use that instinct to identify the right people. Jamie hesitated, then said that inviting Yini probably wasn't a good idea. Kim Bizik replied that it might be because of her temperament or behavior. She lowered her head and agreed, adding that Yini lived far from battlefields. Looking away, Kim Bizik said no one really knew what someone had been through. Maybe she had never had the chance to realize her talent, or maybe she was hiding something extraordinary, just like Sienwu, who had returned as a metahuman. Jamie looked at him in surprise. Kim Bizik placed his hands behind his head and said they should help him grow faster. It was time to prepare for the next stage. Sienwu stood with the children in the middle of the forest. He turned to Minnie and asked if she had prepared the flag. She nodded. He clenched his fists and said he hoped they wouldn't need to use it, but if the situation demanded it, she shouldn't hesitate. He pointed at her and reminded her to double-check the radius. He couldn't use the grenade launcher recklessly like before, or he'd end up getting caught at himself. At that moment, Arung stiffened. Figures moved between the trees. 3 silhouettes emerged. Sienwu turned his gaze toward them. Minnie stood close beside him as he asked who could have known about their training location. She answered quietly that she hadn't told anyone. The silhouettes drew closer through the trees. The hero's brow tightened. Arung glanced at him and asked if it was the skinny girl. Sienwu shook his head and said it wasn't Yunwei. Minnie looked puzzled and asked who it could be, since he knew every hunter active in the area. Sienwu nodded, saying this was the first time he had seen them as well. 2 men and a woman stepped into view. One of them muttered that he knew something felt off here. The 2 groups stopped a short distance apart, studying each other. The man told them to halt. Sienwu raised an open palm and asked them to introduce themselves as well. The unfamiliar man scratched his head and said that might be difficult, since they were in the middle of a secret mission. His gaze shifted to the hero and the children, and he asked if they were a new team from Area 17. The words made Sienwu tense. How'd they know that? The man pointed lazily at Sienwu and remarked that he was careless, like a kitten. Footsteps crunched. Arung stepped forward sharply and told him to watch his mouth. The man reacted instantly, striding straight toward him. Arung lifted a hand in confusion, asking what he was doing. The man bent closer, eyes shining with curiosity, and said he had never seen anything like this. His gaze dropped to the arrowheads on Arung's belt, and he asked if they were made from cannonballs. He reached out, saying it was fascinating technology, and froze. Arung already had a dagger in his hand, its tip steady, warning him that touching another person's weapon was a bad idea. The man raised both hands at once, laughing lightly, saying he was just about to leave. Holding his palms out, he added that he didn't want to ruin what seemed like a fateful meeting and suggested they all part peacefully. The girl behind him told him to rein in his temper. Sian frowned. Arang was the one standing in danger now. He noticed one of the men casually slide a sword back behind his waist, so smoothly that Sian hadn't even seen when it had been drawn. The three exchanged quiet words among themselves. The girl with the braid stood slightly forward, her posture calm and controlled. Sian judged that she was likely the leader, and stronger than the others. His tension deepened. These weren't ordinary people, and yet they had appeared here, of all places. One of them rested his head against his hand and said thoughtfully that, judging by Sian's reaction, Kim Bizik hadn't told him anything at all. Sian looked at him and asked if he knew the branch manager. The man burst out laughing, saying he was surprised Kim Bizik hadn't told him anything at all. He added bluntly that the manager had some truly disgusting habits, so they might as well explain everything themselves. Standing beside his companions, he said that they were the hidden team of Area 17. Sian mouth opened slightly. Another hidden team, so they weren't the only ones. The man smiled, clearly amused by his reaction, and said it was only natural to be shocked. The branch manager had gone to great lengths to keep their existence secret. If people knew about them, they couldn't really be called a hidden team anymore. The girl placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself as Sina. Then she pointed at the man beside her, calling him Hyan, adding that he only spoke when someone else started a conversation, so she suggested talking to him more often. The third member grinned widely and said his name was Young, proudly adding that their team was called Cat Blue. Sian nodded, thinking it was an unusual name. They shook hands. He then introduced their own team as Devour. Young blinked and said it sounded like fire. Moving his hand lazily, Sian replied that it came from the word Devourer. Young's eyes lit up as he said it sounded aggressive and cool. Sian smiled faintly to himself. The name came from the ability he had named for himself. He had chosen it carefully, without hinting that it involved absorbing other people's skills. Sina crossed her arms and said it was a great team name, far better than Cat Blue. One of her teammates immediately protested, asking what was wrong with their name. Young tilted his head and said they had originally been Team Blue, but since the leader thought it sounded boring, they'd added a random word. Covering his mouth, he added that they only later found out it was a medical term. He complained loudly that he only ever spoke up at moments like this, even though no one asked him to. Sina raised her hands to her face and shouted about Code Blue and cardiac arrest. Watching them bicker, Sian smiled. He heard someone threaten that if they kept teasing, there would be no more special lunches from the city. For a moment, the word eater crossed his mind. Meat eater. Later, standing with the manager, he asked about the inappropriate team name. Kim Bizik replied casually that no matter what, it was still better than Marlin. Sian looked at Kim Bizik, who seemed genuinely surprised that he had chosen that name again. The manager kept his hands in his pockets and said that he had originally hoped for a normal human guide paired with a magical technologist, thinking it wasn't exactly the most balanced combination. Standing by the railing, he added that what was really missing was someone who specialized in close combat. The hero replied calmly that such expectations were only natural coming from a branch manager. Kim Bizik stared toward the setting sun and said he would ask Jamie to search for candidates for the team, though it would be difficult to find metahumans who were not already affiliated somewhere. Sian glanced at him and said that if he could end up with someone he truly trusted, then any burden would be worth carrying. But his expression changed when Kim Bizik mentioned that the hideout in Buchanan would be gone within a month. In his mind, an image surfaced of a girl surrounded by bright light. There was a talented metahuman there, and he intended to invite her to join the team. Sunlight washed over the wall behind them as he asked how Kim Bizik could know this, wondering aloud if he possessed some kind of ability to see the future. The manager replied that he had never heard of such a skill. Still looking ahead, he added that if he truly had that power, he would never have sent others to their deaths. Sian lowered his head and apologized. Kim Bizik turned toward him and asked if he was training children now. When Sian answered that he was, the manager listened quietly. The hero continued, saying that he had once worried his awakening came too late, but now he felt relieved that he could finally move forward. Kim Bizik smiled faintly and said it sounded as if Sian already knew about his awakening. He added that he could not see the future. Sian studied him carefully, thinking that even though his words were vague, he somehow felt like a man who already knew how things would unfold. Turning back toward the fading sunlight, Kim Bizik said that if Sian was going to form a team, he should take full advantage of the opportunity and strengthen its foundation properly. He asked what Sian was planning next. Kim Bizik laughed softly and said there was no fun in knowing everything ahead of time. Sian pressed his lips together, feeling as if he had been seen through. No one could ever tell how much the manager truly knew, and that uncertainty was unsettling in its own way. Jason pointed a finger and put it simply, they were here to help with training. If the hero failed to prove himself under pressure, they would just absorb him into their team from behind. He smiled while saying it, adding that Kian could give up right now if he lacked confidence. That tone lit a spark. Kian Wu's expression hardened. Irritation flickered through him as he decided it no longer mattered what the manager was planning. He would follow the instruction exactly and make full use of the rare ability he possessed. His hands settled on his waist as he accepted the fight, remarking coldly that punishment would make things more entertaining. The other man mirrored the gesture, clearly pleased by his spirit, and told him to demonstrate his basic skills. Kian frowned and told them to judge for themselves. Then he turned toward Arang. A small vial appeared in his hand. He uncorked it and poured the contents onto the ground. A stench spread instantly. The teenagers covered their noses as Kian calmly asked if they smelled rotting demonic flesh, telling them not to panic. People instinctively stepped back, but Sin moved forward instead, ordering the others to take their positions. Sina, standing with her group, narrowed her eyes and asked what he was trying to show. The ground answered first. A deep, muffled roar echoed from beneath their feet. Kian frowned and said evenly that something was coming. Minnie and Arang tensed, readying themselves. Dust began to rise ahead of them, and Kian shouted that it was here. The girl glanced at her teammates, suspecting that their test target had been chasing something before being lured here. Aura flared around Kian's body. The demonic flesh on the ground trembled. Rocks lifted and scattered as a massive shadow surged upward. A gigantic worm burst from the earth, its body tearing through soil and stone. Kian stepped forward alone. A sharp blade rested in his hand as he stared at the monster, already dissecting its behavior. He concluded it had two attack patterns. One, emerging from underground to swallow targets from below. The other, launching itself into the air, crushing prey on impact before retreating underground again. He rushed forward, deciding that while its surface attacks were predictable, its underground movement was limitless. To win, he had to kill it before it could dive back beneath the earth. The worm's jaws split open. Kian dropped flat to the ground. The monster struck, but the blade flashed, carving a bright arc through the air. Cyan Wu had adjusted instantly, deciding to cut along the curve of its body instead of straight through. Sina and the others stared, startled that the strike had pierced at all, but one of her teammates narrowed his eyes and muttered that it was only a surface wound. The worm reared back and let out a deafening scream. Kian scanned his surroundings, thinking it had retreated. Then his instinct screamed. He spun. The monster was already behind him. Its massive movement sent stones and debris flying. Kian slid back hard and snapped his gaze toward Arung. The boy loosed an arrow without hesitation. It sank into the worm's body, and a violent explosion followed. The other team dove behind a nearby car. Jason watched closely, noting the FEC and Wuxi of detonating damage after penetration. Sina smiled faintly, already curious how explosive core energy had been embedded inside an arrow. Kian leapt upward, sword raised high. The blade bit into the monster again. He used its body as a foothold, kicked off, and flipped away. Arung took aim once more. Another explosion tore through the worm's flesh. Jason nodded, calling it a perfect hit, while the girl beside him remarked that the boy was clearly talented. She added, however, that the firepower was still lacking. Jason agreed. Sung frowned, commenting that the tactic was clever. Close pressure followed by ranged strikes. But attacks of that scale would only enrage a creature like this. The worm shifted, its body coiling differently. Kian noticed immediately. He shouted to Minnie that its attack pattern had changed, then turned to the others, warning them to prepare. If it burrowed now, they would lose their chance. Minnie answered calmly, setting her stance and placing a hand on her waist. She raised the weapon. The gun began to glow. The other team watched in silence. Someone whispered in surprise about the weapon's size, while another guessed it was reinforced with multiple cores. The worm burst from the ground again. Kian shouted for Minnie to fire, saying he was pulling back. She answered coldly that she wouldn't let it escape. The recoil blasted her off her feet as she pulled the trigger. The projectile slammed into the monster. A thunderous explosion swallowed the area. Sitting on the ground, Minnie stared ahead, realizing she had landed the hit. The worm's massive body crashed down, shaking the earth. Arung lowered his bow, saying it was finished. Kian didn't relax. He saw the twitch. He sprinted forward, shouting that it wasn't over yet and ordering Arung to keep firing. The boy released another arrow. Another violent explosion echoed across the field. Smoke billowed, and within it, a man's silhouette flickered for a brief moment. Sienwa looked down sharply. A gaping hole had opened in the ground before him. His expression hardened as he realized the monster had slipped away. Worms were notorious, durable, vicious, and relentless. They didn't retreat without reason. If it had gone underground, it meant only one thing. It was preparing to strike again. Movement rippled behind him. Sienwa spun around and shouted that it was coming from the rear. But at the last moment, the worm twisted its path and surged toward Minnie instead. The girl froze in terror. Arun sprinted toward her, shouting her name. Arung reached out, stretching his hand toward her just as the ground exploded upward. The worm burst out. Arung and Minnie were thrown aside, crashing to the ground. Near the creature's open maw, a mine gleamed, its surface pulsing with light. Arung locked onto it instantly and shouted that this was their chance. Minnie clenched a small device in her hand, her breath shaking as she nodded. She pressed the button, silently begging it to work. The worm swallowed the mine. The explosion detonated inside its mouth. The blast tore through its head, sending fragments of flesh and stone flying in every direction. Sina slammed her hand against the roof of a nearby car, grinning in satisfaction. Jason stared, stunned by the sheer explosive force they had managed to deploy. Xianwu pushed forward through the debris. He raised his sword high, declaring that it was over, and drove the blade down with all his strength. He latched onto the monster's body as the steel sank in, but the worm didn't stop moving, still gripping the hilt. Xianwu felt a chill crawl up his spine. Even without its head, the creature thrashed violently. Zhang ran toward him, shouting for him to let go, warning that it was too dangerous. Xianwu ignored him. Aura flared around his body as he forced himself to hold on. If he released the sword now, the monster could still escape. But then he noticed something that made his heart sink. The worm was burrowing again. Jason sprinted toward them. The children watched in horror. Xianwu tightened his grip, tracking the creature's movements through the tremors beneath his feet. He told himself these were its final spasms, the last resistance before death. Then the direction shifted. The worm twisted sharply underground, and Xianwu realized that if this continued, he might be dragged down with it. His teeth clenched. He shut his eyes and held on. A sudden light burst from his chest. The glow intensified, flooding outward. His weapon began to shine in response. Then his eyes opened, burning with the same blinding light. Xianwu slashed several times in rapid succession, his movements sharp and frantic. Jason dropped to his knees and clawed at the ground, shouting angrily and demanding to know why everyone was just standing there. He snapped at the others, saying they should have rushed in and stabbed the monster themselves instead of watching. Sina stepped in front of him, her voice steady but firm. She pointed out that the children didn't have power-type abilities and asked how exactly they were supposed to help in that situation. Jason clicked his tongue, admitting that he knew that already, but said he'd acted on impulse. His expression darkened as he added that if the hero was dragged deeper underground, he would suffocate, and they didn't have much time left. That finally snapped everyone into motion. They began digging frantically, Jason shouting that the soil along the worm's path was loose and that they needed to dig where it had moved. Minnie froze for a moment, then suddenly pointed ahead, saying she saw something. Sung followed her gaze and spotted a hand protruding from the dirt. Without hesitation, he grabbed it. Aura flared around his body as he strained with all his strength, teeth clenched, pulling upward. Slowly, painfully, Sianwu was dragged free. The hero collapsed forward, catching himself on his hands as he sucked in a deep breath. Arun rushed to his side, bending down and asking if he was all right. Sianwu looked up at him and calmly said that he was fine. Inside, though, his thoughts were racing. He remembered the struggle underground, the moment when something unknown had activated within him. If not for Volulta, he knew he would already be dead. Sina stormed up behind him, her anger obvious. She struck him hard on the back, scolding him for making everyone worry and asking if he seriously planned on dying like that. Sianwu lowered his head and apologized quietly. Then he reached into his pocket. Everyone's attention snapped to his hand. Slowly, he pulled out a green crystal and held it up, saying that he had picked something up along the way. The boy behind him stared in disbelief, realizing it was the core. Jung covered his face with his palm, muttering that he couldn't understand how someone could risk his life for the core of a rank 13 beast. Arun didn't look pleased either, but he said that since they had burned through a lot of resources today, replenishing their supply wasn't exactly wrong. Jason opened his mouth wide and shouted that while it was good they had used core-powered weapons to boost their attack power, Sianwu should have chosen a different demonic beast. At this rate, he said, they would all be killed during the next training session. John glanced at the strange weapons hanging from their belts and asked where they had even managed to find artifacts like these. Minnie slowly raised her hand and admitted that she was a magic technologist. The boy's mouth fell open in shock as he immediately asked her name. Lowering her head, the girl quietly said it. Sianwu let out a deep breath and said flatly that he didn't want anyone outside to know they had a magic technologist with them. Sung pressed his fingers to his face, reasoning that magic tech was rare these days, and if rumors spread, the guild would never stay still. The hero glanced at the boy beside him and said that his name was Arung, adding that since introductions were going around, it was his turn next. Arung turned his head away and only muttered that he was an archer. The boy looked surprised that he was still sulking. Sung leaned closer to Kian and asked what kind of skills he, as the leader, actually had. The hero met his gaze and said that his ability was similar to Chansu's. Sung imagined the man's silhouette and felt stunned, thinking that it was almost as if he had copied the skill. He recalled how Chansu had moved, shooting forward with explosive lower body enhancement, and frowned. He admitted that he hadn't clearly seen Kian's skill, and that what bothered him was how many unrelated abilities he seemed to have. It felt like there were too many to properly demonstrate. Sina opened her mouth in confusion and asked if it was even possible for one person to have multiple skills. Sung answered that it was possible if the abilities were similar in nature, but he had never heard of so many different skills existing within a single body. Kian looked away, about to explain, when a strange sensation ran through him. Jung stiffened as well, realizing it wasn't imagination. The ground trembled faintly. Kian glanced down and guessed it might be another worm. Both teams immediately shifted their attention, as someone shouted that the monster was approaching fast. Kian straightened and said calmly that it was most likely a worm from the same nest, and that it had to be killed. Jason frowned and asked what he planned to do when he hadn't even fully recovered yet. The hero smiled back at him. He placed a hand on Arung's shoulder and said that they wouldn't refuse help and would gratefully accept it. Arung answered without hesitation that they could leave the worm to them. Hyan pulled the twins' swords from his back. Blue flames wrapped around the blade as he said that they would show them a clean hunt without complications. Kian glanced at Sina, frowning slightly, thinking that she probably wasn't a frontline combat member of their team. The worm was rushing toward them at terrifying speed. Sung raised his weapon in front of him as the ground trembled harder with every second. The vibrations intensified, then rocks exploded into the air. The monster burst out of the ground in a shower of dirt and debris. One of the girls cried out that it was bigger than the last one. The worm opened its massive mouth wide. Sianwu narrowed his eyes, realizing it was about to dive underground before launching its real attack. The shadow of the creature swallowed the ground beneath them. He judged that while it was exposed like this, it was the only window they had. Now was the moment. Two boys charged at once. One of them shouted that it was about to burrow. Suddenly, Jung's sword flared, its blade turning into a brilliant streak of light. Sianwu's mouth opened slightly in shock. A crescent wave tore through the air as Jung unleashed the moonlight sword. The wave pierced the worm cleanly, ripping a deep gash across its body. Sianwu stared along with the others. Someone asked what that was. Jung answered calmly that the energy of the core had been released through the sword. Many frowned and wondered aloud if the artifact only looked like a sword and was actually some kind of gun. But Sianwu's expression darkened. Everything had happened in a blink. The power he sensed wasn't coming from the core embedded in the weapon. He replayed the strike in his mind. Neither Jung's sword energy nor the strange force he felt aligned with the core's output. His brow tightened. The power had come from the metahuman himself. The girl suddenly pointed forward and shouted that the worm was escaping. Zhang grit his teeth and charged. Hyan moved at the same time. Their blades struck in rapid succession. One blow, then another. Both plunged their swords deep into the monster's body. Jung grabbed onto the writhing flesh and shouted not to let go. Hyan trembled but held on, teeth clenched tight. Green blood sprayed violently across the ground. A guttural roar surged out of the creature. One blade tore through its body, slicing deeper. Someone yelled that they had pierced the core section. Arung, standing beside Sianwu, looked startled and asked what that meant. Sianwu answered quickly that it was the thick protective layer surrounding the core itself. Jung shouted that they had to pull back now. Hyan agreed instantly. They ripped their blades free together and used the momentum to hurl the monster upward. A red glow wrapped around Jung's sword. Sianwu's eyes widened. He recognized that aura. He had seen it once before. A vortex spiraled around the blade. Jung swung. The force tore through the worm completely. Its body was ripped apart midair. One massive section crashed to the ground, followed by the rest. The demonic beast split cleanly into two, its movement finally ending. The hero clenched his teeth, instantly realizing that this man was operating on a completely different tier. The blade flashed, carving a bright arc through the air. Jung even winked and gave a thumbs up, calling it a clean hunt. Then the monster's head rose behind him. A burst of poison erupted without warning. Thick green liquid exploded outward, hanging in the air before crashing down. It swallowed Jung completely. Small writhing worms splattered against his lenses and armor, clinging to him as they landed. Sianwu and Urung rushed in at once, shouting that these were the worm's parasites. Jung collapsed into the pool of poison. The parasites crawled over his body, forcing their way along his clothes, gnawing and wriggling as they tried to burrow through the fabric. Sianwu didn't hesitate. He grabbed them with his bare hands and tore them off one by one, his expression dark. He cursed himself silently. The worm had been killed cleanly, like a textbook execution, and yet he had made the kind of rookie mistake no veteran should ever make. Every hunter at this level knew the rule. This worm had to be purged of parasites first, or this was the price. Holding the squirming creatures in his palm, he turned sharply toward Hyan and demanded why he was just standing there. Hyan looked back at him with open disgust and replied that he didn't like small bugs. Kian stared at him, momentarily speechless. Sung was breathing heavily, exhaustion etched across his face. The scene felt absurd. Sianwu couldn't tell if this team was careless or simply insane. He raised his hand and turned to Sina. Dragging himself slightly closer, Jung spoke with watery eyes, saying the time had come. She didn't understand what he meant. He said he was leaving something for her. She folded her arms and said those were just words. He suddenly shouted that he would double the special meals. Sina brought a hand to her face, recalling how he always said she'd gain weight if she ate too much and that he wouldn't give her any more. Jason nearly lost it, unable to understand why she was arguing like this. He's dying, Jason snapped. Kian only looked at him in confusion as Jung weakly added that he would also give her a bonus on the next mission. Sina straightened and told him to take his words back. She planted her hands on her waist as someone urged her to hurry. With a short nod, she told everyone to move back. They would only get in the way. Once the others retreated, she said that was enough. She extended both hands forward. A multicolored glow erupted around them. Jung's body was enveloped in light. One by one, the parasites disintegrated, turning to ash and fading away. The tension drained from his face as the pain finally began to recede. The glow around the girl intensified, bright enough to wash over the ground. Kian stared, stunned. A healer in the desert. Not only that, she was channeling her power at a distance. He watched the flow of energy move from Sina into Jung and realized, a little too late, that he truly knew nothing about this team. The light in Sina's hands slowly faded. Many watched with shining eyes. Sina smiled lightly and said it should be better now. Jason pushed himself up from the ground. Kian asked if he was alright. Jason snorted and said that chicken was tougher than he looked. Even so, Kian frowned. Something about all of this felt wrong. Jason caught his look and grinned, saying it was an original setup. A scenario built with the girl as the centerpiece. He asked what Kian thought of it. Kian looked at him, confused, and asked if all of this had been planned. Jason stretched his arms and said it had been planned since the worm surfaced. If it went right, it was supposed to be spectacular. He pointed at his team and laughed, saying he almost died because of Sina's improvisation, but that only made it more fun. Kian ignored the joke and asked what kind of attack he had used with the sword. Jason blinked, then threw his hands up, offended, ranting that Kian knew nothing about core energy. Midway through, he sighed, realizing they had a long road ahead. Still smiling, he said that even if things went off script, they survived. That alone meant they had earned the right to act as mentors. Kian felt irritation flicker when he heard that this was only the beginning. John crossed his arms and said they would start with theory. Sina would assist. With a serious expression, he added that no one surpassed her in core energy control. Kian asked if they planned to teach that to children. John frowned and said that since the boy wasn't a metahuman, advanced techniques were pointless, and it was far too early for a magical engineer to handle such material. He lowered his voice and added that if Kian wanted real combat experience, he needed fundamentals in close-quarters fighting. The boy dropped to the ground as John said this was his comrade's specialty. He would handle it. Lying flat on the ground, the boy let out a long breath. Jung loomed over him and calmly said he needed to do it again. Fixing his gaze on him, Jung said they would start properly, with the basics, and asked whether he had heard that metahuman abilities were divided into categories. Sianwu raised a finger. Several brightly colored orbs appeared in front of him as he replied that there were 6. Physical enhancement, supernatural abilities, magic, magical technology, psychopathy, and the taming of evil. Jung closed his eyes and said those are the most common classifications, known as core traits. The girl listened quietly as he continued, explaining that each metahuman's core energy changed according to their unique characteristics. That was why some people gained physical reinforcement, while others awakened abilities like fire or lightning. Hearing this, Sianwu frowned slightly and asked if that meant everyone had a unique trait. A core appeared in Jung's hand. He passed it to Sianwu and spoke seriously. He said that before someone fully transformed, they could emit pure core energy. That state was called the common trait. Sianwu recalled how he had been throwing punches earlier, how his moonlight blade and explosive strikes had formed. He realized he had been gathering pure energy into his attacks before releasing it. He leaned back slightly, murmuring that common traits sounded incredible. Jung stared at him and said there was another reason common traits mattered. They directly affected the growth of core energy itself. He lifted his hand, as if pointing toward a silhouette among the stars, and explained that mastering common traits could drastically increase one's total energy. It was similar to the old games before the disaster, like leveling up. Sina rested her cheek on her hand and added that when people talked about growth, they usually meant gaining experience or improving skills. But core capacity itself could grow through the use of common traits. Sianwu felt as if bright spheres were forming around him. He thought that if he could combine the energy of all the abilities he had absorbed, his growth might accelerate far beyond normal limits. Frowning, he reasoned that continuing to absorb abilities could let him advance twice as fast, or even more. Jung waved his hand, cutting off the thought, and said it was time to move on to practice. He told him to focus and throw a punch with everything he had. Light gathered around Qian's fist. Then he lunged forward. The impact caved the car door inward with a dull, heavy thud. Sianwu turned toward his companion. The man tilted his head and said it wasn't bad, but it wasn't what he had expected either, asking him what he thought he had done wrong. Sina hopped down from the car and walked over with him. As they moved aside together, she wondered aloud if the distance had been the issue. She reached for his hand, apologizing as she touched it. Looking straight into his eyes, she asked if he had felt the energy in his hand at the moment of impact. Placing his hand over hers, she told him not to think of it as muscle strength. Instead, she said he should imagine the energy itself flowing, following the direction of movement in his fingers. She pressed against his palm, guiding him to gather that energy into a fist. Smiling faintly, she admitted it wasn't easy to grasp right away. She suggested starting smaller, condense a bit of energy at the fingertips, then release it like flicking someone on the forehead. Sianwu lowered his gaze to his fingers. He flicked them forward. A sharp stream of energy shot past Young. The world froze for a heartbeat. The man by the car stiffened in shock as the glass shattered behind him. Both Sianwu and Sina stared at the damage in silence. What startled them most wasn't the broken glass, but the fact that he had succeeded on the first try. They turned to him as he asked, almost cautiously, if he had done it right. Both answered at once that he had. Sina looked flustered, asking if he had truly felt the flow of energy. Sianwu glanced at his hand again and nodded. Young watched him without speaking. Then he covered his face with one hand and sighed, saying that although Kim Bizik would definitely be unhappy, Sianwu should seriously consider going to headquarters. He added that even though he personally despised them, the training system there was undeniably effective. Sianwu frowned, replying that Zone 17 would be better off if he stayed. But if his own growth mattered more, then it was something he had to think about. Resting a hand on his waist, he asked why the branch manager would be displeased. Young answered simply that Kim Bizik despised headquarters too. Sianwu looked away, surprised that even someone so deeply tied to the guild felt that way. Jason clapped his hands together and said they would talk about headquarters another time. He added that since Young was one of the manager's people, he shouldn't speak about it openly. Young replied without hesitation that he never would. Sand spiraled through the air, and he decided it was time to move on to the next step. Later, Sianwu stood alone in the middle of the street, a bright aura wrapping tightly around his body. He swung his blade and released a stream of energy forward. The moonlight sword carved through the pillar in a clean line. The blade flared even brighter as he pulled it back behind him. A second later, he switched techniques. A blinding beam burst out from the explosive sword, slamming into the target. The explosion roared, and a large section of the pillar was blown apart completely. Sianwu exhaled slowly. After some time, he stepped back into the room. Minnie turned toward him, and he asked where Arung was. After thinking for a moment, she said that he had been acting strange lately. He kept telling her to go on without him, and aside from training sessions, she had no idea where he disappeared to or what he was doing. Simu walked closer and casually suggested that maybe the boy had found a girlfriend. Minnie replied that she honestly hoped so, because at least then she could relax knowing he wasn't getting himself into trouble. A knock echoed behind them. Sianwu turned, muttering that it seemed like he really did know they were talking about him. The door swung open quickly, but the hallway was empty. Only a note was stuck to the door. Sianwu took it and read it, his expression tightening. Sunlight streamed down through a hole in the ceiling. Arun was lying on the floor, bound tightly. From the shadows, a calm voice asked whether the guy would really come. Another man, sitting with his hands resting on his knees, replied that no one could be sure. Then he added that if the hero didn't want to lose his comrade, he would definitely show up. He turned his gaze to Arung and asked if that was true. The Thai boy tried to answer through the gag. Now Sianwu stood beside Jamie, quietly asking if this was the place. She confirmed it. He turned to her and told her she could leave, saying he would handle this himself. Jamie met his eyes, understood, and stepped back with a serious expression. The hangar gates creaked open. Sianwu walked calmly into the passage, then stopped, stunned by the sight in front of him. The gang leader was sitting casually on a couch opposite the bound boy, greeting him as if this were a friendly visit. Arung, battered and restrained, widened his eyes when he saw Sianwu. The hero froze, shock flashing across his face as he blurted out, asking if he was okay. The boy whispered Sianwu's name in fear. Sianwu stood across from them, rage flashing in his eyes at the sight before him. The bald bandit sneered, clearly not understanding who this intruder thought he was. In a calm, almost mocking tone, he asked who dared to interfere. The ward answered quietly, Sianwu. The villain slowly rose from the couch, his smile widening as he asked whether Sianwu remembered how he had treated his woman. It hadn't been long ago, he said, and things like that were impossible to forget. He pointed lazily at the tied-up boy, saying he'd been wondering for a long time what to do with Sianwu, only for the kid to deliver himself right on time. With a dark glare, Sianwu said that now he understood why they had summoned him. Since he was already here, he told them to let the child go. The villain stepped closer, clicking his tongue, saying the scene was so pitiful it almost brought tears to his eyes. Without warning, his hand snapped out. A dull blow struck Sianwu's neck. Pain exploded through him, and he cried out. A man in glasses moved in front of him, looking down coldly and asking if he truly didn't understand where he was or what kind of place he had walked into. He asked how someone who couldn't even protect himself dared to stand there with his head held high. The villain laughed confidently, asking how a fool who couldn't even manage his own life thought he could protect someone else. The tied-up boy shouted for them to stop. The villain turned in irritation. For a brief moment, the boy thought he had succeeded. Then a brutal smashed into his stomach. His body was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground as he screamed in agony. The villain looked down at him and asked why he thought he had the right to interrupt adults, calling him an insolent brat. Sianwu clutched his throat, shouting at them not to touch the child. The villain spun back toward him in fury, hurling insults as he spat in Sienwa's direction. Sienwa barely twisted aside. The spit struck the floor, sizzling violently as it burned into the ground. His eyes widened. Poison. For a split second, he thought it must be some kind of venom-spitting ability. Then he rejected the thought, convincing himself the man was hiding some kind of weapon in his mouth. A voice echoed in his head. Kill him. The world bled red. In that crimson haze, a voice argued with him. Sienwa snapped back that he had seen this kind of madness countless times as a guide. The voice scoffed, demanding to know why he kept hiding his power. Why let someone like this walk away? It would be easier to kill him, to finally admit his awakening, to stand proudly and let the world know. In the red vision, the promise was clear. If he did that, no one would ever dare bother him again. The inner demon screamed at him to kill. A fist suddenly flew toward his face. Sienwu reacted without thinking. His arm shot up and stopped the blow midair. He caught the opponent's fist and held it there. The room froze. Every bandit stared in disbelief. The man in glasses widened his eyes, unable to accept what he was seeing. He hadn't even imagined his attack could be blocked. Kiin Wakami tightened his grip and calmly told Hunter Hyeno to stop. The villain snarled in rage, assuming that this was exactly what the death guide wanted. He mocked him, asking if he had forgotten his place, sneering that the branch manager must be protecting him. Sienwu said nothing. His fingers dug deeper into the man's hand. Hyansa stared in shock. The pressure increased. Bones creaked. The villain's expression shifted from anger to fear as he realized Sienwu wasn't letting go. Sienwu looked at him calmly. Inside his head, the voice whispered again. Make an example of him. With his free hand, Sienwu reached for his knife. The tied-up boy looked up at him. Calm. Too calm. Then the boy moved, trying to help, his body trembling. Sienwu froze, shocked, asking Arang what he was doing. The beaten boy whispered a quiet plea. In that moment, the fighter understood everything. Hyenu stepped in and swept the boy aside with a single motion. His fist followed immediately, slamming into Sienwu's face. Pain exploded. Sienwu staggered back, spitting blood onto the floor. The villain stared at him. Sienwu straightened, then bowed deeply, apologizing to Hunter Hyenu. Shock spread across the villain's face. Hyenu coughed lightly and stood between them, saying that although Yuni hadn't said anything directly, she was sharp. If they behaved carefully from now on, everything would be fine. Sienwu agreed without hesitation. The villain turned toward Arang and warned him to be careful as well. The surrounding bandits erupted, shouting for him to stop, asking if he was really going to let them go just like that. Sienwu led the boy away and thanked the villain. The bullies crowded around their boss, demanding an explanation. Why let them walk away? He answered coldly that teaching them a lesson was enough. Hyansa snapped at them to shut up. The man remained standing, touching his aching fist, fully aware that if Arang hadn't intervened, his hand would have been crushed. Sienwu knelt and untied the boy, telling him he did well. The boy stood in front of him and thanked him for stopping himself. If he hadn't, Sienwu would have crossed a line he couldn't return from. Sienwu lowered his gaze and said quietly that if he had, he wouldn't have been able to look the manager in the eye ever again. Arang, still bruised, rubbed his hands together and said that Sienwu himself had taught him that a guide must make rational decisions in any situation. He had simply put that lesson into practice. They walked on. Sienwu asked how he had even been captured. Arang replied that he had been moving around different places, saying he was looking for a task. Simu stopped them there, adding that the boy had wandered too close to the gang's hideout and drawn unnecessary attention. The fighter looked at him and asked if that meant he had been gathering information the whole time. Arang continued calmly, saying it didn't matter what he had been doing. He was the only ordinary person on the team, and if he didn't want to be kicked out of a metahuman squad, he had to be useful at least as a guide. Simu told him that wasn't necessary. From now on, he didn't need to gamble with his life. He should just focus on developing his skills. Arang disagreed immediately. Without turning around, he said that a metahuman like Sienwu didn't need dead weight. After meeting the people from Code Blue, he had finally understood his place. He turned and looked straight at Sienwu, saying that Sienwu hid his abilities because of the secret team, but he himself had no powers at all. Before many started looking down on him, he needed to learn how to properly play his role. Sienwu stopped a few steps away and said quietly that not all metahumans look down on people without abilities. Arang snapped back, asking if he could really say that after Heinz's behavior. Then he added that normal humans were lower than metahumans, asking if that wasn't the order note itself had created. Sienwu said nothing. Arang didn't know that Sienwu had once been a normal human too, and had only awakened recently. He had already forgotten what that position felt like, and the words he spoke only eased his own mind. The memory surfaced again, the scarred man's warning that no one in Node could truly be trusted, that nothing was as it seemed. Sienwu lowered his gaze, thinking about ranks, about order, about how easily lines were drawn. He opened the door to the building and asked Minnie where the branch manager was. She called his name in surprise, then told him that Kim Bizik had left with Jamie. Her eyes shifted to Arang's battered face. Shock crossed her expression as she asked what had happened to him. Sienwu answered simply, telling her to fix it. Then, with a serious expression, he added that he would talk to the manager about getting rid of Hyansu. A hunter sat on a chair nearby. When he lifted his head, recognition flashed across his face, and he said it was him. Sienwu looked at him and immediately asked why he wasn't out on a mission, and where the hunters Young and Senna were. The man's expression twisted with anxiety. He said something had gone wrong and begged for help. Sienwu sat down beside him and told him to calm down and explain everything from the beginning. With a heavy face, the hunter said their leader had been attacked. Sienwu froze. At the very least, that man was a rank 7 metahuman. The hunter continued, explaining that they had recently received a task directly from the branch manager. Sienwu pressed for details. The answer landed like a blow. It was a hunt for killers. Shock passed through him. A folder slid onto the table in front of him. The hunter said that was the mission briefing. Moments later, Sienwu stood before Kim Bizik and asked what exactly was written inside. Kim Bizik replied calmly that it was exactly what he had asked for. Sienwu stared at him, stunned. He opened the folder and immediately noticed the abnormal ratio. Too many metahumans. Too few ordinary people. Kim Bizik explained that these were not ordinary killers. They were former members of an attacking force who had turned on their own. An image appeared among the documents, showing a familiar figure among the corpses. The report stated that the commander of the Zone 14 attacking force had fought his subordinates after they started a rebellion. He had killed 2 of them, and, as expected, eliminated the rest soon after. Xianwu read through it slowly, unease settling in. There was no explanation for why the rebellion started. No mention of an organizer. No motive. The silence around the cause made the entire mission feel wrong. Kim Bizik leaned back in his chair and asked if he wanted to take it. Xianwu said he wasn't sure. The information was incomplete, and confronting 3 metahumans without knowing their abilities was reckless. He placed the folder back on the table, stating that the mission was too dangerous and that they lacked the experience for something like this. Kim Bizik nodded in agreement. He said that chasing experience at the cost of lives was meaningless, no different from putting the car before the horse. Xianwu felt a chill. Kim Bizik had known exactly why he was seeking missions to hunt killers. With his arms crossed, Kim Bizik said he understood and would assign the mission to someone else. Xianwu watched him silently, the feeling of suspicion only growing stronger. Kim Bizik nodded with a grave expression, saying there were too many dark gaps in that mission and that they should forget the conversation altogether. Xianwu immediately understood. Even the manager thought the mission was suspicious. He hadn't expected that it would end up in the hands of the Code Blue team. Sima looked at him and asked what had happened afterward. The hunter explained that they had accepted the mission 4 days ago. The 3 of them crossed the desert together. As they walked, the girl turned to the scarred fighter and asked what he knew about the commander who had died. The man replied that he had met him back when he trained at the No Training Center. He said the commander was kind, calm, and genuinely decent. They kept moving. The girl frowned and asked why. If that was the case, no one had ever heard of him before. The man answered that the commander had belonged to a hidden attack team. She looked ahead and understood immediately. Someone like that must have been expelled from the training center because of trouble. That explained why a capable and upright person like him had ended up in the desert, buried inside a secret unit. The man said nothing and continued walking. The girl glanced at him and realized now wasn't the time to joke. Holding the documents, she forced a small smile and asked whether the mission wasn't suspiciously stingy, especially since there was no information about the metahumans involved. He turned and explained that Zone 14 was behind it. They had already sent their own people, but those forces were wiped out. That was why the mission had been pushed onto them. They continued forward. The man said that if they failed, a public investigation would have to be announced. But he believed the higher-ups intended to ignore the involvement of metahumans for as long as possible. She asked why. The scarred fighter replied that it was the same reason Kim Bizik kept their identities hidden. If headquarters found out, they would realize that a regional branch had secretly formed an attack squad. The girl gasped softly, realizing the implication. That made sense. They were a hidden team from Zone 14. The regional authorities feared being accused of treason. The hunter walking ahead suddenly raised his hand. As the man continued explaining that Node strictly forbade the creation of secret military forces, the figure in front crouched low. The others froze, confused. Xianwu moved closer and asked what was wrong. The hunter replied quietly that he had found traces of the killers. The scarred fighter said they needed a place suitable for reconnaissance. He pointed toward a half-collapsed building and said the view from there was still intact. The 3 hunters sprinted toward it. As they moved, Arung asked again if it was really true they had been here for 4 full days. Xianwu dropped beside him and asked the obvious question. If that was the case, why hadn't the killers shown themselves even once? The man answered that this was exactly the problem. He glanced at Xianwu and added that things only changed after Senna started fixating on how long they'd been waiting and began complaining about it. Soon, the 3 hunters were crouched on the rooftop. One of them suddenly stiffened. Another was peering through binoculars. His breath caught, and he muttered that they had finally appeared. He pulled back sharply and told the others to move. From around the corner, the 3 hunters watched their targets below. Senna asked what the plan was. Jung looked at her calmly and said they would observe first, then strike at the right moment. If this was just a patrol, then the enemies would be below average rank. The figures walked through the ruins. In a single, heavy motion, a hunter lunged forward. The villain was slammed face first into the ground. A cry of pain echoed through the rubble. When his eyes opened, he found himself tied up, sitting in front of the 3 hunters. Jung asked if he was awake. Behind a broken wall, another hunter mentioned that it was time to ask a few questions. Sung smirked, a knife resting loosely in his hand. He tilted the blade, so it caught the light, and warned the man that if he screamed or tried anything clever, he would use it. He pointed the knife closer and asked where their hideout was. The captive sneered and asked if they were from Node headquarters. He snapped that he was being interrupted, since he was the one supposed to be asking questions. One of the hunters crossed his arms and replied that since he was already rambling, they might as well start here. He asked why the man had betrayed his boss. The captive scoffed and said he wasn't from headquarters at all, then demanded to know who they were. Jason answered calmly that they were from Zone 17. The masked man froze for a moment. Realization flashed across his eyes. He muttered that Kim Bizik had sent them. The hunter's gaze hardened. He said the man knew quite a lot for a small fry and asked who he really was. The villain stared back, irritated, and repeated the question, demanding to know who they were and what they thought they knew, since they were standing there asking such foolish questions. Jason grabbed his head and muttered that he hadn't met someone this arrogantly ignorant in a long time, someone who didn't even know his place. The captive's expression twisted with anger. Then the hunter froze. The man bound on the ground began to glow. From behind, Senna stepped closer and called out to the leader. He turned in terror and shouted for her to get back. The girl stopped mid-step, confusion flashing across her face. Then fear hit her all at once. Jung was already there. A knife was buried in her stomach. She stared at him in disbelief and whispered his name. One of the hunters dropped beside the others and explained quickly that he had been guarding the entrance when he saw the leader moving. Something about his eyes had been wrong. Xianwu asked what he meant. The hunter answered that they looked empty unfocused, and there was a strange glow pouring out of them. Arung stayed close to Minnie, listening without a word. Sian-Woo pressed again. The hunter swallowed and said he felt it clearly. That was when Young attacked him from behind. He had noticed at the last second and blocked the kick, sending Young flying backward. Pain shot through his arm. A sword tip flashed toward him. He leapt aside just in time. His voice turned cold as he warned that if his opponent kept this up, he would stop holding back. Two swords slid free from behind his back. Young's partner stood calmly opposite him, a blade in hand, its edge glowing blue. One look told him the truth. Cannonball cores were in play. He would win on power, but he refused to lose on technique. He sprang upward, vanishing over their heads, then came crashing down with both swords raised. Zhang met him with a terrifying stare. Steel clashed. The strike missed by inches and smashed into the ground. In the next instant, the hunter appeared behind Jae-sung. He gripped his sword with both hands as Young's blade came down. The block barely held. The enemy watched him calmly. The hunter dropped to one knee, teeth clenched. He had assumed mind control would slow his opponent, but the defense in front of him was flawless. Light began to pour off his body as he knelt there. He roared and forced both swords up, sparks screaming as they scraped along the massive blade pressing down on him. With a brutal twist, he knocked the enemy's sword aside. The boy shouted and drove a kick straight into Young. The impact landed cleanly. Young barely reacted. In the same motion, the villain caught his leg midair. With a dull, crushing motion, the force was redirected. His leg was wrenched aside, his balance stolen, and the hunter was hurled straight through the ceiling. He crashed down hard, the ground spiderwebbing beneath him as dust and debris exploded outward. A hoarse grunt tore from his throat as pain ripped through his body. Young stood above the hole, calm and unhurried, his massive sword resting in his grip. Step by step, he advanced. Then something made him pause. Senna grabbed his arm, her fingers trembling as she begged him to wake up, to come back to himself. Young slowly lifted his sword. From below, the fallen hunter screamed for him to stop. Young looked down at her, his eyes empty, enchanted. Senna's brow tightened in horror. The masked man appeared beside them and barked an order for Young to halt. He stepped forward, voice cold, stating that healers were rare and valuable, that she needed to be captured alive. Senna stared at him, shocked, only then realizing the ropes were gone. Young's palm snapped against her neck with a blunt, precise strike. Her strength vanished instantly, and she collapsed into his arms. The masked villain walked to the shattered wall and peered into the darkness below. Seeing nothing, he clicked his tongue and sneered, calling the missing fighter a rat. Urung's voice cut through the tension, steady but edged with disappointment. He said it was pathetic that his comrades had been brainwashed and taken while the man simply ran. Sian-Woo stood beside him and shook his head, denying that. He said the man had done well to escape the puppeteer and asked Urung to think for himself what would have happened if he'd fallen under control too. He explained that they were dealing with metahumans who possessed psychopathic abilities, capable of hijacking minds like tools. Urung looked at him and asked what they were going to do. Sian-Woo answered by asking what he thought. Urung didn't hesitate. He said they had to save them, annoying or not. The leader had trained them, fought beside them, and in his own way, they were still a team. In his mind's eye, a cloaked figure stood among the captives. Sian-Woo felt the correction settle in his chest. A guide was supposed to prioritize his team's safety above everything else. Yet the thought gnawed at him. To save one comrade by risking others meant no one was truly safe. He stepped forward and said he was leaning towards saving Code Blue as well. Urung looked at him, stunned. Sian-Woo spoke calmly, firmly. He said both Sung and Sinna were highly capable metahumans, and if they remained under control, they would become a massive threat later. Since they had reached the same conclusion, Urung needed to think further ahead, weigh the consequences, and understand that this was what it meant to be a proper guide. Arun listened in silence, absorbing every word. The boy and Minnie turned their eyes towards Sian-Woo. He spoke calmly, stating that under no circumstances could they request official support. The moment they did, the chances of the team being exposed would spike. He looked at Urung and told him that he would handle the briefing himself, while Minnie needed to prepare all the necessary equipment. As he spoke, Kian realized something clearly. After weighing whether to keep the team hidden or save its members, the manager had deliberately pushed the final decision onto him. The three of them stood in silence, gazing at the night sky. Finally, Sian-Woo said they would move at dawn. Somewhere else, a tied-up man muttered that a fairly strong team had already been shattered twice in Zone 17. The region was slipping into an unprecedented crisis, and no one knew how long it could endure. Vigilance was no longer optional. At dawn, a group moved through the desert together. Han glanced back, his expression unreadable, then asked Arung what he was dragging behind him. The survivor pointed behind his back and said it had been hard to obtain, promising he would explain once they stopped. Sian-Woo walked at the rear of the group, silent and tense, his gaze fixed forward with visible dissatisfaction. Later, steel rang through the air. The hero swung his sword with full force. The strike vanished into space, as if swallowed whole. He frowned, clearly unhappy with the result. A man standing beside him reached for his own weapon and asked if he was having trouble, telling him to try again. The master tightened his grip and launched a powerful slash. The attack struck an unseen structure. Sian-Woo, standing behind him, asked if that counted as a failure. The man told him to stay where he was. The structure collapsed in the next instant, dust billowing outward. Sian-Woo stared ahead, stunned by what he had just witnessed. Young asked calmly if he understood the difference now. The hero looked away and said no, adding that if there was any difference, it was probably because the man had shouted some ridiculous name for the attack. Young closed his eyes, pressed a hand to his chest, and asked if that was really all he noticed after such a clean strike. Sian-Woo looked back at him and asked whether he seriously needed to shout every time, reminding him that this wasn't a game or some fantasy from before the apocalypse. The warrior pointed toward the sky and told him to listen, saying it wasn't that he wanted things to be this way. He asked if he knew about verbal commands. When the hero asked again, the man lifted several glowing spheres in his hands and explained that when fighting high-ranking demonic beasts, the core had to be treated as an extension of one's own body in emergencies. However, it was almost impossible to clearly sense the core's flow and control its energy properly. Sienwa frowned, slowly understanding, and asked whether verbal commands simplified that process. Hyan looked aside and said that was exactly the point. First, one had to decide on a fixed method of releasing core energy, then give that method name. He picked up his sword and said that every time the skill was used, the name had to be shouted to reinforce the attack. After countless repetitions, the body would instinctively follow the command the moment the name was spoken. Seeing the doubt on the other man's face, the swordsman grew irritated. He admitted he didn't care whether he was believed, but told him to at least try it once. He asked him to name the process of using the crescent blade in his mind, thence a crescent sword, and then swing while shouting it aloud. Sienwu closed his eyes and agreed. Energy wrapped around his hands and the hilt. He swung the sword and shouted the name. The blade struck a massive stone, which shattered as fragments exploded outward. Sienwu froze, stunned. His arms slowly fell to his sides as realization hit him. He muttered that he finally understood why the man had refused to do this for so long. A hand landed on his shoulder, steady and firm. The warrior said that while it was a crude method, the result was undeniable. He added that veteran metahumans claimed that once skills were properly linked, verbal commands would begin to surface naturally in one's mind. The man closed his eyes, admitting he hadn't reached that stage yet, but believed it was only a matter of time. Kian stared ahead in silence. He realized that despite years spent gathering knowledge as a guide, he had learned more in a single week from this man than he ever had before. And for the first time, he understood clearly that he needed him. His fist tightened, and the thought of being hunted by assassins pressed heavily against his chest. The fighter lifted his hand, signaling everyone to stay sharp. His gaze swept the surroundings as he said they had come to the right place. The group moved into the ruined building. Arung lingered near the entrance, and Sienwo asked about the situation. Arung replied that it was just as expected. The enemy had already pulled out once the shelter was exposed. When asked about traces, he poked a stick into the remains and said there were signs, but nothing concrete. The fighter opened his case and asked for the object Arung was holding. Taking the stick, he sniffed it and remarked that the stench was unusually strong. The hero scanned the area and ordered them to begin. The man steadied the backpack and slid the stick inside. Arung watched closely as the creature within sniffed at it. Seeing the reaction, the man glanced into the box, clearly satisfied that the target's scent had been confirmed. Sienwu stepped forward and ordered them spread out. A magic sphere appeared in his hand. He tossed it in the box, and an explosion followed. The creature leapt into a ready stance, staring ahead without moving. Hyan drew his sword and said it was a demonic beast. The assistant hesitated, asking if it was really just a rat and why it seemed so timid. The hero kept his eyes forward and said the swordsman would handle it. Many stayed beside the shooter as Sienwu instructed them to follow the trail slowly. The striped rat suddenly began running in tight circles, then lifted its head and shrieked. Arung watched it flee and said it was making a break for it. Sienwu glanced back and warned that they couldn't afford to lose it. The warrior slung his sword behind his back, agreeing, and broke into a run. They chased after the creature, moving in parallel. The beast was far faster than those falling behind. It suddenly stopped, visibly frightened. Kian pressed his hand against the wall. Hyan asked if he heard anything. He replied that it was too quiet and questioned whether they had chosen the wrong location. The hero turned his head slightly and said that this kind of rat never abandoned its prey. Looking back at them, he explained that this demonic beast was used for tracking, gifted with an abnormal sense of smell. Then he asked a question that mattered. If that was true, why had it gone silent the moment they arrived, as if it already knew they were coming? Sienwo stared ahead, wanting to confirm it with his own eyes. The fighters drew their weapons and split up, moving in different directions. Xiaoyu slipped into the building first, flattening himself against the wall as his eyes swept the interior. The hero leaned out from behind a corner, following the direction of the earlier sound, then suddenly rushed forward. He stopped short. What he saw froze him in place. His mind went blank as fear crept in. Bodies lay scattered across the floor, torn apart with brutal precision. Sienwo stepped forward slowly, standing among the corpses as his gaze moved from one to the next. The dark-haired man glanced back and said there was no leader or mistress here, which at least was a relief. Then his eyes widened as realization set in. The swordsman identified the attacker as a demonic rat, while his partner asked if these were truly the same people from the mission briefing. The warrior closed his eyes briefly, recalling the details they had been given, then confirmed it. These were them. Sienwo looked away and asked if he had encountered the puppeteers before, and whether one of them might have been present here. His partner crouched down, inspecting one of the bodies, and said it was hard to tell. The damage suggested they had been attacked and shredded by a demonic beast, but the puppeteer wasn't here. Running his fingers along the bloodstained wall, he added that this kind of work didn't belong to demons. The hero examined the residue on his own fingers and said the traces were too clean. Whoever did this moved with absolute precision, using first-class techniques without hesitation. He looked at Hyan, who asked who could have done something like this. The answer was uncertain, but the assumption was clear: high-ranking metahumans. Lowering his gaze, Sienwo asked if that meant they needed to be cautious as well. Sienwo glanced at his partner and asked what he was searching for. The man replied that he was trying to determine whether there had been a blonde among the dead. Standing behind him, the hero asked what he meant. After a pause, the man admitted that, alongside the mission to capture the killers, the branch manager had assigned them an additional objective. Hyan turned back and explained that if they encountered a metahuman named Lexi during the operation, she was to be captured alive. Then he added calmly that, given the puppeteer's involvement, he hadn't seen any reason to mention it earlier. Sienwo lowered his gaze, realizing that it wasn't just the different zones playing a double game with hidden teams. Even the branch manager was asking him to bring in a metahuman he had never heard of, and the deeper he thought about it, the less he understood what truly lay behind this incident. The fighter straightened and asked what he planned to do next. Kian looked away and said the puppeteer had most likely fled. Whoever was clearly couldn't handle new pursuers, but since the blood was still fresh, they couldn't have gone far. He opened his eyes as the man suggested waiting for the rest of the group to regroup before checking any unusual locations. They settled near a shattered window in the ruined building. Between the broken structures, the entrance to a subway station came into view. The man pointed out, saying it was over there. The warrior frowned, asking about the subway, noting that if it went deep, it would probably be crawling with demonic beasts. Wasn't that suspicious? The answer came calmly that it wasn't strange at all. Arung looked away and said that the absence of human traces down there would actually be natural. But once they approached the entrance, they spotted footprints. Human ones. That immediately felt wrong. Sienwa narrowed his eyes and said this was exactly the kind of place pursuers would avoid. Dangerous enough to scare them off, yet safe enough if you knew what you were doing. Even while being hunted, the enemy was thinking clearly. This was likely the puppeteer's hideout. Hyen pulled out his knives, saying that if that was the case, then they had to check it. Arung stared at him in fear and asked what he thought he was doing. The fighter lowered his hands and snapped back, asking if he wanted to just sit there and watch. If the puppeteer had dragged their leader and Senna inside, could they really ignore it? Arung replied that first they needed to know how many people were inside and exactly who they were dealing with. Whether you were timid or reckless didn't matter. What mattered was patience. Sienwu stared ahead and said that if they couldn't go in directly, then they would have to force the enemy to come out. The others fell silent, considering his words. The hero turned slightly and called out to Minnie, telling her to get ready. Her expression shifted, but she nodded in agreement. A targeting sight flickered to life on the weapon. The master's hand tightened around the handle. The girl steadied the grenade launcher in her hands and calmly announced that the core bazooka was ready. Hein glanced at it and remarked that it looked dependable, asking whether it could punch deep enough underground. Arun crossed his arms and replied that it was worth firing regardless, since anyone hiding down there would crawl out the moment they heard an explosion at the entrance. The craftswoman tilted her head and said that if she were using a standard magic projectile, she would agree. Then Minnie winked. She floated slightly off the ground and explained that this one was different. The projectile she created would react to her signal, split apart mid-flight, and scatter dozens of smaller magic charges in every direction. No matter how deep the enemy hid, there would be no escape. The hero's hand settled on her shoulder. Standing behind her, he gave the order to fire. Minnie smiled, quietly counted down, and pulled the trigger. The launcher roared. The projectile shot forward and vanished into the mouth of the subway. She dropped to a seated position, still holding the tube, clenched her fist, and muttered that explosions were an art. A deafening blast followed. Sienwa glanced at her, thinking the comment was strange, then decided it must have been a kind of verbal command. He moved forward immediately, telling Hyen that it was their turn. Together, they advanced toward the entrance. Through the rolling dust, a distorted figure appeared. The man staggered, clutching his face, shouting in confusion about what was happening. The fighter narrowed his eyes and said it was the puppeteer. The enemy asked again, unable to clearly see the shapes closing in on him. Sienwa looked straight at him. Purple light shimmered in the man's eyes. The elder shouted a warning not to meet his gaze. Sienwu closed his eyes and lunged. His fist slammed into the enemy's face, blood spraying sideways. The puppeteer screamed, covering his eyes, crying out that they were ruined. In the same motion, Sienwu drove his blade into the man's leg. The enemy collapsed, howling. The others rushed in, surrounding him as he writhed on the ground. Sienwu turned away slightly and said he had neutralized the mind control ability and severed the nerve near the ankle. Escape was no longer possible. Then he looked back at the younger ones and spoke evenly. Watching wasn't enough. They needed to keep their eyes on him at all times. In this state, they should be able to handle it. But if the man did anything reckless, they were to kill him immediately. Arung answered that he understood. Sienwa looked ahead and said that since the enemy could no longer use his eyes, they had to move now, asking if he was ready. Han nodded once. Ready. They broke into a run and descended into the subway. Halfway down, the lead man halted so abruptly that the others nearly collided with him. Everyone froze. Figures stood below. The fighter stepped forward and demanded to know who they were. A girl moved ahead, tilting her head as if mildly curious, asking what they had missed. Her gaze drifted toward the shattered entrance, and the pink-haired woman calmly concluded that they must have come to rescue their companions. From deeper in the darkness, an old man emerged, carrying an unconscious figure in his arms. He remarked that they had indeed left traces behind, that now it made sense where the explosions and dust had come from. The girl he carried lay limp, eyes closed. Someone called her name in disbelief. A red-haired woman took the body from him with practiced ease. She studied it for a moment, then smiled faintly and said they were not the killers after all, but children from Zone 17. The old man stepped closer and asked again. Sienwu stood rigid at the entrance, unease tightening his chest. They knew them. Worse, he had no idea how. This was their first encounter, yet the strangers spoke as if the situation was already clear. More figures gathered behind them, blocking the way back. Starting a fight here would be suicide. He forced himself to breathe, then sheathed his sword. Raising one hand, he apologized for the misunderstanding and explained that they were acting under a mission from Zone 14 to capture the killers. Somewhere along the line, the missions had crossed, and this clash was the result. The red-haired woman let the body drop to the floor and repeated the word conflict, unimpressed. She said they had been operating here for days, and in that time, anything could have gone wrong. She stepped closer, rested a hand on his shoulder, and studied him with open curiosity. He did not look much like a hunter, she said quietly. That, more than anything else, struck her as strange. Sienwu lowered his gaze, unable to tell whether they were deliberately provoking him or genuinely unaware. A hidden team, he reminded himself. Maybe they truly did not know who they were. Or maybe they wanted to force them to reveal themselves. The eyes of the group fixed on him. He straightened and said calmly that they were not hiding anything, then asked which zone they belonged to. The man answered by clenching his fist, saying it was none of their business. Han's sword slid free with a sharp sound. Sienwu raised a hand at once, signaling him to stop. He said he understood, and if that was their stance, then he proposed something simple. He held his palm out toward them and explained that their wounded Hyan was currently unconscious in their custody. If they handed him over, everyone would disperse peacefully. The task and the leader would remain with them, and there would be no further conflict. The pink-haired girl rested her hand on her katana and said that he still did not understand the situation. From the very beginning, everything had been in their hands. Sienwa looked away, realizing it would not be as easy as he had hoped. The red-haired girl stepped forward and raised her hand slightly, stating that in that case they would take the leader of the killers, the mission itself, and Han as well. Sienwa positioned himself in front of the fighter. The condition was absurd, but clashing with them here would be worse. His thoughts raced, searching for a way out that did not exist. From behind their group, a man spoke coldly, ordering them to hand over Hyan and leave. Young leaned heavily on his sword, his body trembling as he begged them to release Senna. The pink-haired girl turned her head, clearly annoyed. She said they had already explained everything, asked if he thought they were monsters who would eat her alive, and accused him of original sin for siding with the killers. If he did not want to suffer further, he should stop pressing the issue. When he pleaded again, she lunged without warning. Her katana flashed to the side as she demanded to know whether he was even listening. Sienwa froze for a fraction of a second. That was enough. His ally surged forward. The charge collided head-on. Sienwa bared his teeth, realizing this was the worst possible outcome. He drew his sword, knowing there was no turning back now, and shouted for support. Arung raised his bow. Beside him, the girl lifted the grenade launcher, already preparing to fire. The bearded man tightened his grip on the body, his stance cautious. An explosion tore through the air, and Sienwu surged forward, chasing the path of the arrows. Barriers flared as the enemies blocked the assault. He kept moving, his eyes locked onto the gray-haired man. One arm occupied, one hand fighting. That was the opening, or so he thought. Something snagged his leg. His balance broke. He crashed down the stairs as debris burst outward in all directions. The red-haired woman snapped her lasso tight and sneered, asking how he dared. Sienwu forced himself up and lunged, dropping into a stance and calling out the name of his strike. The blade never reached its target. With a flick of her wrist, the woman caught the sword and wrenched it free. She tilted her head, mockery clear in her eyes, asking whether that was his dog's name, since he kept shouting it over and over. Sienwu's instinct screamed. The sword. He needed it back. From the side, the shooter moved. He said he would cover him. The craftswoman and the boy fired together. A rocket and an arrow tore through the smoke toward their targets. Barriers bloomed again, stopping both attacks cold. The red-haired woman peered through the haze, irritation creeping into her voice as she complained that the children were getting on her nerves. The gray-haired man deflected another blow, clearly puzzled now, muttering that these weren't ordinary kids. Weapons powered by cores, like soldiers. The woman scanned the battlefield and asked where the guide had gone. The one-eyed man paused, thinking. Too late. Sienwu appeared beside him and struck. The attack came close enough to feel, but the old man slipped aside at the last moment. The bearded man clicked his tongue and said that if he wanted Senna back so badly, then he could take her. He hurled the body forward. Sienwu's breath caught. He rushed and barely managed to catch her. The one-eyed man narrowed his gaze. If he needed to block this, then so be it. Core energy surged. Sienwu struck again, certain he had activated the shield in time. The forearm shield smashed into his face. He hit the ground hard. The old man stepped forward, standing over him, saying calmly that he had asked for the girl to be returned, but she turned out to be nothing more than ballast. The redhead watched with mild amusement and remarked that the guide was unlucky. The bearded man turned to the sound of her voice. Too late. A grenade came flying in. Minnie stood firm with the launcher braced against her shoulder, smiling as she said, once again, that explosions were an art. The projectile screamed forward, and the recoil hurled the craftswoman backward. The redhead's eyes widened as she muttered that this was insanity. The old man only grinned. Sienwu shut his eyes and raised the barrier. The explosion detonated deep inside the dungeon. Fire and dust burst outward, swallowing everything. Smoke rolled across the floor in thick waves. Within the barrier, the hero held Senna tightly, shielding her as the blast passed. When the shock faded, the enemies staggered, momentarily disoriented. He scanned the haze. The redhead coughed, looking down as she said the attack had been dangerous, that they had almost died. The dark-haired man stared around in disbelief, still trying to grasp what had just happened. Then the redhead removed her mask. She greeted the guide casually. Sienwu's gaze locked on her face, recognition striking hard. A memory surfaced. This same woman standing before him once, asking why he was hesitating instead of continuing what he was doing. She tilted her chin now, asking whether he truly didn't understand that survival in the desert required knowing exactly what was happening around you. She asked again, folding her arms. She said it was a shame. She would have liked to spend more time, but her people were loyal, and that limited her options. She glanced aside, then back at him, noting that it seemed he had only just realized who she was. Hadn't they met before? Glasses slipped from someone's face and shattered on the floor. The remaining enemies reinforced their barriers as lingering explosions echoed. The woman waved away the dust and told the children to stop. They looked forward, unaware of the figure moving behind them. A man was climbing the stairs, confusion written across his face as he wondered why Yinwi was here. He frowned, decided he didn't want to know, and told them not to follow. Sienwu tightened his grip, realizing how difficult it was to fight while carrying someone. The old man sprang forward, eyes tracking the one trying to escape. Sienwu bared his teeth and shifted his stance. Then it came, a sharp impact. The one-eyed man's kick slammed into Sienwu's chest. He crashed down onto Senna, pain exploding through him. The redhead watched silently, unreadable. The children froze at the entrance, weapons raised, unsure whether to advance. The bearded man turned toward them. Minnie clutched the launcher, breath trembling. Sienwu lay on the floor, groaning, lungs burning. Beside him stood the pink-haired girl who had already taken down Young, while nearby Hyan clashed with the fighter, steel and aura colliding in the smoke. Wu pushed himself upright, and his eyes caught the fallen sword. A voice came from behind, sharp and calm. Energy surged around him as he spoke the name of the crescent sword without thinking. The opponent frowned, asking what was happening to him. Then the command came to stop. Enough. Wu froze. The red-haired woman looked straight at him and asked whether he truly didn't understand the situation anymore. Yunwei descended the stairs, her footsteps slow and deliberate. She told him to think carefully. Wasn't he the one who said that surviving in the desert meant understanding everything happening around you? She studied him and said that before he started running around like a madman, she had thought he was smarter than this. She asked why he was still refusing to surrender. Wu looked back at her, silent. Then he let the sword fall. Metal hit the floor. He lowered himself to his knees, raised his hands, and said she was right. He surrendered. The others followed, kneeling as well, weapons slipping from their grips. The bearded man was already holding the children. He remarked that it was a wise decision. Wu stared ahead, not even realizing when they had been taken. The one-eyed man gently set the children down and said that since things had come to this, he wanted to ask a single question. Why did they attack? Wu tensed and answered honestly. They only wanted their comrade back. They had already said they were willing to make concessions, as long as the leader wasn't harmed. The fighter scoffed and looked away, saying that if someone wasn't strong enough, they should insist on cooperation at all costs. Otherwise, they should be prepared to be killed. He added coldly that if he wanted to, he could wipe them all out himself. Wu nodded. That was true. The group stood before him, and their leader spoke again. He said he liked Wu's attitude. Then he introduced them properly. They were an inspection team sent from Zone 17, acting directly on behalf of Node Headquarters, the southern branch of Korea. Wu froze. A heavy silence settled over everyone. Yunwei folded her arms and said flatly that they were the real representatives of Node, the kind Wu had only ever talked about. She asked what was so surprising about that. The man beside her added that newcomers rarely had the chance to meet anyone from headquarters and asked if that was true. He introduced himself calmly as Shuro, leader of the ghost team. The red-haired woman followed, introducing the others. Jack, and Wu. The air felt heavier than before. Wu let out a crooked grin and said that this was exactly what he expected, asking bluntly if they were spies. Yunwei lowered her gaze and admitted it without hesitation. She said their mission was to study the node departments, explaining that they had concealed their identities to investigate violations committed by Zones 14 and 17 under the 9th clause of the 11th article of the organization's rules. Wu looked at them and asked again, more carefully this time. The investigator explained that every department under Node was required to register and regularly report information about all metahumans under its jurisdiction. The words hit him harder than he expected. He froze and asked if that meant that during the investigation of Zone 14, they had been watching him as well. He didn't finish the sentence. His hand closed around the girl's wrist. They both looked at each other in surprise. Wu frowned, his thoughts racing. That was why his ability had reacted to her. The red-haired woman folded her arms and said flatly that all zones were under Node's control. He had been seriously mistaken if he thought a regular branch could escape the attention of headquarters. Toshiro stepped forward from behind her and said that until a final decision was made by the main headquarters, all of them would need to be put to sleep. Yunwei nodded, accepting the order without hesitation. She reached her hand towards Wu's head. He stopped her. At least let the children go. She replied calmly that it would be problematic. Instead, she promised that the children would be safe and receive careful treatment. Her voice was steady as she captured his mind. Wu lowered his head and said that she had made a promise. She told him not to worry and to fall asleep. His body collapsed onto the floor. As consciousness slipped away, he felt the weight of a single thought. Being unknown had never been an option. In the fading darkness, he found himself sitting opposite Jason, who warned him not to trust the organization. Fear washed over everything as Jason repeated that not everything seen was true. He spoke of how young, talented children were taken from the desert, trained, and then sent out to drive away demonic beasts once their training was complete. From everything he had heard, that was the plan. Wu looked ahead in silence and said that he understood their intentions. Still, he questioned one thing. With their current strength, they should have been able to wipe out most demonic beasts in the desert already. Only the highest ranked ones required special handling. So why hadn't they done it? The man sat on a broken tree stump, staring into the glow of the sphere, and said calmly that in dangerous environments, more people awakened. That was why deserts were never turned into safe zones like cities. Wu answered instantly, calling it madness. The sphere pulsed brighter as the man explained that safety was intentionally neglected so young talents would awaken faster. They gathered the children, trained them systematically, and shaped them into weapons meant to defeat demonic beasts. Kian sat across from his sphere and said flatly that if they followed that path, there would be no metahumans left in the desert. Jason kept his eyes forward and said that everyone would die. Wu's body tightened, and he fell into a heavy silence. Light from a sphere washed over the man, and the scene shifted. A child sat trembling among rubble, hiding from monsters. The man stepped closer and asked if his name was Sienua. Startled, the boy asked if he was his father. The man shook his head and said he wasn't. He introduced himself as Kim Bizik from Gwang'an and said it had taken time to track him down. Closing his eyes, Kim Bizik told the boy to come with him. He promised to make him the finest guide Node had ever produced. He extended his hand and said the road ahead was long, offering to climb heights the organization had never even imagined. The boy only looked ahead, silent. Darkness followed. His eyes were blindfolded as he muttered in his sleep, lying still while thoughts of the guild drifted through his mind. Then Sinua's eyes snapped open at the sound of his name. A man leaned against a chair nearby, asking if he was awake. He apologized for leaving him restrained for so long, explaining that many things had demanded his attention. Light spilled across the hero's face as he remained quietly alert. The man tapped a finger against his own temple and asked whether it was too much to expect a response. He introduced himself as Lee, a temporary acting executive representing the guild headquarters. Sinua realized he was tied up. Lee said it wasn't the most comfortable arrangement, but asked for his understanding. Sian-Woo stared straight ahead and asked if they planned to kill them. There was a collar locked around Sian-Woo's neck. The man laughed softly, saying he liked how he went straight to the point, and asked why he thought that way. The hero answered without hesitation that Node punished anyone who opposed them, then asked why a collar with a nuclear bomb was hanging from his neck. The executive settled back into the shadows and said that he truly was an experienced guide. He added that such measures were necessary to maintain order in the desert. Fear crept into Sian-Woo as he questioned that logic. If all the details were laid out, wouldn't that make him nothing more than a knight on a chessboard? He said the real problem wasn't the piece, but the impure intentions of the one moving it. Lee folded his arms. The MC asked what it meant that the branch manager would be punished. Lee replied calmly that the punishment had already been carried out. Kian froze, his mind falling into a stunned void. The man continued, looking straight ahead. Secretly creating personal combat groups by hiring metahumans was not a minor offense. He said the cleanup of the 14th and 17th zones had already been completed. The hero laughed in disbelief and asked if they had killed them all. He jerked his hands, trying to break free of the bindings. Lee closed his eyes and said he couldn't be certain. That matter fell under another department's authority. Sian-Woo lowered his gaze and said they might be dead, but he hoped they weren't. He then asked whether Young had been killed. The bearded man rubbed his jaw and asked if he meant the metahuman who had turned his back on them. He said the man's crime was severe, since he had willingly joined the opposition. Light spilled over the MC as Lee explained that the man had been released 4 days ago. He waved his hand dismissively, saying it probably didn't make sense, since they had let him go despite the gravity of his crime. Jason walked through the desert in silence as the reason became clear. In his current condition, the desert itself would kill him sooner or later. Headquarters had no reason to waste time judging someone who had lost his awakened ability. Sian-Woo stared at the man and asked again, disbelief clear in his eyes. Lee confirmed it, saying recovery was difficult because the puppeteer had brainwashed him for a long time. Sian-Woo grinned faintly, wondering how something like that was even possible. The branch manager, the team leader. Lee folded his arms and said there was another important reason he had come to see him. Even as a temporary substitute, the bearded man looked straight ahead and said that he had once served as an instructor at the No Training Center. Based on everything he'd already said, he added, Sian-Woo had probably guessed where this was going. Sian-Woo met his gaze, his body tense. The door cracked open, and light spilled into the room. The MC stepped outside, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Arung came running toward him, shouting his name. Han and the others stood nearby. The assistant rushed in to hug him in full view of everyone, saying he had thought something terrible had happened. Sian-Woo pushed him back and told him to stop. Tashiro lowered his gaze and asked whether they were going back. He stood beside the man, who said calmly that if they chose to remain in the desert, there was nothing the guild could do. It was their decision. He then asked whether they were preparing something while trying to stay out of the guild sight. Lee crossed his arms again and asked if a normal, low-ranking metahuman truly believed he could avoid their gaze and scheme in secret. The group withdrew deeper into the desert. Lee said they would see what choice he made once the 15 days they had agreed on were over. Arung walked between the others and asked if he knew what had happened to Senna and Minnie. He loosened his clenched fist, clearly unwilling to speak. Sian-Woo looked away and said the huntress would receive treatment, and that the master had decided to stay with her for now. The fighter pressed his fist to his lips as Arung asked if that was really true. The hero looked at the boy and realized the assistant had never received an invitation from the instructor, most likely because he had no abilities. If that was the case, then he would have to lie. The group came to a halt. Sian-Woo said they needed to split up here. Arung asked why. Sian-Woo stepped in front of him and said he wanted the boy and the hunter to handle something. When asked what, he frowned and said they needed to find someone. The others exchanged looks, understanding that it meant tracking down a person. That person was heading toward the ruined stadium. Siwa walked alone near the abandoned food court. He pushed the door open and immediately caught sight of the blood. His body tensed in instinctive caution. The hero let out a thin grin, thinking that at least he had come prepared. Lee's words echoed in his mind, about severe punishment, about people possibly already dead. He told himself he hoped that wasn't true. Blood stained the buildings inside. Red smears dragged along the walls. There was a faint sign of movement, or so it seemed, and he denied it for a split second before sprinting forward. He burst into the room, calling for the manager. He rushed deeper inside, shouting the name again. Then he stopped. The MC froze, fear gripping his chest. Kim Bizik lay on the bed, the sheets soaked dark with blood. Jamie stood beside him, calling out to Sian-Woo in a strained voice. The sight made his stomach sink. The bearded man turned his face away and said quietly that he'd come back. Kian's voice shook as he apologized for leaving without a word. Kim Bizik looked at him and said everything was fine, that there was no need to apologize. He tried to move, but couldn't even lift his hand for a handshake. Sian-Woo reached down and pulled back the blanket. He stiffened, shock locking his body in place. The assistant turned away, unable to look. The hero stared down, unable to understand how people from the guild could do something like this. Kim Bizik kept his eyes on the ceiling and said he had paid a price for standing against a massive organization. The MC frowned and asked if that justified cutting off arms and legs. Kim Bizik turned his gaze toward the trembling boy and said it wasn't such a heavy price. Countless people had died trying to protect this insignificant existence, and for that alone, regret was necessary. Anger flared in Kianwa as he asked whether the manager couldn't foresee something like this. The hero lowered his eyes and asked why he had created a hidden team and defied Node in the first place. Kim Bizik closed his eyes and told him to listen, saying he had to explain before it was too late. Jamie stood nearby, then quietly asked to be left alone. When they were finally alone, Sian-Woo sat down on a small stool. Kim Bizik lay still and told him to listen carefully. His ability, he said, had nothing to do with predicting the future. It was memory, not just sharper memory, but something deeper. Because of it, he remembered things others never could. Birds fluttered past the window. Kim Bizik opened his eyes slightly and said that humanity was already extinct. The hero stared at him and asked what he was talking about. Kim Bizik replied quietly that it might sound too sudden. A bird beat its wings near the window as he continued, saying he didn't mean that the world was someone's dream or that they were all wandering spirits. To be precise, there was a day when humanity died out. Fear crept into Sian's chest. He tried to voice his guess, but Kim Bizik cut him off and said he remembered it, not as a theory, but as an experience from past life. Kim Bizik turned his head slightly and explained that his ability was memory. He remembered what happened to him in previous lives. Having died once, he lived the same life again. The MC frowned, unease settling in. Lying there, Kim Bizik said plainly that he was a regressor, someone who had already lived a life once, died, and then returned, carrying the memories with him. Sybil's face tightened, and he stayed silent. Kim Bizik glanced away and asked if he had awakened. When the answer came, he smiled faintly, saying he was glad. He stood beside him and admitted that he had already felt it, that he somehow knew the awakening would happen. The scene shifted in his memory. A girl stood ready in a combat stance. Kim Bizik spoke of a talented close combat metahuman and asked that she be taken into his team. They stood together on a bridge back then. The hero had asked how he knew such things, suspecting an ability to see the future. Kim Bizik had denied it, saying he had never possessed anything like foresight. Now Sian froze as everything clicked into place. The logic aligned too perfectly to ignore. Kim Bizik, lying there before him, said there was some truth to it. He had already lived through much of this once. The arrival of demonic beasts, even their locations, closely matched his past life. He looked aside and added that the details were no longer the same. The events had already begun to diverge. Sian watched him as Kim Bizik explained that the more the present was altered, the more the future shifted. Eventually, this life would completely break away from the path of the past. The hero remembered Kim Bizik once saying that if he truly had such an ability, he would never have allowed Chansu to die. Sian lowered his head, finally understanding what he had meant. They had been in a quiet room when the manager spoke about how he had become a branch manager of Node and pulled him in with him, even though he should have remained buried in administrative work. He admitted he didn't know whether that choice was what caused events to change. He only knew that when he woke again, everything had already flowed into the present situation. Sian let out a dry grin and said the future must have shifted. Still, anyone should have known that uniting metahumans into a private military force would be treated as betrayal. Fine particles drifted through the air as the MC asked why. If that was the case, he had allowed the head to create hidden teams at all, and why the old man himself had taken the initiative. The bearded man lifted his gaze and said he was aware of it from the start, but he couldn't openly rebel. He had to let it happen to prove just how wrong it was. He closed his eyes and told him to listen carefully because he was about to explain what happened before he died the last time. Kim Bizik remembered sitting alone in his office. Back then, he barely understood regression or past lives, yet he kept climbing higher. With that ability, he held power and comfort in his hands. Even when busy, he lived well, sipping from a cup, never sparing a thought for the desert. He wanted to believe that life in the city would continue just as it had before the cataclysm. The mug slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. According to his memories, the moment he had feared was still 5 years away. He walked to the window. Outside, demons poured into the city. That was the true beginning of humanity's extinction. The old man looked away and said there were 3 creatures that almost never revealed themselves. When they finally did, they appeared together and immediately set their sights on this world. Sian turned his head as Kim Bizik finished, saying that Node had been unable to stop them, all because of its endless, bottomless greed. Moonlight spilled through the room as he spoke. The demonic beasts should have been dealt with the instant they appeared, one by one, before they could take root. Instead, Node treated them like natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, something to be endured rather than eliminated. Blinded by wealth and trapped in their internal struggle for control, they rushed together half-hearted measures to protect metahumans and ended up dragging disaster onto themselves. His body had been soaked in blood back then. He said that was how he died, curled into a fetal position, everything fading, and then rebirth came again. Later, the manager lifted a stack of documents. Along with the memories of the Guangyang incident, he had retained the names of the active hunters from that time. He recalled putting on his hat and standing up, unsure whether it was a desire to be a hero or nothing more than greedy instinct to survive. Either way, he had made up his mind to stop the catastrophe. He stood before the tower and realized he could no longer trust Node. They were consumed by internal decay, rotting from within long before the disaster ever arrived. Kim Bizik stood in front of the girl and said that was why he had joined hands with Beatrice. He asked her directly if she would help him. She looked at him and smiled. Despite her age, she was sharp, and together they formed an alliance against Node, quietly beginning to recruit people. He stood near the structure as the plan took shape. That was how the 14th, 17th, and 19th zones were born. The manager hung a sign at the entrance. People gathered in a circle, and the true objective was revealed. They had to collect the 9 keys before Node did. Kim Bizik closed his eyes as the question came. What were those 9 keys? They were a team capable of killing the named demonic beasts, the most exceptional metahumans he had ever witnessed in battle across his past life. Xiaoyu lifted his head, stunned. Kim Bizik recalled the monsters clearly. The plan had been to share the information with the keys, provide exact locations, and use the time they had to eliminate the beasts one after another. Energy wrapped around the girl's hands as he spoke. After gathering the keys, they would nurture them, help them grow. The original plan had been to begin hunting 3 years later. But no became a problem. Their arrogance and stupidity led a branch manager, someone completely unrelated to the plan, to discover that they were forming a hidden team. The inspection team tightened its gaze, and as a result the guild expanded surveillance. That was how they were exposed. The girl sat hidden in darkness, and not long ago, they finally found one of the keys. Lexi. Her growth was entrusted to the 14th zone, but there was already a spy inside the hidden team. The puppeteer. He watched everything from within, hiding behind a human face. He observed the battles, coveted the blonde, and began manipulating the metahumans of the 14th zone. He orchestrated the death of the strike force commander and seized the humans for himself. Because of what happened to Lexi, Node's heightened surveillance uncovered her existence, along with the hidden teams. Wu remembered Yui and felt the weight of his own stupidity crush down on him. If only he had realized sooner, everything could have changed. But the thought never reached the end. Kim Bizik looked straight at him and said that what followed, he already knew. From this point on, everything depended on him. Light streamed through the window as the manager spoke again. Rebelling against Node, he admitted, might not have been the wisest path. But perhaps it was still enough to prevent the disaster. Again and again he had tried to convince himself. Now the monsters were already moving toward the city. No matter what choice he made, there was one thing that could never be forgotten. Victory would only be possible if the number of enemies was reduced before the final battle. The hero lowered his gaze and asked why it had to be him. The broken man closed his eyes and answered that it was because of his absorption ability. He had placed his hopes on him because his potential had no limit. Wu's hands trembled as he asked again, questioning whether it made sense to rely on chance after coming this far. Kim Bizik was drenched in sweat, laughing weakly as he echoed the question back at him. A surge of energy lit up the darkness. The man lay inside a cocoon, recalling the final battle of his past life. Back then, it was the MC who had dealt the greatest damage to the S-rank demonic beasts. He stood atop the corpse of one of them, declaring that he was the heart of the 9 keys. The hero stared forward, stunned by the revelation. Kim Bizik closed his eyes and said he had wandered the desert endlessly searching for him. He remembered the day he introduced himself, extending his hand and speaking of reaching heights no one had ever imagined. The two of them sat there in silence, the room heavy with everything that had already been decided. The guy lowered his head, letting the silence stretch, then spoke at last. He looked at his mentor and said that he was placing every expectation and hope into his hands, asking him to accept them and tell him what he was supposed to do. The manager turned his face away and said quietly that their path together was nearing its end. Before that happened, he intended to give him an ability that would fully unlock the potential of his devouring power. Kian looked at him sharply and asked what kind of ability it was. The reply was simple. He told him to look under the table, to open the box. The hero lifted the lid. His eyes froze, his mind locking into shock. A blade lay inside. He picked it up with trembling hands and asked whether this was some kind of cruel joke. The bearded man threw his head back and said he didn't remember ever joking. Kim Bizik turned his gaze toward him and gave the order without hesitation. He told him to absorb his ability, to take everything, his power, his memories, all the information from his past and present lives. That was the only way to survive the final battle. The MC stiffened and called out to the manager. Kim Bizik stared at the ceiling instead and calmly recited the names of the keys. He said there was one more hidden in the shelters of Ben, making 5 in total, and told him to use the memories to locate the rest and grow stronger. Then it happened. A voice echoed inside Wu's head, cold and absolute, ordering him to kill and take the power. He looked away, his thoughts spiraling. If he refused now, with this ability, he could always try again. The manager looked at him and asked if he really wanted him to go through this once more. He asked him to spare him. His eyes closed as he said he didn't want to witness the aftermath again. It wasn't strategy anymore. It was a plea. Wu tightened his grip around the blade and said nothing. Slowly, he drew it from its sheath. Every movement felt heavy, unbearable. Images flickered through his mind. The old man hanging a sign, wiping sweat from his brow, closing his eyes. A boy clapping his hands. A dark-haired man standing straight, hands held out. A thumbs up, a smile, gratitude for everything that had been done. Kian raised the blade, gripping it with both hands. Kim Bizik lay still, his eyes already closed. His final words were quiet, almost gentle. He told him to take care of himself. A dull blow landed, and blood burst into the air. The blade slipped from his hands and clattered against the floor. The MC dropped to his knees, staring blankly at the wall as energy flooded over him. Power surged outward, wrapping around his body. The manager lay completely still, no trace of life remaining. Wu's eyes burned with light as blue flames swallowed him whole. Memories poured into him like a rapid film reel, absorbed without mercy. Kian clutched his head, his thoughts spiraling as fragments from the manager's past life crashed into him. He looked up in horror and realized these weren't just someone else's memories. They felt too familiar, as if they belonged to him. Still kneeling, he screamed, blue energy erupting from his body. Images flashed, scenes from another time. He saw himself lying unconscious on the floor. Then his eyes snapped open, and a scream tore from his throat. Wu jolted upright in the middle of the room. Beside him lay a wounded figure. He grabbed his head, confused, asking if he was really in the executive office. Then the realization hit him. This wasn't the present. This was a past life. The branch manager's office. Panic set in as he tried to understand who he was. Kim Bizik, where's Manhwa? He looked at the man lying nearby and cried out in shock at the sight of the branch manager. He stared down at his own hands, memories settling into place. He was Manhwa. Slowly, he walked over to the body. Looking down, he spoke quietly, acknowledging that no one had known they were walking toward an unknown future. Holding onto the pain of his former self, he admitted that the man before him had been strong. He gently pulled a blanket over the body. His gaze lingered, heavy with regret, as he apologized in his heart for forcing such a burden onto him, for committing an unforgivable sin. Manhwa turned, instinctively calling for the manager. Only the outline of a head beneath a blood-stained blanket answered him. Annoyance flickered through him as he realized the man truly remained silent now. Manhwa stared ahead, understanding at last. These memories were his. The intense emotions from those final moments were still echoing inside him. Standing there, he spoke softly, asking if the man would continue to haunt his memories until the end. He admitted his fear of losing himself completely. Manhwa steadied his breath and answered himself, saying he was trying to endure it because he had been the one who made the right choice. He bowed deeply to the dead. The door to the room where the body lay slowly opened. Cyan-Wood stepped inside while voices echoed nearby, someone calling out for Jamie. He barely had time to process it before he turned around in surprise. A group of thugs stood blocking the way. One of them held a girl tightly, a blade pressed close enough to make the threat obvious. Sybil's face drained of color as he called Jamie's name. The captured girl spoke quickly, explaining that they had suddenly demanded to see the manager. Before anyone could react, a massive swordsman walked into view, his presence heavy, and casually asked how the guide was doing. Cyan-Wood stared at him and asked if it was really the hunter Hyansu. Cyan-Wood's expression hardened as he tried to piece together what this meant. The man smirked and asked where all the formalities had gone. Hyansu folded his arms and said he would overlook the rudeness since they were busy. He preferred to get straight to the point. He offered Cyan-Wood a job. The man pointed a finger and said Kim Bizik was finished. He added that he already knew Cyan-Wood had been branded a traitor by Node. Siwa clenched his fists. Hyansu's smile widened as he explained that, for those reasons, they planned to take control of Area 17 and present Node with a deal. Once Kim Bizik was out of the picture, he would establish a new exchange center there. He spoke smoothly, saying that surviving in the desert required a capable guide, and asked if Cyan-Wood didn't agree. Cyan-Wood answered calmly that it sounded like a pleasant dream, but it was unrealistic. Node wouldn't reclaim something it had already discarded once. Hyansu clicked his tongue and admitted he knew exactly where to strike. Still, he conceded that the point was valid. He added that it didn't seem like Cyan-Wood was completely opposed to the idea. Then he pointed at Jamie and said that if Cyan-Wood helped him overthrow Kim Bizik, the hostage would be released. The girl was shoved forward. Kian spoke to her quietly, telling her she had done well and should hide inside. Hyansu watched him and said that, seen that way, it looked like cooperation, which made the offer even more tempting. Sybil watched the exchange in silence, uncertainty clear on his face. The large man laughed and said he wasn't foolish enough to approach Node empty-handed. The bandits spread out a massive tarp. Hyansu tore it away and told them to look closely. He grabbed a wooden beam, and the fighters lifted it upright. Cyan-Wood froze. Hyansu stood there with a man hanging from a cross, unconscious, his body limp. He declared his trump card. That was what he intended to hand over Node. The villain explained it with a grin. The man on the cross was young, another traitor. Shock rippled through Cyan-Wood as he recognized him. The fighters steadied the wooden cross while Hyanu spoke on, saying Cyan-Wood probably didn't even know who this was. Kim Bizik had kept him hidden from everyone. Hyanu admitted he'd been cautious at first, having heard Young was once a high-ranking metahuman of Node. In the end, it was laughably easy. The soldiers had thrown him away like trash, an inconvenience swept aside. Hyanu smirked and said that since Young had opposed someone from headquarters, that alone had made him the worst kind of criminal. Cyan-Wood scoffed. Then Cyan-Wood would start laughing, loudly. Tiansu stared at him in disbelief and asked if he'd lost his mind, unable to understand why he looked so pleased. Cyan-Wood stepped forward and said calmly that neither the branch manager nor the team leader, Young, held any value to Node anymore. The bandits froze when they heard that Node had already punished both of them. Hyanu's smile faltered as he asked how he could possibly know that. Cyan-Wood explained it plainly, saying they had already fought against them. The villain listened, stunned. Kian's voice turned sharp as he said that while countless hunters had risked their lives trying to protect the exchange center, he wanted to know why they had committed something so vile. Hansu exploded in rage and hurled insults at him. The big man lunged forward, gripping Cyan-Wood by the neck, shouting that he had shown kindness and that he had clearly forgotten his place. Shu spoke instead, his tone calm. He said the branch manager's sins were far too deep to hide something like this. The big man stared at him, shaken, and demanded an explanation. Cyan-Wood lowered his gaze and said that until now, he had believed he could only absorb the abilities of the dead. But it seemed that assumption was wrong. Hanu scowled, trying to understand what he was hearing. Cyan-Wood tapped his temple and said it was an accident. Memories from the past kept surfacing without warning. Xiaoyu suddenly seized the villain's hands with both of his own. He thanked him for the meal, his expression turning ominous. Blue light erupted from his body. The bandits recoiled, watching in horror. The villain tried to turn away, but energy slammed into him, forcing a scream from his throat. Cyan-Wood roared, torrents of power bursting outward. His eyes blazed with light as he held his opponent in place. The man's mouth stretched wide in agony as he screamed. Kian extended one hand, pressed his palm against the man's chest, and frowned. Then he laughed and asked the bastard what he had done. The brunette turned his face away and answered casually that it was just a rank 15 enhancement. Nothing special. The hero tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted back his words. He swung his sword, declaring that after what he had just seen, the guy must have awakened. Still, he would show him how terrifying a rank 15 enhancement really was. The blade swept towards Cyan-Wood's face. The man's eyes widened. 3 swords overlapped in his vision. Hanu's mouth fell open as he staggered, staring ahead in disbelief. He muttered that this made no sense. The man swung that sword every single day. The brown-eyed man looked at him and spoke flatly. He said the man had lost his ability. With his physical strength amplified, it was now difficult for him to even lift the sword he once wielded so easily. The brute roared, raising his weapon high. He shouted that losing his ability was a joke and told him to watch closely. Then it happened. A sharp crack echoed. His arm snapped. The hero screamed as pain tore through him. Cyan-Wood lunged forward and cursed him as an idiot. His joints and muscles were already seizing. Couldn't he feel it? The strike landed. Blood burst from the man's mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. The surrounding fighters shouted in panic, screaming for their captain and charging forward all at once. Cyan-Wood watched them calmly and spoke as if narrating the scene. Their leader was already defeated, yet they still didn't understand the position they were in. They were trying to grab him without realizing what stood before them. He stood with his back straight and continued, saying that because his awakening had occurred late, his skills had been sealed and unusable. But now, things are different. They would make perfect test subjects. The brunette frowned and added that using the manager's memory ability, he intended to draw out fragments of his past powers, purely to satisfy his curiosity. The hero drew in a deep breath and tensed his body. Strength flooded back into him. He spread his arms wide. The men halted, staring at him in shock. Sian-woo closed his eyes and explained that all the energy inside him had merged into one. The onlookers whispered among themselves, confused. What was that? Some kind of black aura? One of them said he had never heard of anything like it. The man clenched his fist. His eyes lit up as he spoke a single word. Tentacles. Dark, clawed tendrils crawled out from his body. The men gaped in horror, shouting questions they didn't have time to finish. They tried to dodge. The tentacles pierced straight through them. The victims were left hanging in the air. Blood sprayed from their bodies before they dropped one after another, hitting the ground in dull thuds. Sian-woo bent forward, teeth clenched hard. He exhaled sharply and muttered that this was draining far too much energy. The amount he absorbed barely covered the cost. This skill was no longer something he could use freely. His current self could not be compared to who he had been before. He lifted his head and looked at the remaining opponent, calling him a bastard. The man tried to shout back that he would finish him, but the words collapsed into a wet sound. His jaw was already shattered. The brown-eyed man picked up his weapon and said calmly that he wouldn't be needing it anymore. The hero's sword sank into the ground. The opponent's eyes and mouth stretched wide in terror. The young man swung. When it was over, he released a long breath and said quietly that if he didn't kill someone, he could only take part of their abilities. But if he killed them, his devouring power would take everything. He glanced back and added that this was why the manager had wanted him to absorb his ability completely. The moon burned high in the sky as he spoke again, saying that if only the old man had told him everything while he was still alive. The sound of wood being struck echoed nearby. Boards were being driven into the ground as people worked. The brunette turned to the girl and asked what she planned to do now. She answered that the manager had left her with several tasks. The evacuated residents would soon return, and the exchange center would become noisy again. She looked back at him and asked what he intended to do. Sian-woo replied that he would finish the task the manager had entrusted to him. Harder trials were waiting ahead. Sunlight flooded the sky as people moved through the hallway. Someone asked whether he wanted to meet the senator. The answer came that yes, but she didn't meet just anyone and had already refused. The brunette glanced at him and asked again. He shook his head and said no, then unfolded a map in front of them. The brown-eyed girl flushed slightly and stayed silent. Sian-woo stared straight ahead as someone let out a quiet gasp. A voice drifted from behind the door. He was fortunate. She was the one in charge of the senator's schedule. The elevator moved quietly as the two of them rode up. Sian-woo answered casually, saying it was fine, that the only thing he had was their card, so he showed it. The woman looked at him in surprise, asking what was wrong. The brown-eyed man froze when she spoke again. She said his energy felt far stronger than the last time they met. It was so overwhelming that she looked as if she might faint. Something about it felt wrong, as if several different energies were tangled together inside him. The brunette turned to Mari and asked if she could now sense energy without direct contact. Mari nodded, saying her rank had risen as well. Then she frowned. Even so, this didn't make sense. He had clearly grown stronger, but the feeling of multiple energies had to be an illusion, right? A person like that couldn't possibly exist. Sian-woo only laughed. Silence filled the elevator. The girl reached out and took his hand. He glanced at her and said flatly that if she grabbed his hand like last time, he would scream. The door slid open. As they walked toward the stairs, the brunette asked him to keep it secret that she had allowed him to meet the senator. He asked why. Looking straight ahead, she said that even meeting strangers could be interpreted by some as an attempt to shake the foundations. The brown-eyed man glanced to the side and said nothing. They stopped in front of a door. The girl turned and addressed the senator, saying she had brought Mr. Sian-woo with her. From inside, a blonde voice replied without turning around that she had been waiting. The hero remained silent. The yellow-eyed woman finally turned and greeted him, welcoming him politely. She introduced herself as Beatrice. Sian-woo looked at her with a hard expression and said that it had been a long time. She paused, lips parting slightly, then shook her head. She said calmly that it was nice to meet him for the first time. The brunette listened in confusion. His words said they had met before. Hers said they hadn't. Something between them didn't align. The senator sat down and spoke again. From his tone alone, she could tell. She said he must have absorbed Kim Bizik's ability. Sian-woo answered simply that it was true. The brown-eyed man looked away as she continued, beginning to speak his name again. He interrupted her and said quietly that Kim Bizik was dead. The yellow-eyed woman's eyes widened, and she fell silent. The guy watched her as she finally said that she understood. She remembered the moment when the man had once asked her for help, and a faint smile crossed her face as she shook her head. Sian-woo turned his gaze away and thought that they had never been especially close. Still, they had shared the same goals and the same hopes. There had never been time to nurture unnecessary emotions. Turning hope into reality had always mattered more. He frowned slightly and said that they had simply continued with what had already been planned. That was why he had come. The blonde looked up in surprise, then lowered her eyes and thanked him for carrying on his wish. The young man looked back at her and said it wasn't something worth gratitude. What truly mattered was how long she could keep going. He asked how much longer she intended to stay in the city, playing house. She sat quietly on the bench. Tubes were taped along her back as she spoke. He already knew, she said, that the day would come soon when the people of Gwangyang would no longer need her, or when she herself would no longer be enough to protect them. Hearing that, Sian-woo wondered whether she meant the last battle or something even further back. She continued calmly, saying that when that time arrived, she would join the Keys. Until then, she would keep doing what she was doing now, for as long as she remained useful, even if others believed she was only pretending to govern. Looking at the blonde, he thought that this was exactly what one should expect from the first key. Beatrice understood perfectly what had to be done. His worry had been unnecessary. The brunette turned away and said that, in that case, they wouldn't waste any more time. He had said everything he needed to say, so he would leave. The girl suddenly asked if he would bring Winter. Beatrice's eyes widened when the young man replied that he wasn't sure. Most likely, Winter would be taken to headquarters. She stood up at once and asked if that meant he was going to Node. When he answered that he would use their infrastructure, she let out a heavy sigh and asked what would happen to Kim Bizik's plan. The brown-eyed man looked back at her and said that building an independent squad capable of defeating the demonic beasts mattered more. Now was not the time to choose between a hidden team and Node. Just before his death, the old man had said that confronting Node might not be the only path forward. The blonde lowered her head as Sian-Woo spoke again. He said the manager had acted according to his own will and had chosen his own way. If it came to that, he would willingly become either a pig or a loyal dog of Node, so long as he could drain them dry in the process. The girl closed her eyes and said quietly that she hoped God's blessing would be with him, so that he could make the right choice. He thanked her, then added calmly that he didn't believe in God. As he turned to leave, the brunette told her to remember to sleep. If she kept losing consciousness like this, how was she supposed to survive until day X? The yellow-eyed girl smiled faintly and said she would keep it in mind. She recalled how she had once said that it was the doctor, an outsider, who had interfered. The doctor wasn't someone who would change just because circumstances shifted. The brown-eyed man turned those words over in his mind. The ruined building stood beneath the night sky. He stopped there, eyes closed, then grabbed his head and asked himself what he was supposed to do now. There was no leader beside him, no branch manager. The brunette looked away, thinking that the shock must be overwhelming. The man who had been his teacher and his leader was gone. He had lived like a ghost inside a hidden team, and now a dark future stretched out ahead of him. After a moment, he turned to Hyan and asked whether he had been made an offer as well. Hyan answered that he had. It was from Node. He admitted he didn't know whether they could be trusted after crossing swords with him. What they had done to the manager and the team leader was cruel. But in both cases, the end of their lives had been their own choice, even if Team Hyanu had been involved both now and in the past. Hyan added that Node had been fairly consistent. It wasn't an organization that was impossible to trust. The hero closed his eyes as his partner continued, saying that team leader Young had once claimed Node's development program was worth experiencing. Node wanted to draw metahumans from the desert into its army. The brown-eyed man glanced at him and asked if that meant he planned to join headquarters. Hyan frowned and replied that for his own goals, he would even join Node if necessary. But for now, he was still thinking about what to do. After a pause, the man asked about Arun. He was worried. Hyan answered simply that Arun wasn't a metahuman. He couldn't join Node's army, even if he wanted to. Leaving him behind in the desert would have been a massive loss, but that wasn't the point. He said instead that his mind kept circling the same question, what the Devour team should do at a critical moment to gain the upper hand. The brunette looked away when he mentioned a critical moment, then gave a short reaction, as if something clicked. He looked back at the hero and said it was about the task the manager had entrusted to him. Even though he despised Node, the manager had asked him to form an independent squad capable of eradicating demonic beasts. And thinking about it now, that wasn't a lie at all. The brunette frowned and admitted that during their pursuit of the criminal, the team leader had once said that if a hunter kept growing at the same pace, he would eventually meet the branch manager's expectations. Back then, he hadn't understood what that meant. He straightened his posture and spoke again. If Sian-Wood didn't mind, he wanted to formally ask to join the Devour team. He said he wanted to help carry out the task the manager had left behind. Hearing that, Sian-Wood felt a quiet sense of relief. Even with the 8 keys, changing the flow of history would be difficult with their power alone, especially under Node's control. The more allies they had, the better. And now, it was time to merge his own plans with the manager's unfinished design. When he agreed, the man thanked him for bringing it up first. Someone immediately ran up, shouting that he should be the one doing the thanking. Sian-Woo told him to calm down. The brown-eyed man spread his arms and said that was enough about that. He added that he hoped Arung would bring good news. Sian-Woo asked if he was talking about him, just as a young man rushed into the room. Arung, found. The boy raised his thumb confidently. The 3 of them stood together, looking up at the clear sky. One frowned and asked if he was really sure the woman was here. The reply came back sharply, saying that someone who couldn't find a single clue for 3 days straight had no right to question it. The brunette watched the heroes back in silence as they approached the ruins. He assessed the surroundings, thinking that it was a surprisingly large shelter. The barrier was solid, good enough to stop low-ranking monsters, but against mid-rank ones, it would struggle. They had managed to hold out, until now, for only one reason. One of the 8 keys. Winter. The boy looked at Sian-Woo and asked whether they were going in. Sian-Woo raised one hand and said no, that they should wait for a moment and observe the situation first. Then, lifting his other hand, the brown-eyed man stepped forward alone. When the others started calling out to him, he stared into the distance and shouted a greeting. An arrow struck the ground near his foot. The young man snapped, asking what they thought they were doing. Someone answered calmly that it was security, and that he wanted to see how they would react to an intrusion. He tightened his grip on his sword and commented that it was Effie Sian-Woot, but so far only warning shots. He wondered whether it was worth testing what they were really capable of. The man beside him warned him to be careful. Another arrow suddenly flew straight toward the hero. He dodged it easily. The red-eyed man clenched his fist, furious, shouting that there was no reason for them to be shooting already. He added angrily that they should at least send people to help politely. Sian-Woot thought briefly about how one was supposed to do that politely. The brunette turned around and said that since they reacted like that, the proper response was to reply with the same level of politeness. The guy's eyes lit up with excitement, his expression almost greedy. He grabbed his weapon and said he'd been waiting to hear that. Arrow after arrow, he would teach them a lesson. The boy silently thought that many really had left an impression on him during their travels. The hero opened his mouth to stop him, saying to wait, but at that moment a dense volley of arrows rained down toward them. They all looked up in surprise. The boy clenched his teeth as arrows shattered overhead. Sian-Woo turned to Arung and told him to speed it up, because this was already getting annoying. He pointed out the first target, a man wearing a helmet. Arung took aim. After being reminded not to kill anyone, he released the arrow. It struck cleanly, knocking the helmet off. Sian-Woo immediately pointed at another man wearing ridiculous pants and said that he was next. He frowned and told him to aim lower, straight at the crotch. Arung hesitated, saying the target was moving too much. The arrow flew anyway, passing right between the man's legs. The guard froze in terror. The young man grinned and asked whether he could use an explosive arrow this time. Sian-Woo frowned, imagining him shouting something about explosions being art, then sighed and agreed, telling him to make sure no one got hurt. The arrow streaked forward. A moment later, the explosion bloomed. Arun clenched his fist and said with satisfaction that this was enough. Kian thought of Minnie, realizing they really were alike, and felt relieved knowing they were on his side. The brunette smiled and said it was good. Someone suddenly shouted that there were metahumans here and that they needed to run. The young man raised his hand and yelled, asking who the metahuman was, calling them idiots. Sian-Woo patted him on the back and said they could move now. The irritants were gone. The young man vaulted over the wall and landed cleanly. 2 more followed behind him. 5 people approached cautiously. Sian-Woo asked who was in charge of the shelter. The woman lowered her head and asked what important people he meant, then apologized for her rudeness, explaining that recent events had forced them to be cautious. Kian-Woo frowned inwardly. Just as expected, once force was shown, they immediately yielded. He spoke aloud, apologizing as well for coming without notice, and asked whether there was somewhere quiet where they could talk. The brunette bowed and said she would prepare a place for them, then led the way. They walked together in a small group. 2 exhausted people were sitting on the floor along the way. Sian-Woo remembered the others and reflected on the scene. The hunger and helplessness caused by the desert usually felt heavier, but here was different. He turned his head, finding it strange. Even by desert standards, life here should have been more stable. They looked around as the woman placed a plate on the table and apologized that they couldn't offer much. They told her not to worry, saying they hadn't come to eat. She placed a hand over her chest and introduced herself as young Yensuk. She said she was taking care of Yokangel, and that they could call her Yun. Then she asked what they wanted to discuss. Sian-Woo spoke up and said he was looking for a metahuman named Kim Ja, around 21 years old, athletic build, dark skin. He asked if she was here. The woman froze. Her hands began to tremble as she asked how they knew. Sian-Woo frowned and said they were hunters affiliated with Node. Their organization had eyes and ears everywhere. Besides, wasn't it standard procedure for every metahuman to register with Node? The brunette clenched her teeth. Han smiled lightly and said that was enough. The second woman answered calmly, saying she already knew what would happen next. A bag was placed on the table in front of her. When it was opened, the young man told her to look carefully and understand why they were making this offer. They wanted to recruit her. The cores inside were only a down payment. Young's lips parted as she spoke hesitantly. There were too many cores. Just as he expected, the hesitation showed. Sian-Woo slid the cores forward and asked whether she wanted to make a deal with Node. There were even more inside the bag. She shook her head quickly, saying that wasn't what she meant. It wasn't that the payment was in Suffy Sian-Woo. He asked again whether Ja was here right now. The brunette answered that Ja commanded the only military unit in Exangel. If she wasn't present, this was where she belonged. The young man cut in, saying they weren't discussing relocation yet. Registration with Node came first. He would confirm her abilities, record them, and decide later whether she would be taken along. That part could wait. The woman clenched her hand and said she would speak with her when she returned. She asked him not to take her by force. She bowed deeply. The brunette replied that he had no intention of forcing anyone. Regardless of the outcome, she could keep the cores as payment for the information alone. Young stared at the open bag for a long moment. Hyan dropped onto a bench and complained that acting like a boss was exhausting. Kian replied that he had done well enough. Arung relaxed and added that both of them had done a good job. They noted that she had accepted the cores and assumed she wouldn't interfere later. After seeing their strength, she wouldn't retract her words. The brunette poured liquid into a mug and said flatly that they had only come here for victory. The young man grinned, amused that they were about to drink alcohol. Sian-Woo lifted the cup toward his face and paused. Alcohol was a luxury, even in the city. Finding it in the desert made no sense. His expression hardened. He knocked the cup out of the young man's hand. It shattered on the floor. The young man turned sharply and asked what was wrong. Sian-Woo crushed the cup in his hand and said it wasn't poison. It was dog blood. Both of them stared and asked what he meant. Sian-Woo asked if they even knew what a gar was. They answered that it was an animal, something like a dog. The brunette's face twisted as he started to ask what that meant, if it was its blood, but he didn't get a finish. Staring at the liquid, Sian-Woo explained that the toxins in its blood caused hallucinations similar to drunkenness. The blood was filtered, then fermented, the same way alcohol was made. That was how this drink existed. Both young men nearly gagged. He continued coldly, saying it couldn't be treated like alcohol. If someone drank it regularly, the poison would slowly build up inside the body. Eventually, the dosage would turn lethal. Looking at his reflection in the shattered remains, he demanded to know how they could allow something like this. Sian-Woo leaned back against the wall. Now it made sense why the shelter felt wrong. He remembered the people slumped on the floor, half dead, near the entrance. They had most likely been drinking dog blood. His gaze swept the room as another thought surfaced. Who had introduced this drink to them? Madame Yun, a well-meaning outsider who didn't understand the consequences. A knock interrupted his thoughts. He opened the door, expecting to see Hyan and Urung returning. He asked if they had found what he requested. Instead, an angry girl stood there. Her teeth were clenched so hard they almost cracked. Kim Jaewol. She snapped that she'd heard he wanted to see her, so why hadn't he come out himself? The brunette let out a short laugh. He was glad to see her, but he also knew she'd hit him without hesitation if he said the wrong thing. Since the memories of his past life had surfaced, she kept appearing in his thoughts. It felt strange, comforting, and unsettling at the same time. She had been his comrade before, someone who had lived and died as a soldier. A memory flashed, a monster pinned to the ground, the girl gripping it by the scruff of the neck as it struggled uselessly. She screamed, thrust her hand forward, and a blinding flash followed. Reality snapped back. The brunette was running along the road, searching for Jaw. He stopped short. Ahead of him, the girl was dragging a reptilian beast by its tail. She turned, frowning, and asked what he wanted. The brunette let out a slow breath, realizing he'd been worried for nothing. She hadn't vanished. She had simply gone hunting. All that concern over their strongest close combat fighter had been pointless. She planted her feet wide apart. Young stared at her, unblinking, while the two men watched with clear interest. He frowned faintly, thinking that compared to her in his past life, she almost looked cute now. Almost. This version was far wilder. The woman noticed his gaze at once. She bared her teeth and demanded to know why he was staring and grinning. dropping low onto her hands. She said she didn't even know if he was truly from Node, but if he lost, he'd better shut his mouth and run. The young man spread his arms and said he was glad to see her so full of energy, but asked if it wasn't rude to attack without even hearing him out. She charged anyway, saying there was no need. She would win regardless. She braced herself for impact. Wu calmly formed a sphere in his hand. It hovered for a brief instant, then shot forward. The girl was hit cleanly and thrown on her back. She groaned, frowned, and asked if that was really all it took. Arung frowned to himself, thinking that boasting in front of him had been a bad idea. Wu looked away, deciding there was no reason to face a close combat fighter head-on. The energy strike he had learned from Young and Senna was proving far too effective. She lay there, completely dazed, a thin trail of smoke rising from her forehead. Sunlight poured down from above. The brunette looked aside and asked if he was truly serious about not taking her by force. Even as he said it, he knew it sounded like a lie. Wu asked back whether he really thought she would allow herself to be dragged away. He had already seen her bloodlust surface from nothing more than playful provocation. The man threw his hands up and asked why they had gone through all that trouble last night, if it ended so easily. Yu stared at the ceiling and answered that it had been to prove his strength. Now she knew she wouldn't lose anything by joining them. They would stay here only briefly, and he planned to hunt demonic beasts alongside them. The young man gaped and asked what kind of insanity that was. Acting so casually like this, dying wouldn't take long at all. He lay flat on his back. The brunette closed his eyes and said quietly that everything depended on Jaw. She was the only metahuman in the shelter. If they took her away, this place would collapse under the assault of demonic beasts and roaming killers. The building would be reduced to rubble. The boy shuddered just imagining it and hurried off. The brunette half raised his hand, as if to object, then stopped and left it hanging. Wu fell into thought. The memory surfaced on its own. The final moments of the Mokdal hideout. He looked away, realizing that even if they didn't take her now, this shelter was already doomed. Once it fell, Ja would come with them whether she wanted to or not. He remembered the warning. The Bin hideout would fall within a month. There was a gifted close combat metahuman there, someone he had to bring into the team. His brow tightened. From another angle, delaying things like this was even crueler than taking her by force. But for now, all he could give them was time. Sunlight flooded the area. The boy raised his hand and said that since everyone was present, they should discuss today's hunt. Recently, insect-type demonic beasts had become a serious problem. The creature resembled a giant bee and attacked with a poisonous stinger. Anyone stung would die within 2 days. The girl narrowed one eye and asked whether they had any countermeasures. The brunette clenched his fist and shouted that insect-type demonic beasts were weak to fire. They just needed heavy armor and enough flames to burn them down. A calm, unfamiliar voice cut him off. Everyone turned. The boy who had spoken stepped forward and said that while it was true that demonic insects were generally weak to fire, the so-called killer bees living in the ruins were an exception. Even when their bodies were engulfed in flames, they kept flying. The girl shot him a sharp look. Wu frowned and continued in his place, adding the more critical detail. A single killer bee possessed strength equivalent to a 17th rank entity. Ordinary people were forbidden from hunting monsters like that with the shelter's crude equipment. They would be slaughtered instantly. He said it plainly. Their squad stood no chance against a colony of killer bees. Then he turned toward the guide and said that if he truly called himself one, he should order a retreat and abandon the hunt entirely. He stiffened at those words, jaw clenching in anger. Watching him, Wu thought that the man with the glasses took real pride in being a guide. Not long ago, he himself had been one. Now it felt like a lifetime ago. The brunette jumped to her feet and started shouting that she wouldn't issue such an order. They couldn't just hand over their territory and retreat. Kian looked at her calmly and said there was only one workable method. Only the two of them. 2 metahumans would go. No one else. Several people sprang up at once, shouting that they had managed just fine until now and didn't need help from Node. One of the young men raised his voice, demanding they look at the facts instead of emotions. They hadn't protected the shelter on their own. They had survived only because of Jaw. The words landed heavily. The 3 of them clenched their teeth, staring at him. The brunette finally spoke, saying that anyone who wanted to leave was free to do so. Shock rippled through the group as they asked if she was serious. She frowned and admitted she was furious too, but the Node specialist insisted it was dangerous. They had to trust his assessment. They could handle it themselves. Everyone else would stay behind. Confusion spread across the faces around her. Wu stepped forward and asked if he should take that as a formal request. She snapped back that he should hurry. Then she narrowed her eyes and warned him that if he thought this was a chance to drag her away instead of earning his pay, he was mistaken. The young man chuckled and replied that he knew perfectly well she wouldn't go quietly. She didn't need to worry. As payment, he only wanted information. The brunette frowned, but followed as they walked along the road. As they moved, he explained that most demonic beast groups numbered in the thousands, but killer bees formed much smaller colonies, usually no more than 1 or 200. That didn't make them safer. If a metahuman was stung more than 3 times, death was almost guaranteed. He added that the only effective strike point was where the wings connected to the body. Everywhere else was as hard as steel. The girl asked something under her breath. His reply came casually, telling her she could call the others back and let them drink if she wanted. The brunette frowned and asked what he was talking about, then suggested they needed alcohol to drive the bees away. Kian raised a finger and said they could ferment sap by controlling airflow and water. Once consumed, the toxin produced acted almost like real alcohol, and over time its potency weakened. After 3 months, instead of that disgusting gagger blood, they would be drinking actual alcohol. Something worth waiting for. Her eyes widened as the idea settled in. A smile crept across her face, and she said that if that was true, then they would need a proper feast. Wu turned his head and said she was thinking in the right direction. Both of them lowered their gazes toward the massive tree roots ahead. They sprinted forward and slipped behind them. The young man peeked out and narrowed his eyes. Only 2 bees were on watch. The rest seemed to be resting. This was the perfect opening. He turned to her and said that while the swarm slept, he would strike first with a large-scale attack to thin their numbers. After that, she would move in. He drew his sword and brought it up before his face. The sunlight sharpened, and he thought that after everything that had happened, he had finally reclaimed experience from his past life. Now was the time to see if he could actually use it. He exhaled and spoke the name. Shensik. Moonlight sword. The air split. The ground trembled. Debris rained down around them. Sienwu scanned the area and knew immediately. It worked. If he continued like this, he could destroy the hive outright. Killer bees began pouring out of the honeycombs, their buzzing filling the air. Both of them covered their ears as Jewel shouted that her eardrums had nearly burst. He replied that his strike had already taken down several dozen. The swarm surged outward. Sienwu lifted his head and asked if this was the start of the battle. Everyone for themselves. He told her to shout if she got scared. She shot back that he should worry about himself and demanded to know the plan. He glanced at her and asked if he really needed to explain it. She just had to cut them down and kill as many as she could. He even told her to show off a little. She snorted and said that at this rate, he was going to fall in love with her, and that would make him unbearable. Recalling the earlier clash, Sienwu realized that a single one of these creatures was already around rank 17, yet they were facing several hundred without hesitation. The brunette dropped to one knee, and he saw it clearly. She hadn't learned this consciously in this life, but instinct guided her. Energy wrapped around her body on its own. The moment the battle truly began, a beast took shape behind her. To his eyes, it looked like a lioness formed from a golden core and raw energy. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the sight was always mesmerizing. The girl threw her head back, power surging outward. Her ability was like a living barrier, completely different from his devouring skill. Hers couldn't be categorized. It was pure instinct, the will of a wild beast. She launched herself into the air and drove her fist straight into a bee. The creature thrust out its stinger, but Jaw caught it with her free hand, ripped its wings clean off, and dropped back down. Twisting her body mid-fall, she muttered next and shot toward another target. In a single motion, the wings were severed again. The young man tilted his head slightly, judging her movements. At this level, she was already comparable to the late team leader Chan Su, maybe even stronger. She flowed from one enemy to the next, tearing wings away without pause. He leapt along his own path, assuming Jaw would handle that side. But something fell off. The next instant, he slashed forward, cutting an insect cleanly in half. One fell, then another. As he moved, he remembered yesterday how he had managed to reproduce techniques that had once been drilled into him, landing lightly. He realized that regaining memories from his past life had made everything far easier. More insects surged up behind him. He only frowned. Tentacles erupted from his back. Dark limbs lashed outward, impaling bees one after another. Their bodies crashed to the ground, twitching violently in their final moments. He lowered his sword and drew in a heavy breath. Just that exchange had burned through nearly 30% of his energy. Pressing a hand to his chest, he acknowledged the truth. This ability was effective against large numbers of low-rank beasts, but using it now was inefficient. The skill had improved since the fight with Hyansu and his lackeys, yet his energy reserves were still lacking. He lifted his sword again and pushed the thought aside. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. If he wanted to reclaim the glory of his past life, his internal energy would need to grow far beyond this. He stepped forward and struck down another insect. He shouted that it was a shame to have to kill them one by one, then cut down another insect. At the same time, the girl seized the bee by the neck and screamed for it to get away from her. The boy rushed forward, his mind racing. Just moments ago, he had been admiring her technique. How had things turned like this? How could Jaw, of all people, be hurt by something as insignificant as a single bee? She fell on her back. Sienwu sprinted toward her, yelling that if she kept fighting like that, she would get herself torn apart. With a sharp twist of her hand, she ripped part of the insect's body away. He reached her side and said that move was a good countermeasure, but if it had gone even slightly wrong, she could have lost her leg. She looked up at him and thanked him for explaining, then admitted that she could feel the poison spreading. Her leg was already starting to go numb. Siwa frowned. Maybe that was why he fell uneasy. In his past life, Jaw had been a refined wild fighter, but now, standing before him, she was still inexperienced. Young. He turned his head and asked if she knew how to control her internal energy. Without waiting, he said to explain briefly. Her energy took the form of a lion. After cutting the wound, she had to circulate that energy through her body to force the poison out, keeping the skill active the entire time. She listened carefully. The young man cut down another insect and told her he would cover her while she acted. The brunette pulled the stinger free from her flesh and began cutting around the wound with a knife. She squeezed her eyes shut as pain tore through her. Green smoke leaked from the injury. She clenched her teeth, trembling. Sienwu glanced back and said flatly that a metahuman like her wouldn't die from something like this, so she should stop whining. Her reply came immediately, saying those were incredibly comforting words. She suffered through the pain, while his mind filled with doubt. Talent alone was never enough. Proper training mattered more than anything. That much was obvious. But should he really take her to headquarters? He closed his eyes. The difference between them was clear. He carried experience from a past life. His body remembered Node's training. Jean only had instinct. He frowned, realizing the truth. As she was now, she wouldn't survive against high-ranking demonic beasts. She was struggling even against an ordinary killer bee. He closed his eyes and reminded himself that she was still healing. If another bee reached her now, it would turn ugly fast. That meant one thing. He had to suppress everything at once with the tentacles. The real problem wasn't the swarm anymore. It was the queen. She was hiding deep in a cave, buried in darkness, waiting for the right moment to strike. If he poured too much energy into the tentacles, most of his reserves would vanish. Power surged from his chest as he measured himself, wondering if what he had left would be enough to kill them all. The insects closed in. Now wasn't the time for hesitation. He stepped forward and took control. A stream of energy burst from him, slashing through the air. The flying insects were caught mid-charge and began to evaporate from the damage, their bodies dissolving before they could even fall. Sienwu leaned heavily on his sword, shoulders rising and falling. He looked ahead with a hard expression and admitted to himself that this was unavoidable. He had burned too much energy. Turning to the girl, he quickly calculated what remained. Roughly 45%. It would have to be enough for the queen. She stared at him and said he was impressive. He didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed her wounded leg with both hands. She screamed in shock, demanding to know what he was doing. He told her sharply not to move and not to make noise. Green smoke poured steadily from the wound as the poison was forced out. He said she was doing well, that for a first attempt, she had cut the affected area properly. She snapped back at him to shut up. Without missing a beat, he asked which leg she wanted a prosthetic for, adding that he knew an excellent magical engineer. She nearly lost her mind. Sian-Woo straightened and told her to focus on healing. He would deal with the queen. She looked down, then up, asking if he meant the killer be queen. He glanced toward the shelter and nodded slightly. Yekinga was safe for now. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the cave. Standing at the entrance, he raised a lantern. The darkness inside felt heavy. The worst part wasn't the queen herself. It was the possibility of a soldier be still guarding her. With his energy this low, that could be fatal. He formed a glowing sphere in his hand. Judging by the silence, he had probably wiped out most of the swarm. But one uncertainty remained. He released the sphere. Light flooded the cave as it flew forward. He stated calmly that if anything was still alive inside, it would rush toward the light. The magic sphere drifted deeper into the darkness. He realized then that no one was left, which meant every single bee had already mobilized to defend the hive. That was good. It meant only the breeding ground remained, and with it, the queen. Sian-Woo sprinted forward with his sword in hand, understanding immediately that this was the best outcome. Siwa shot out of the gorge in a single motion. Waiting for him was a massive creature, its body swollen, lined with clusters of grotesque limbs. He let out a sharp breath, and said he'd finally found where she was hiding. And more importantly, there wasn't a single soldier be guarding her. The monster reacted with clear hostility and lunged. Sian-Woo raised his energy shield just in time. Blow after blow crashed against it, each strike heavier than the last. He blocked calmly, and said flatly that resistance was pointless. All she had left was empty noise. The echo grated on him, and he snapped that he didn't want to hear it anymore. He tightened his grip on the blade and drove it forward. The steel pierced in the monster's flesh as he declared that he would send her to join her soldiers. Activating the crescent sword skill, his blade ignited, carving through her body in a blazing arc. The queen's form twisted violently. Light burst from within her as her structure collapsed. He held his sword steady. The creature exploded. Chunks of flesh scattered in every direction. Without hesitation, he released his energy. A bright blue torrent surged outward, incinerating the fragments midair. He knew instantly. The eggs were gone. All of them. He stepped toward the remains and plunged his blade into the queen's abdomen. Her body ruptured, spilling strange objects onto the ground. He reached inside without hesitation and remarked that back when he'd been a tour guide. Scenes like this used to excite him. A queen should always leave behind something worthwhile. His hand closed around something solid. He pulled it free and smiled faintly. In his palm rested a radiant golden stone, the queen bee killer crystal, a true treasure. He examined it closely and understood its value at once. It could only be used once, but it would completely restore his energy. As the realization settled in, the crystal slowly dimmed in his grasp. Standing amid the smoking remains, he said quietly that it was over. The hive was destroyed. Even the eggs were gone. Yokinga was safe now. He remembered the girl's words. Holding the dulling stone, he knew they would be safe for a while. And yet, for reasons he couldn't explain, his chest felt heavy. He looked ahead and understood that Yokinga would still meet its end, just like in his previous life. There was no turning back. The emotions surging inside him wouldn't allow it. Sian-Woo pulled the girl along as she muttered that she could walk on her own. She looked away, jaw tight, and said that the more she thought about it, the harder the blow to her pride became. Sian-Woo noticed it then. She felt like a failure. Her talent far outweighed her actual skill. And in that moment, he realized he wasn't much different. His knowledge and experience didn't match the limits of his current body. She asked him quietly if they could split the cores in half. She needed resources to take care of the people here. He looked at her and said she could take all of them. Make alcohol, just like they discussed. He already had what he truly wanted. His injured partner hesitated, then said that if that was the case, she could at least provide information. What he wanted to know wasn't something a person living in isolation could normally have, not compared to someone tied in Node. Her eyes widened slightly. She asked if he meant the real reason she couldn't leave the shelter. Sian-Woo looked at her and said nothing. She already understood what he was asking. The girl pointed toward the stone house and said she lived there. She invited him inside. He paused and asked if he should have brought flowers, considering how sudden the invitation was. She opened the door quietly and said that flowers wouldn't help much. They stepped inside. Sian-Woo immediately asked why it was so dark. She smiled faintly and said that if he had brought flowers, at least they might have masked the smell. He asked again. Sian-Woo covered his face with his palm as realization hit him. The scent was unmistakable. It was the smell of rotting flesh. She clutched the blanket and asked if he really wanted to know why she couldn't leave. Before he could respond, she pulled it away, saying it wasn't exactly a secret, but it was something better left unspoken. Sian-Woo froze. On the floor lay a purple, disfigured body, bound, barely moving, a walking corpse that made low, broken sounds. The sight left him stunned, unable to understand what he was seeing. Then the truth settled in. Becoming a zombie was a natural outcome of prolonged exposure. Her voice trembled as she explained. It was her younger brother, addicted to our blood. Because of him, she could never leave Yokingle. Sian-Woo stared at her, shocked, finally understanding that this wasn't weakness. It was duty. He turned to her and said he was sorry about what had happened to her brother, but she couldn't abandon her own future out of guilt toward her family. She snapped back instantly, shouting that he had it wrong. Completely wrong. She screamed that the person who had brought that cursed alcohol into the shelter was her. Sian-Woo asked again, stunned. Her fist tightened as rage and regret twisted together. She said she had heard how the drink was made, thought it would help them survive, and brought it back herself. That choice destroyed everything. Because of her, people suffered. Tears spilled as she told him she had no right to leave. She had to stay. She had to atone for her sins until the end of her life. Sue sat at the table, documents spread out before him, and realized this was everything the manager had left behind about Ja from his past life. The report described a girl found lying in a pool of blood, the only survivor of an unidentified shelter in Bin. Multiple severe injuries inflicted by demonic beasts. Rescue by note. He read on with a rigid expression. After an unexpected recovery, she had joined the military. Attempts to extract memories yielded nothing. No recollection of her past. The image shifted. Ja fighting a monster. Now made sense. Judging by her current state, she had been reset, reduced to a rookie who couldn't properly control her abilities. The same weakness he had seen during the battle with the killer bees. More images followed. Senna, Lexi, Minnie, all under Node's supervision. And Ja, she needed real training. He leaned back in a chair, staring at the ceiling, wondering if this truly was the only way to solve everything at once. Another image surfaced. A black and gold emblem. To catch a tiger, you had to enter its den. Cyan Wood turned as a voice muttered behind him. Welcome back. Arung stood there beside Han. Cian asked if it had snowed where they came from. Han answered that the weather had gone insane. It was snowing like it was already November. They showed him a house. Arung explained that as requested, he had inspected the roads around Yokangle and assessed the strength of the local residents. Arun looked away with a faint smile and said he would go over the details during the scheduled meeting. Cyanwood noted one final thing. They had decided to take Nino with them. Cianwood cut them off and told them to listen carefully. His tone left no room for argument. He said this place would soon turn into a battlefield. The others stared at him in shock as he continued. In 4 days, a Norcord would crash into this area. The boy reacted instantly, asking what he was talking about. Han demanded to know how he could be so sure. Cianwar answered that the method didn't matter. How he knew was irrelevant now. What mattered was what was coming. Images formed in their minds. A horde of monsters moving through the northern regions, zones 7 and 8, sweeping forward without slowing. Several dozen orcs, all heading straight for this place. Among them, something far worse. A rank 3 or king. A demonic beast stronger than anything they had faced so far. Arung stiffened beside him and said plainly that they stood no chance against that. Han sucked in a breath, repeating the rank in disbelief. Cianwis said calmly that they would survive if they avoided the king. That wasn't the real problem. The real question was whether the people here would survive at all. He watched Hyun explain that more than a third of the shelter's residents were already poisoned by Gar blood. Even if the orcs never arrived, this place would eventually collapse on its own. The boy added that after separating those who weren't poisoned to form a combat unit, there wouldn't be many hunters left. Shu turned to Hyun and said that if the orcs attacked, the locals would cling to Ja even more desperately. Taking her away would become nearly impossible. Someone suggested that if she saw there was no hope, she might finally choose to leave with them. Cianwoo shook his head. He remembered her words about atonement. She wouldn't abandon her people, not even at the end. They needed to stop assuming Ja would simply come along if things got bad enough. Arung asked what they were supposed to do then. That was when Cianwoo said he would explain the plan. The three of them sat across from each other at the table. Arung and Hyun listened in silence. The larger man finally spoke, asking if it was really possible to avoid the battle and still save Ja. Cianwoo leaned back in his chair and said that was exactly the point. He asked if there were any other questions. Arun looked at him and asked whether it was possible to relocate the people to another zone, and in exchange, have Ja come with them. The guy explained that they had settled outside node zones because neither the city nor even the desert truly accepted them. On top of that, they were dependent on Gar blood. No one would take them in anyway. Hyun scratched his head and spoke next. With their current strength, they couldn't stand against an Orc king. Endangering their lives would achieve nothing but meaningless deaths. He said it outright. The others knew he was right. Still, abandoning people to die for the sake of a goal wasn't something they could easily accept. Cianwoo answered coldly that when an outcome couldn't be changed, the only rational choice was to pick the lesser evil. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how much they sounded like Node. His gaze dropped. It felt like salt rubbed into an old wound. Ever since the memories of his past life had returned, something fundamental inside him had shifted. A deep, almost obsessive sense of duty to exterminate demonic beasts had taken root, warping the way he thought. He stood up from his chair and said he wasn't denying any of it. Looking at the people in front of him, Cianwoo stated plainly that in the plan to eradicate demonic beasts, Ja's role was that of a powerful weapon. He told them not to forget why they had come here in the first place. It wasn't to save a city. It was to secure the necessary members for the team. With a hard expression, he asked them to trust him. Hyun nodded and said he understood everything. He would follow him. Cianwoo looked at them and continued. The reason he was being so persistent about saving people was simple. He didn't see the extermination mission as something secondary. He had already thought through countless outcomes, and in the worst case, it might become impossible to save even Ja. Hyun listened without interrupting. Cianwoo said he hoped it wouldn't come to that, but it was better to remember the possibility. Arun suddenly raised his hand and told him to wait. He asked why he wasn't included in the plan and what he was supposed to do. Cianwoo crossed his arms and said they should talk alone. The two of them stood facing each other. Snow drifted through the air as Arung stared ahead. Cianwoo placed a hand on his shoulder and started walking. The boy heard him say that this was as far as they would go together. Later, lying in bed, Cianwoo remembered that before the orcs arrived, he had advised him to return to Area 17. Arun stared ahead in disbelief and said that he'd been offered a place in Node. Minnie and Senna were already at headquarters, and once everything settled, he planned to take Hyun and Ja with him. Lying on a bed, Cianwoo thought that no matter how capable the boy was, he was still just an ordinary person. Losing him on a battlefield would be meaningless. He didn't belong here, fighting orcs. He didn't need to die for this place. A faint sound reached him from the side. The boy stood in the doorway, then walked in and sat beside him. Cianwoo kept staring at the wall, thinking that Jamie was rebuilding Area 17. With a promising guy like him there, restoring order would be much easier. Time passed in silence. A window came into view. Kian sat on the bed and turned his head. One of the beds was empty. Urung was gone. He let out a slow breath and told himself that this was how it should be. Urung needed to live. He needed to be safe. Then he froze. He sat up sharply and said he heard something. That couldn't be right. On the roof, a figure in a blue cloak lay flat, watching the horizon. Hyan peered through binoculars. Sianwo climbed up beside him and asked if it was them. Hyan nodded and said he had been meaning to tell him. He passed the binoculars over. Kian looked. His breath caught. Far in the distance, an enemy force stretched across the land. A massive orc horde was advancing straight toward them. The alarm bell rang out, deafening. Someone screamed that they were under attack. A man struck the bell again and shouted for everyone to hide inside their homes. Blood splashed across the ground near the bell. Only a severed hand remained where the man had stood. Another person rushed forward and tied a rope around the stump. Inside a room, a zombie lay on a bed, producing low, twisted sounds. Jaw stood over him with a hard expression and apologized softly, saying there was no other choice. They had to stay quiet and wait for the horde to pass. The zombie went still. Jaw understood then. They wouldn't just pass by. This was going to be the end. Their final battle. Someone called her name. She turned. Outside, people ran through the streets in panic as buildings burned. Jaw walked past the man with glasses and asked about Madame Yun. He answered that she was doing everything she could to hold the southern wall, but it was already becoming impossible. She asked again about the guests. He reported that they were in their rooms, confirmed they were from Node, and added bitterly that when they were actually needed, they were nowhere to be found. Jaw looked away and asked what 3 people could possibly do against an orc horde, especially when one of them wasn't even a metahuman. If the Node military didn't intervene, there was no chance at all. The man with glasses replied that they weren't in a position to negotiate with Node anyway. Images of cheerful heroes flashed through her mind. She said they had already finished their business the moment they killed the bees. It was a shame, she added, because she had been looking forward to drinking with him. Jaw waved her hand and ordered him to assist Madame Yun while she took responsibility for the eastern wall. The man moved behind the fortifications, listening closely. Jaw stood before the massive wall. With a thunderous step, she sprinted upward and leapt to the top in a single motion. From there, she froze. Everything below was burning, and nearby, she saw Cian was standing there. Hyan sat beside him and muttered that it was incredible. He added that it was extremely unusual for demonic beasts to organize themselves into such coordinated hordes. The guy stared ahead and asked whether Arung had managed to avoid them and reach Zone 17 safely. Cianwood didn't answer right away. Even though their time together had been short, he had taught the boy everything he could. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if a miracle might occur, if Arung might awaken just like he had. He closed his eyes and dismissed the thought. Miracles didn't exist in the desert. There was no point clinging to them. Cianwo opened his eyes and said calmly that Arung had most likely reached Zone 17 without trouble. When it came to judgment and decision-making, the boy had few equals among metahumans, and he would be invaluable to the exchange center. Hai nodded in agreement. He handed him a bottle and said it was time to begin. Cianwu took it and was told that the liquid was a lethal pheromone extracted from insect-type demonic beasts. It had to be sprayed every 10 minutes to mask their scent and protect them from detection. Below them, people ran in panic through smoke-filled streets. He raised the binoculars. An orc was tearing the head from a helpless civilian. He shifted his view. Another monster slaughtered its next victim. Cianwu moved the binoculars again. Madame Yin appeared in his sight, taking a direct hit and collapsing. He lowered the binoculars sharply. His expression hardened. Right now, there was only one thing that mattered. Protecting the key. The radio suddenly vibrated. Cianwu grabbed it and ordered Hunter Hyan to report. Hyan's voice came through strained, saying that Jaw had already engaged a group of orcs. He looked down from his position and added that thanks to her, the eastern side was barely holding, but everywhere else had already collapsed. The hunter clenched his teeth as images flashed in his mind. A ferocious orc charged forward. Jaw met him head on, her body surging with energy as she launched herself into the fight. She struck without hesitation, every blow heavy and precise. One enemy fell, then another. Step by step, she tore through them. She flew toward an orc with a spear, crashed into him, and sank her teeth savagely into his neck. Holding him by the throat, she dropped back down and landed calmly amid the dust. The remaining orcs froze, staring at her. Jaw lifted her gaze, sharp and predatory. Then space itself split. A blade flashed. She turned in shock and raised both arms just in time to block a massive axe. The impact was monstrous. The ground roared and shattered beneath them. Jaw was thrown down into a deep in the earth. Across from her stood a towering orc. She tried to push herself up. At that moment, the radio crackled again. Jaw had encountered the Orc King. Cianwo answered immediately, voice tight, saying he was already moving to support her. From the rooftop, Hyan heard the words Plan B and shouted back that he understood and would follow the agreed actions. Blue energy erupted as Cianwo launched forward. Kian Wakami reinforced his body, strength and legs activating at once. This was the worst possible scenario. He accelerated, slammed off the ground, and shot toward the wall. Below, the massive Orc King stood with an axe in his grip. Jaw lunged at him, forcing herself forward. The Orc King drew back his fist and released a devastating punch. Her eyes widened as she tried to block it. The shockwave exploded outward. Jaw was hurled straight into the wall, smashing through it. Her body slid across the ground, carving a long trail before finally stopping. She lay there, barely conscious. Cianwu pushed himself even harder, energy pouring out of him as he ran. 1 minute. He just needed 1 minute. The Orc King stood calmly before Jaw's fallen body. Cianwu begged her silently to endure just a little longer. The towering monster raised his axe. From above, Hyan dove toward them and screamed her name. He blocked the strike with both blades, gripping them with everything he has. He knows one thing for certain. He cannot allow Jaw to face the Orc King directly. If this monster fully enters the fight, there will be no room for error. Earlier, sitting across from Cianwu, he had asked how he would even recognize the Orc King. The answer had been simple. He would know instantly. Its head was twice the size of any ordinary orc. Now the bottle is in his hand, as Samu's words echo in his mind. Once Jaw is exhausted from dealing with the lesser orcs, this pheromone must be used to erase her presence. She has to be pulled out immediately, using the retreat route they agreed on. Hyun had listened carefully. His physical enhancement wasn't impressive, but his leg enhancement was more than enough. Ordinary orc soldiers wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Sian-Woo had looked at him with a hard expression and warned him plainly. If Jaw encountered the Orc King before that, she could die. That was the worst-case scenario. Hyun had asked what to do if it came to that. Plan B. Distract the king. Just 1 minute. Sian-Woo had raised a finger and said that was the minimum time he needed. With leg enhancement pushed to the limit, he could reach the battlefield in 1 minute no matter where he was. A fighter only needed to hold on until then. Now he's already moving. Sian-Woo rockets forward, teeth clenched. 45 seconds left. A red stream of energy cuts across the battlefield. Han slides along the ground, twin blades in his hands, skidding to a halt as orcs close in around him. He exhales heavily, exhausted. The Orc King watches him with predatory calm. Han remembers the words spoken earlier. In the worst case, it would be difficult to save even Jaw. His grip loosens for a split second as the weight of it sinks in. It would be tragic if they failed to save the people of this shelter. He doesn't even know if he himself will survive. Forget saving Jaw. The Orc King lifts its axe. Han realizes in horror that this isn't even a full attack, just a test, and he's already at his limit. If this blow lands, he will die. Light explodes across the battlefield. Someone screams the hunter's name. The Orc King's axe comes down in a brutal arc toward the heroes. Green eyes gleam with savage amusement. Then, out of nowhere, the furious protagonist appears in front of him, blade already in motion. The Orc King's expression twists in shock. Sian-Woo doesn't hesitate. His sword tears into the monster's flesh in a single, decisive strike. The moment the blade bites, he springs backward, creating distance. He turns his head sharply toward Hyun, who is holding Jaw, and orders them to run. No hesitation. Hyun lifts the girl and bolts away from the battlefield, shouting that he's leaving the rest to him. The Orc King watches them retreat, eyes narrowing. Blue energy surges violently around Sian-Woo, unfamiliar and dangerous. He raises his blade and says calmly that from now on, he is his opponent. The Orc King smirks. Sian-Woo settles into a fighting stance and says the warm-up is over. Now comes the real fight. The massive creature opens its mouth as if to speak, clearly caught off guard. At the same time, Sian-Woo senses something else and frowns. A heavy staff slams in the ground nearby. He turns his gaze and sees it. Behind the Orc King stands a cloaked figure. Memory flashes back to his conversation with Hyun, an orc mage. His expression tightens. There's only one such being in a group, a 5th-rank monster so rare that almost no reliable information exists. But the name itself is enough. Its abilities are tied to spiritual forces. Telekinesis. The orc mage raises a hand and begins chanting. At the same time, mounted figures burst forward. Orcs wielding spears, riding massive wolves, charging straight at him. Sian-Woo's eyes widen slightly as he recognizes them. Orc hunters. His teeth grind together. This wasn't in the records. He hadn't anticipated this. The battlefield shifts in an instant. He's surrounded. This is bad. He knows exactly what he has to do. Hold them here, no matter what. He needs to buy time until he's sure Hyun has escaped far enough with Jaw. An explosion erupts. Sian-Woo dodges at the last possible moment, sliding across the ground. As he regains his footing, he hears the Orc King mocking him. The monster throws back its head and roars, the sound shaking the air itself. Sian-Woo stands his ground, sword held firm, and thinks that in this situation, there is only one thing he can do. Trust the hunter. Farther away, Hyun runs with Jaw in his arms. He finally slows, chest heaving, and stops for just a moment to catch his breath. He carried her on his back and realized how unnaturally quiet she had become, just as Sian-Woo had warned. For a moment, he wondered if he should stop and give her first aid. Then Sian-Woo's words echoed in his mind. Once he picked her up, he was to head straight to the agreed point. Sian-Woo would catch up after keeping the orcs occupied for half an hour. Hyun tightened his grip and pushed forward. He knew he was supposed to go directly there, yet he had already gone much farther than planned. Then he froze. Ahead of him, silhouettes surged out of the smoke. Mounted figures, fierce wolves galloping at full speed, their growls cutting through the chaos. Hyun gasped in disbelief, shouting that they were giant wolves. He broke into a desperate sprint. The beasts barked wildly as they chased him, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Carrying the wounded girl, he felt the strain in every step. Knocking the orcs off their mounts wasn't an option right now. His mind raced. Could he fight back? Could he really take on 2 mid-rank monsters alone? The riders raised their spears as they gained on him. One swung, aiming straight for his back. An explosion erupted. The hunter kept running as the orc was blasted off the wolf, screaming as he hit the ground. Hyun's eyes widened. He didn't understand what had just happened. The second rider jerked in surprise, turning his head. Hyun ran on, then glanced back. A ruined building loomed ahead, one that definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. From the rooftop, a voice shouted for them not to stop and to keep running. Hyun recognized it instantly. On the shattered roof stood a man with glasses, bow in hand, grinning as he drew the string back. Arung took careful aim and shouted that he knew they wouldn't get far without him. Elsewhere, the monster stood before Sian-Woo. Blue aura flared around him as he declared that no one else would interfere in the fight with the Orc King. The Orc Mage lingered behind the warrior, unable to act for the moment. Purple energy rolled off the enemy's body. Sian-Woo felt a strange sense of relief. At least now, he could focus entirely on this fight. The Orc King planted his feet firmly, axe gripped tight. The pressure crashing down on the hero was immense. 3rd rank. He hadn't expected anything less. The sword in his hand began to glow, and the man reminded himself that this wasn't a fight meant to be won. His role was simple. Hold the orc's attention. Buy time. As long as Hunter Hyun could escape, this battle had meaning. He swung, activating the Moonlight Sword. The strike rang out as it collided with the enemy's weapon, sparks tearing through the air. Without hesitation, the brunette surged forward, his blade carving a shallow cut into the orc's leg. He had aimed there from the start. A massive hand suddenly closed around him. The orc lifted him off the ground with ease and snarled. Seus's eyes widened as his body was slammed back down. The monster pinned him, crushing him into the earth. He coughed sharply, lungs screaming. The enemy raised its weapon and brought it down, energy bursting outward. Sienwu twisted and barely escaped, rolling away as the strike shattered the ground. They faced each other again. He clenched his teeth, admitting silently that the strength before him was absurd. The orc advanced, green blood streaming down its leg, yet its expression never changed. Did it even feel pain? Behind the king, the orc mage lifted his staff and began whispering. A brilliant sphere formed above it. Sienwu frowned. This wasn't support. This was interference. The ground shook. A building tore free behind him, rising into the air. His eyes widened as he activated his energy shield. Telekinesis, lifting something that massive without effort. Stones rained down violently, smashing the ground around him. He gritted his teeth and realized too late that the attack hadn't been aimed at him at all. Explosions flashed in the distance. Mounted monsters charged through the chaos. Hein was running at full speed, shells bursting behind him. His breath came ragged, but relief washed over him when he saw Arung break away using the crossfire. The Orc King halted, growling in irritation. On the rooftop, the archer drew his bow and muttered that while the king was playing here, his partner would gain enough distance. The monsters exchanged glances and nodded. One of them peeled away and turned back. Arun frowned. They were thinking. That made things worse. Still, it wouldn't change the outcome. He locked onto the pursuer and whispered that he would eliminate the one chasing him first. An explosion detonated in front of the orc rider. Arun kept moving. The monster laughed, tightening its grip on the spear. Arun narrowed his eyes and murmured that even if it took every arrow he had, he would bring it down. The boy shifted his focus to the monster at the flank. It was grinning at him openly. The shooter leveled his weapon and muttered that maybe he should start by putting a hole through its skull. The enemy pointed at him and barked something incomprehensible. Arung frowned, exhausted, unable to understand why it was shouting into empty air. The orc suddenly looked away. That was when Arung's tension spiked. His eyes widened just in time to see it. A massive structure hovered above him, wrapped in thick purple energy. The building came down. Stone and metal collapsed in a deafening crash. Shards blasted outward. Dust swallowed everything. The energy dispersed slowly, leaving silence behind. A finger twitched. Arung squinted as blood ran down his face. Pain hit a moment later. His leg, broken, completely useless. A shadow fell over him. The enemy's silhouette emerged through the settling dust. The gunslinger turned his head with a crooked grin and thought that the reason these creatures were called orcs was probably because they resembled the low-tier monsters from old games, back before the disaster. But standing this close, the name didn't fit at all. This thing was different. The monster advanced, wrapped in aura. Arung raised his gun with shaking hands, fully aware of how outmatched he was, and silently hoped that someone would keep an eye on Minnie. Elsewhere, Sienwu twisted past an axe strike. He stood facing the Orc King, while the mage behind it continued chanting. The realization hit him clearly. It was bad enough dealing with hunters, but bringing a sorcerer into the fight meant they were determined to stop Jaw at any cost. He tightened his grip on the blade. There was only one option left. A different outcome. He swung. This was the first time he had ever used this technique in a real battle. Even Jason, their former leader, had struggled to master it. The difficulty didn't matter now. All he could do was hope that Hunter Han had managed to dodge the fragment of the building the mage had hurled earlier. The sword extended. A golden beam tore through the air. The Orc King flinched as the strike grazed him from the side. He touched the wound with a thick finger, studying it with visible curiosity. Then he bared his teeth and laughed. The brunette smiled back faintly, understanding the message. That attack alone wouldn't break through the king's defenses. The orc turned, irritated, and started to speak again. A groan cut through the battlefield. A thin golden line appeared across the mage's abdomen. For a split second, the world froze. Then the sorcerer's body slid sideways and collapsed in two halves. The corpse hit the ground. Sienwu exhaled slowly and said that at least this much was enough. The annoying servant was gone. Kian extended his blade and activated the third technique, the infinitely small sword. Strength was sacrificed, but his sensitivity spiked to its absolute limit. The enemy's eyes widened as it growled, sensing the change. The guy swung his weapon lightly and invited the monster to continue. The Orc King charged in fury, energy erupting around its body. The brunette lowered into a fighting stance and beckoned it forward. The warrior's form glowed ominously, and he realized he no longer had to worry about interference from the mage. That problem was gone, but in exchange, he had already absorbed far too many cores. The enemy trembled with rage. The hero saw it clearly now. This thing wasn't fighting anymore. It wanted him dead. Sienwu frowned. From the very beginning, his goal had never been victory. He only needed time, and now that he had delayed the king long enough for his partner to escape, it was his turn to vanish. The monster roared and lunged. The brunette tightened his grip on the shimmering blade and drew the enemy in closer. The king extended a massive hand. Under normal circumstances, this kind of attack wouldn't have concerned him, but his objective had changed. He surged forward instead. Explosive sword. A scarlet beam erupted from the blade, followed by a deafening blast. The shockwave tore through the battlefield. He judged it a success and immediately shifted sideways, activating leg enhancement to disappear from sight while the dust and light still hung in the air. Then it happened. A gigantic claw appeared out of nowhere. His eyes widened as the enemy seized him mid-movement and lifted him off the ground. Pain ripped through his body. His spine screamed as he tightened his grip on the sword and swung wildly. The blade plunged straight into the monster's mouth. The blue steel vibrated violently. The orc clamped its jaws shut, and the sword shattered. The hero grit his teeth, realizing his weapon had been destroyed. The surrounding enemies froze, exchanging glances as he cursed under his breath. Without hesitation, he rammed the broken blade deeper into the monster's throat. The king chewed it mockingly. Sienwu almost laughed. This ignorant brute didn't understand what it had just done. That sword wasn't just metal. It was an artifact designed to conduct highly concentrated core energy. His teeth clenched as he felt resonance building inside his body. If it synced completely with his internal energy, the result would be catastrophic. He closed his eyes and raised his energy shield. Light exploded. The monsters recoiled, covering their faces as smoke and force blasted outward. They coughed, blinded by the flash. The brunette didn't waste the opening. Leg enhancement activated again, and he shot to the side, vanishing from their sight. He pushed off the enemy's head and vaulted clear. Rising above his pursuers, Sienwu thought that this should be enough. From the very beginning, his goal had been simple: escape at the right moment. Behind him, the orc king staggered, its mouth torn open and bleeding. Subordinates rushed forward, drawing bows and loosing arrows in unison. The hero sprinted through the barrage, activating his energy shield without slowing. Arrows slammed into the blue barrier in rapid succession. One slipped through and buried itself deep in his shoulder. The brunette clenched his teeth. Not enough course. The barrier damaged by the sword explosion hadn't fully recovered. He frowned and forced acceleration, launching himself forward in a sudden leap. He landed running, gripping his shoulder, relieved that the gamble had worked. Concentrating his internal energy in his lower body had been the right call. Then he froze. Ahead of him, the ground was torn apart by massive tracks. Giant wolf footprints, broken and scattered. His eyes narrowed. The hunters had used pincering tactics. Something else caught his attention. A mark on the ground. A core bullet trace. Hung didn't use those. He stopped abruptly. On the ground lay the bodies of an orc and a wolf, lifeless, blood still dripping. He pulled the arrow from his shoulder and cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected them to reach the meeting point this fast. This could have gone very wrong. For a moment, he assumed Hyan had dealt with them. He pushed open the door and called out. Inside, Hyan sat beside Jaw, who lay unconscious. Sienwu stepped closer, forcing a small smile as they confirmed each other was alive. Jaw lay still, eyes closed. Hyan said he had used every healing item he had, but she wasn't waking up yet. Sienwu opened his eyes slightly and splashed disinfectant onto his wound, wincing. He apologized, admitting that he hadn't anticipated orc hunters being present. The thick liquid soaked into the injury. Hyan replied that it would be enough. The man paused, confused, and asked again when the hero mentioned dodging part of the building the mage had thrown. Kian, drenched in sweat, asked if that massive chunk hadn't been aimed at him. Hyan frowned and answered flatly that he'd been too busy running for his life to notice. He jolted and shouted that Arung had been there. The realization hit hard. The young man hadn't returned to the area at all. He had stayed behind, hidden himself, and fired at the hunters while they were in pursuit. Only because of that had the escape succeeded. Sienwu froze. The split wolf tracks made sense now. Without another word, he bolted for the exit, shouting that he would be back. His feet hammered the ground as anger surged through him. He had told the boy to leave, to run, and he hadn't listened. He skidded to a stop near the tracks, silently begging that the shooter was still alive. Climbing over rubble, he reached the remains of an abandoned building. His jaw tightened as a memory surfaced. There had been theories. Orc mages sharing vision with their kind, using it to pinpoint targets, to guide attacks. His gaze dropped inward. 13% energy left. Enough for one fight. Something shifted in the dark. Eyes glowed low to the ground. A wolf stepped out of the shadows, muscles coiled. Sienwu lowered into a stance and asked calmly where its master was, saying he'd kill the beast first. Both of them froze when a voice cut through the tension. Stop. The boy stood behind the wolf. Sienwu called his name in disbelief. He stepped closer, telling him to wait while he dealt with the monster. The wolf sat down. Obediently, it turned its head and padded over to Arung instead. The sight stunned him. The boy reached out and stroked the animal's fur, smiling faintly, and said that it seemed he had awakened. Sienwu's eyes widened. A memory flashed. Arung earlier, hands shaking around a gun. The trigger pulled. The orc dodged easily, the shot smashing into stone. The boy tried to steady himself, realizing his arm wouldn't obey him. Broken, the enemy dismounted and advanced. Arung raised the weapon again. A spear struck. The gun flew from his hands and clattered away across the ground. The boy whispered, "No," as he turned, dragging himself toward it. Too slow. The orc was already there. The spear rose high. Steel pierced his back. Arung screamed. The hunter lifted his weapon again, savoring the moment. The monster licked the blood from its spear and laughed softly. The boy frowned, realizing that orcs seemed to savor human blood. If that was the case, then he would at least take this one down with him. Even if he died, he wouldn't die alone. Then something burned inside his chest. Light flared violently. He threw his head back and screamed, confused by the pain exploding from his chest when his wound was clearly in his shoulder. His eyes snapped open as a voice spoke, asking calmly how it could help, then quietly inquiring whether he wanted to live. The shooter grabbed his head, shaken. The words weren't spoken aloud. They were flowing directly into his consciousness. The orc sneered and said it would finally devour his delicious heart. The boy clenched his teeth, stunned that he could hear the creature's thoughts so clearly. But the first voice didn't belong to the orc. That much was certain. Then whose was it? A massive wolf stood beside him, eyes burning, demanding that he answer quickly or die. The boy stared at it, realization crashing down as he confirmed the voice was the wolf's. It asked again, more urgently, whether he needed help. The spear rose above him. The boy shut his eyes and whispered that he did. A furious roar split the air. The orc howled as the wolf tore into its neck, fangs crushing flesh and bone. In that instant, the shooter dragged himself toward the fallen gun. He raised it with trembling hands and told the wolf to move so he could take the shot. The wolf leapt aside. The bullet struck true. Silence followed. The animal returned to his side, and together they stared at the fallen orc. The wolf's eyes glimmered beneath the moonlight, and the voice complained loudly that he should have been gentler. The main character grabbed Arung's leg and told him sharply to stop whining. If the bones weren't set now, they would fuse improperly. He squeezed healing solution over his comrade's shoulder and said that he'd already used 3 packs. He would survive long enough to see a proper healer. The young man muttered that he was completely heartless. Civil frowned, piecing it all together. Taken as a whole, the boy's ability was clear now. Taming evil. He pictured the glowing symbols in his mind and remembered that although it was one of the 6 primary ability types, it was so rare that only a handful of awakened had ever possessed it. The boy clutched his injured leg while the wolf settled beside him, calm and alert. Watching them, the brunette thought that with an ability like that, he would be useful anywhere, even there. He extended his hand, and the other looked up in surprise as he was congratulated on becoming a metahuman whose qualifications were enough to enter Node headquarters. It wasn't all praise. He warned him plainly that the training there was brutal. Countless people were expelled and sent back to where they came from. Worse, he would lose much of the protection that kept him alive in places crawling with demonic beasts. Even so, the man admitted that he hoped his comrade would come with him. Arun smirked and said that none of that compared to surviving in the desert. They shook hands, and the boy added lightly that they couldn't do anything without him anyway. The hero froze for a moment. The other raised an eyebrow, asking what was wrong, but he waved it off. Looking down at his hand, the brunette realized he could no longer hear the voice of his devouring ability. He followed the others in silence, wondering whether there were metahumans it simply didn't work on, or whether something about the awakening was incomplete. He frowned, recalling that he had only felt this once before, with someone he hadn't yet met in this life. An unfamiliar face surfaced in his mind, but he found no connection between that man and Arung. Even in his past life, he had never fully understood his devouring power. There was still much to unravel, but that could wait. A scream cut through the room. Jaw bolted upright, tearing the covers away as she lay on the couch. She stared at her hands in confusion, then pushed the door open and stepped outside. Sianwo was standing there, looking out, while Arung urged Hyen to come closer and pet the massive wolf. Everyone turned at once, and the hero noticed she was finally awake. She frowned and asked why they hadn't returned to Node yet, and where they were. He met her gaze and told her calmly that they were already on a Node transport ship. Her eyes widened when she heard it was heading for the Korean headquarters. She dropped her knees and let out a long breath. The ship cut through the dark waves under the moonlight. On the deck, Siwa and Jewel stood with cups of hot tea, warming their hands. The girl glanced at him and asked quietly if he had known all along that it would end like this. He looked away and said that even if he had known, she still would not have left Yokangle. Their gazes drifted apart, and she quietly agreed. They had all chosen to stay and fight to the end, because it was the last thing they had left. Those who escaped the demonic beast had found a home there, and beyond it, there was nowhere else for them to go. Jaw flinched when he said that she was the one who brought the Gar blood there and destroyed everything. She met his eyes and said it was rude, but true. Lowering her head, she asked what he wanted from her, because there was no one else left to pay for her sins. The boy suddenly spoke up, saying that the blame should fall on him. She turned to him in confusion, and he repeated it, accusing himself of saving only her and not the others. He cursed his own weakness, the choices that led to the ruin of that place, and the demonic beast he hated more than anything. Sianwo looked at her firmly and said that he was building the strongest squad, one that would wipe those monsters from the face of the earth. She closed her eyes as he told her that he hoped she would join him, that she would turn her anger into fuel and carry it for the rest of her life. She lifted her head and said that these words were better than empty comfort, and that she would never forgive him if he ran ahead and escaped those monsters without her. He raised his eyebrows, then let out a quiet sigh of relief. Arung suddenly pointed forward and shouted that there was an island. On the horizon, Ju Island came into view, the place where Node's headquarters stood. The team stared ahead, and Kian reminded them that they were entering a tiger's den, where vigilance was the only way to survive. The waves rolled against the shore. 3 months later, on the coast below Mount Sanak on Ju, a man stood watching the sunset. A girl approached and called out to him. The deputy leader of the 304th Node Squad, a hunter with healing abilities named Sina, told him that everyone had gathered and the briefing would start in 10 minutes. He turned and said he understood. The leader of the 304th Node Squad, Sianwo, looked ahead with a hard expression and said they would get straight to the point. Rows of people sat facing him as the briefing began. The hunter studied the leader in silence as he announced that today's mission was to clear the coastal caves. A few brows tightened when the brunette added that this would be their squad's final training exercise, and the first day they would face real monsters. But only the new recruits would be deployed. The blonde hugged her knees as she listened, realizing that from today onward they would be separated. Each of them would begin proper combat training, learning techniques and weapons suited to their individual abilities. Sianwo scanned the room and told them they had every reason to be proud. They were still here, while countless others had dropped out along the way. Minnie and the 2 boys nodded as he continued, warning them that this mission was infamous for its high fatality rate, and that survival depended entirely on their own judgment. Jaw raised an eyebrow and asked bluntly whether they would die if they messed up. He answered just as bluntly that they would. As Node saw it, anyone who couldn't handle monsters had no place on a real battlefield. He pointed toward a massive iron gate leading underground, explaining that the bunker beyond it had been built before the Cataclysm, back during the Japanese occupation. An S-rank monster had appeared there during the incident, and its emergence was tied directly to those caves. The 2 boys exchanged uneasy looks, but the commander immediately clarified that today they would not be facing anything like that. Sina stepped forward, handed him a report, and began the briefing. Their targets were mermaids, rank 10 demonic creatures, half human and half fish. They normally lived in the ocean, but during spawning season, they gathered inside coastal caves. Once a group was wiped out, another wave, anywhere from 5 to 60, would emerge. Siwa skimmed the report and said they should thank Node for this assignment. The difficulty matched their rank perfectly, and they would be allowed to keep the horns and cores as trophies. A hand went up, and the commander gave permission to speak. One of the recruits asked whether fighting so many rank 10 monsters would be overwhelming. The leader projected an image of the creature and replied that it would be, under normal conditions. But mermaids could only exert their full strength in water, and the caves were currently dry. Arung raised his hand next, and the brunette turned his gaze toward him. The youth sat beside the wolf and voiced what everyone else was thinking, asking about the S-rank monster and whether they would all die if it was still lurking inside. The hero met his gaze calmly and told him there was nothing to worry about. The boy smiled faintly and asked why. The commander projected an image of a corpse and explained that, according to Node's records, the monster had been exterminated years ago. There had been no sightings since. Their priority was the mermaids. Still, he reminded them that deaths were possible, and that underestimating enemies simply because they were below S rank was how people got killed. Clouds drifted overhead as the sound of armored boots echoed from the beach. Two figures stood at the mouth of the cave. Sienwa and Sina peered inside, noting that the cavern was wide and that advancing in groups of 5 would be necessary to hold the line. The brunette turned and called out Ling Jae and Kim Jong-un, ordering them to move first. Then his voice hardened. Fire. Flames bloomed in their palms. The maintained fire spilled forward, crawling along the cave walls. From behind, the commander and his deputy watched as the entrance was lit by improvised torches. Simu stepped ahead and warned everyone to move slowly, eyes on the walls and ceiling in case insect-type monsters appeared. The squad advanced in formation. Then the brunette frowned. Something fell off. He raised his fist, and the entire unit froze. Sina moved closer and asked what he saw. In response, he pointed ahead. Water was flowing toward them. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she muttered that there was no such information in the briefing. The man stepped forward, splashing through the rising water. It was already up to his knees. He turned back and said the situation had changed, but the volume was still low enough that it shouldn't greatly enhance the mermaid's strength. Even so, he ordered the squad to halt and reinforce their position. He raised his hand again and called Hashik and Duyong forward. Both nodded, answering immediately. The commander asked the first whether he could still run at this depth. Hashik shrugged and said it felt like moving through chewing gum, but it was manageable. Siayu grinned and told them they would handle reconnaissance. Fear flickered across the soldiers' faces as they asked him to repeat that. He tapped the glowing bracelet on his wrist and ordered them to monitor the water level closely. If it reached their waists, or if they sensed anything unusual, they were to report at once. Hashik swallowed hard and muttered that he was scared. Sian smiled faintly and asked which terrified him more, the mermaids ahead or the man standing behind him. Color drained from the recruit's face. Sian narrowed his eyes and pressed him for an answer. The man slapped a hand to his chest and shouted that he was ready for reconnaissance. The recruits moved out. Sian and Sina watched them go, briefly questioning the decision, but the commander reminded himself that both had excellent physical conditioning and ranked at the top in ability evaluations. He turned to the remaining squad and quietly told them to stay sharp. Something might surface at any moment. The young men swallowed and nodded. Suddenly, screams crackled from the glowing bracelet. The hero's expression hardened. He ordered them to retreat immediately. Everyone turned toward the sound. Hashik and Dong came sprinting back, panic on their faces. Behind them, a wave surged forward. Sina and the commander stiffened, instantly recognizing the threat. Mermaids were rising from the water. The brunette sliced his hand through the air and barked orders. The first squad was to deploy a protective barrier. The third squad would eliminate anything that crossed it. Hashik and Dong staggered aside, gasping for breath, as the commander ordered the fifth squad to secure the rear and the second and fourth to provide support. Sina pointed sharply. The fourth squad was to reinforce the fifth. The second was to move toward the cave entrance and clear an escape route in case the line collapsed. The soldiers moved without hesitation. Small shields were driven into the ground in rapid succession, locking into place in a clean formation. 3 more stepped forward and positioned themselves behind them. Sian's eyes darkened. He ordered the main shield raised. The warriors grimaced as the barrier activated, energy flaring to life. Mermaids surged closer, clawed hands scraping against the glowing surface. One leapt from the water and slammed into the dome, shrieking as her claws dug in. In the next instant, she was hurled back, her body convulsing under a burst of electricity. More followed. They threw themselves at the shield again and again, only to be repelled. The mass of creatures pressed forward, faces flattened against the barrier, mouths open in soundless screams as electricity ripped through them. The commander shouted over the chaos that they were holding, but no one was to abandon their position. Teeth clenched, muscles trembling, the soldiers poured everything they had into sustaining the shield. The mermaids continued to detonate against it, wave after wave, as sweat streamed down the warriors' faces and their eyes widened under the crushing strain. The monsters slammed their webbed paws against the dome, screeching as sparks flared across its surface. A few were forced back by the backlash, but the pressure never eased. Sian's expression hardened as he ordered everyone to concentrate on maintaining the shield. If their control slipped, even for a moment, it would shatter. Cracks spiderwebbed across the barrier in front of one of the mermaids. The brunette's eyes narrowed. The shield was failing. He immediately ordered the fifth squad to prepare to fire. Minnie, Arung, and their teammate reached for their bows, but hesitated when the commander warned them not to risk collapsing the cave walls. With a sharp gesture, he commanded the first squad to fire instead. Arrows streaked forward, slipping cleanly through the barrier. Several mermaids were pierced mid-charge. Before the bodies even hit the water, a second volley followed, cutting down those advancing from the rear. Still, the barrier continued to fracture. Then one of the mermaids broke through with a shriek. The dome shattered in that section, and a warrior was flung backward, screaming as he hit the ground. The monster lunged toward him, claws flashing. Jha arrived in a blur of motion. Her blade flashed once, and the mermaid's head flew free. Golden energy surged around her as she stepped forward, her presence crushing. She had reached the 8th rank, her wild beast ability fully unleashed. The soldier barely had time to thank her before someone shouted at him to stay awake and raise a shield immediately. Sianwa had already turned away, issuing new orders. The third squad was to move in. The remaining soldiers struggled to hold what was left of the barrier, as he warned them that once their position collapsed completely, reclaiming it would be nearly impossible. The third squad advanced. Mermaids poured through the breach, scrambling over the broken edge. The commander roared that not a single monster was to be allowed inside. Jaw clenched her fists, a fierce grin cutting across her face. It was finally their turn. Hyen and the others were already sprinting toward her. She charged, her silhouette forming the image of a lioness mid-leap. One mermaid crawled through the rift, only to be met head-on. Jaw snapped forward, sinking her fangs into its throat. She twisted violently, tearing the creature apart before it could even scream. She turned instantly, calling for the next one. Another demon rushed her. Jaw seized it by the arm and skull, then hurled it backward with brutal force. The body crashed into its own kind, sending them sprawling. Sienwu watched without blinking. Every movement was precise, overwhelming, instinctive. Jaw struck again, kicking two monsters aside, as if she had been born knowing how to fight, how to kill, how to dominate close combat with absolute certainty. He loosened his grip on the sword hilts. Beside Sienwu, the man, already an 11th rank hunter, frowned and burst forward. Blades flashed as he jumped, releasing stored energy in a sharp arc. He landed in the midst of the mermaids, and cut down two in a single breath. He wasn't a prodigy. Everyone knew that. But what talent lacked, he compensated for with relentless training. Twisting midair, he swung again and again, his swords carving through several more enemies. Watching him, the hero thought that Hyen still hadn't fully grown used to the abilities now residing in his body, but one day they would surface at exactly the right moment. Sienwu looked away, already filing that thought away for later. Jaw ripped another monster apart with savage force. She dropped to one knee, breathing hard, snapping that they should have been finished by now. The mermaids kept hammering at the shield. She muttered that every breach had been sealed, but no one knew how long it would hold, and she alone had already killed more than 50. The soldiers maintaining the barrier went pale at her words. Jaw bent forward and roared as arrows whistled over her head. The archers loosed another volley. The commander was issuing rapid orders somewhere behind her. She turned sharply, irritation flashing across her face, shouting that they were burning through their strength, while others were standing around doing nothing. A hand settled on her shoulder. The hero told her calmly that she had done more than enough. Then he raised his blue blade. He tightened his grip, power surging outward. Black and blue aura wrapped around his body as he declared that this wasn't over yet. The mission had to be completed. He moved at the same time as his orders. The first and third squads were told to reposition, the third advancing to the front. Soldiers sprinted forward without hesitation. Drawing their swords, they drove the blade through the barrier, standing above the collapsing first line. At the commander's signal, the shield was dismissed. The dome shattered into fragments of light. The first squad immediately fell back behind Sienwu at his command. Exhausted hunters slumped along the wall, gasping for breath. He told them that Sina would check the wounded and begin treatment, and if anything worsened, Lexi was to be called at once. The women moved in without delay. Ahead of them, the third squad took their stances. A mass of mermaids gathered in front, screeching as water churned around their feet. The commander narrowed his eyes and released his energy, preparing to meet them head-on. The sword in his hands began to glow as he stepped forward. The monster squealed the moment it sensed him. Without turning back, he told Jaw and Han to handle anything that tried to follow. His eyes narrowed. The enemy was already closing in. They rushed him all at once. He kicked off the ground and vanished into motion. The blade flashed several times, cutting through bodies mid-charge, and he landed behind them in a blur. A blue arc lingered in the air where the sword had passed. One mermaid was split cleanly in two by that single, precise movement. He turned and struck again. Two enemies were skewered at once, impaled through their bodies. He ripped the blade free and surged forward without slowing. Heads flew behind him as he broke through the formation, fighting alone amid the fallen. Jaw and Han stared after him in disbelief, exchanging looks, wondering who exactly they were supposed to be protecting if he was already this far ahead. Kian tightened his grip and invoked the moon sword. He lunged, and a wave of energy tore through the line, sweeping several mermaids away in an instant. The shock wave ripped deeper into the cave, dropping enemies and making the wall shudder. Pebbles and dust rained down from above. He shouted for everyone to be careful. He frowned internally. He had already restrained the output to a third, yet the cave was still reacting to him. Earlier, he had warned his squad not to use firearms, but now two monsters charged him screaming. That was enough. His fist clenched. Black tentacles burst outward, piercing the nearby enemies. Jaw and Han raised their arms to shield themselves as stones crashed down from the ceiling. Jaw snapped at him, but the cave would collapse before the mermaids ever reached them. He glanced at the blade in his hand, irritation flashing through his thoughts. This was exactly why he couldn't use explosive techniques here. Even drawing too deeply on his power risked burying them alive. The sword stabbed into a mermaid's mouth, and he muttered that this felt like fighting with his limbs bound. There were too many enemies. The sword alone wasn't enough. His brows knit as he considered retreat. Blurred silhouettes closed in from all sides, the mermaids tightening the circle. And then, amid the noise and pressure, a voice echoed from within him, calm and unmistakable, telling him that they were already inside his body. The commander's blade flashed again, dropping two monsters where they stood. One mermaid remained at a distance, eyes glowing unnaturally as a voice pressed straight into his mind, ordering him to submit. The creature hissed, baring its fangs. Kian frowned and cut through another enemy, as the whisper mocked him, calling him pitiful for falling into such a trap. The mermaid laughed, promising fresh meat once he was dead. Then, without warning, she shoved one of her own aside, snapping that he should move away since he had already eaten. The rebuke barely finished before she sank her fangs into his neck. The body collapsed. Another mermaid lunged at her in fury, but a third forced itself between them, trying to stop the clash. It didn't matter. The telepath struck first, smashing her fist into the other's face. Blood coated her hand. The surrounding mermaids stared, stunned. Then they turned on her. Eyes flared red. Screams ripped through the air as the monsters fell upon one another. Clus tore flesh. Blood sprayed across the stone. What had been a formation collapsed into chaos. A massacre erupting from within their own ranks while the commander continued cutting through the front line. Kian's gaze shifted. Something was clearly wrong in that direction. Jaw climbed on Ahan's shoulder, staring wide-eyed and asking when the world was happening. Were the mermaids hallucinating together? The commander allowed himself a thin grin. So it worked. Among the warriors, Arung stood clutching his head, breathing hard, his body giving off a faint, unstable glow. His eyes were shut tight as he whispered under his breath, broken commands spilling out. Move, scratch, bite, chase, kill. He staggered, gripping his skull as if it might split apart. Kian looked at him closely, exhaustion flickering through his eyes. Earlier, he had approached his protege and asked him to use his ability. Arung had stared at him in disbelief, asking if he really meant controlling the mermaids. The commander had answered calmly. Control was control. If an ability could dominate monsters, then it could be turned inward and used to shatter them from within. This battlefield was the perfect test. Arung had shuddered when Kian added that mastering this could one day allow him to influence even S-rank monsters like Vasus. The boy's thoughts filled with images. A massive winged creature. Then the vision of Reyna, dying, flashed before him. His jaw tightened, and he whispered the monster's name under his breath. He clenched his fist and nodded, saying he understood. The brunette immediately told him to lock onto the farthest enemy, so the pressure would come from both the front and the rear. But the moment he sensed danger, he was to cut the connection without hesitation. Arung was already sweating, lips trembling as broken commands slipped out again. Chase, kill. The mermaids had completely lost control, tearing into one another in a frenzy. The hero stepped toward the chaos, calmly noting that everything was unfolding exactly as planned. He raised his sword and gave the order to advance. Steel flashed. Monsters fell. Jaw surged forward, smashing into the enemy ranks and barking orders to her third squad to finish off anything still moving. The soldiers followed through without mercy, blades and arrows working in ruthless rhythm. The commander cut down another foe, then paused long enough to wipe the sweat from his brow. From the side, a mermaid with faintly glowing eyes crawled toward him. Kian released his aura, eyes sharpening. One survived. Through the monster's vision, Arung saw the commander approaching. The mermaid hissed, jaws opening as if trying to speak, as if declaring it would resist until the end. The thought barely formed before it was drowned out by its own murderous intent. The creature screamed and lunged. The blade pierced straight through it. At that instant, Arung's eyes flew open. He clutched his chest and dropped to his knees, screaming as if stabbed through the heart. He doubled over, gasping for breath. Sina spun around in shock and rushed him. The boy looked up at her in panic, muttering that he had been stabbed. She grabbed him, checking quickly, and froze. There was no wound. She frowned and told him sharply not to scare her like that. The shaken subordinate stammered that it felt completely real. Xianwu turned away, already issuing new orders. The first squad was to advance and secure the area, controlling any remaining movement. The third and fifth squads were to collect the bodies. Soldiers dragged the dead mermaids out of the water. One young man went pale and covered his mouth. Kian noted it coldly. Weak nerves, not just in battle, but even now. The gap between them and teams that collapsed under pressure was obvious. He walked over to Arung and told him he'd done well. Thanks to him, the mermaids had turned on each other, and that single opening had decided the mission. The young man covered his mouth and grimaced. Xianwu immediately looked at him, alarm flashing in his eyes, and asked what was wrong. The boy went pale and replied that it felt heavy for a moment, but it would pass. The commander narrowed his eyes. A side effect, most likely tied to the ability, and possibly triggered by the death of the dominant monster. He turned to the others and ordered someone to keep an eye on him, record everything, and make him rest while the rest of them continued scouting the cave. As Xianwu turned away, a thought surfaced that he didn't like. If the death of a leading monster damaged Arung like this, then using him in real combat would be far more complicated than expected. He had imagined the boy eventually mastering even S-rank creatures. Reality was proving less forgiving. Tears suddenly slipped from Arung's eyes. He wiped them away in confusion, clearly not understanding why his body was reacting this way. The commander advanced with a small squad, flashlights cutting through the darkness. Someone reported that during earlier scouting, mermaids had also gathered here. Kian looked up and asked why this lair hadn't been detected before. The answer came back calmly. Everything had been packed with mermaids. Visibility was impossible. He glanced at Sina and asked whether she had reviewed the records from previous training missions. She nodded. When he pressed further, asking if she had noticed anything unusual across those missions, she frowned and answered that everything had always been consistent. Appearance, behavior, attack patterns, weaknesses, even estimated numbers. Kian raised a hand and stated the obvious. They had already destroyed more than 60 mermaids, all confirmed kills, and all of them were near the cave entrance. Jha looked at him, puzzled, and asked what exactly was strange about that. He pointed upward and explained that no report had ever mentioned this lair. Not once. No records of clearing it. No records of another creature living deeper inside. The warriors exchanged uneasy looks as it sank in that 60 mermaids might not be the full count. Jha narrowed her eyes and asked whether he was saying that previous squads hadn't just missed it, but deliberately ignored it. The brunette frowned and added another detail. They had been told this cave was used for breeding, yet there were no traces of spawning. No eggs. No remains. No signs at all. He swept the light across the cave walls. Everyone froze. Sina turned pale and told him not to frighten her with imaginary horrors. Xianwu recalled how the mermaids had been slaughtered here time and time again. Every visit into the same way. Total annihilation. That was exactly what made this place abnormal. Creatures driven by instinct to protect their offspring. When a nesting ground turns into a graveyard, they abandon it. They relocate. That was the natural order. Yet the mermaids kept returning, again and again, to a place where their kind was wiped out every time. That alone meant something was wrong. He frowned and said that there had to be another reason. Something stronger than instinct. Something pulling them here. The beam of his flashlight slid deeper into the cave. His voice dropped as he muttered that there was something they didn't understand yet. He pointed ahead and added that this place had a true purpose, one powerful enough to draw an entire flock back to their deaths. At Node Headquarters Training Facility in Korea, Instructor Olivia frowned. She stated that none of the logs she had reviewed showed any linked anomalies. Sienwa's face appeared on the screen, calm but tense. He confirmed that there was nothing in the data he had accessed either, which was why he couldn't yet decide whether advancing was the right move. Olivia narrowed her eyes. If there were other creatures inside the lair, then it meant previous squads hadn't fully completed their missions. Her fingers curled as another possibility surfaced. If this was a newly formed passage, then something had carved it underground. Something like a sandwalker. The brunette looked at her sharply and asked for confirmation. She replied that protocol was clear. The team that discovered an anomaly was required to remain on site. Sienwa glanced at the glowing bracelet on his wrist as Olivia continued. If they abandoned the location before the situation was resolved, the mission would be marked as a failure. The implication was obvious. Earlier scouts had retreated and covered it up. The commander frowned and requested further instructions. Olivia answered that she needed a few minutes. Sina stepped closer and asked quietly what was going on. Sienwu turned to her and said that 4 of them would have to re-enter the cave. Surprise spread across their faces when he added that a helicopter from headquarters was already on the way. Until it arrived, they were to prepare for another entry. The roar of rotors echoed overhead. Olivia had dispatched a unit of regular troops. Sienwu would provide support and coordination, but he would not advance this time. This was no longer a training exercise. The 4 of them lifted their heads toward the sky. Sienwu narrowed his eyes as the first figure touched down. One by one, hunters stepped off the helicopter. He watched the rotors spin above them and couldn't help but think about how even a single drop of fuel was precious in the desert and the cities alike. People struggled just to keep basic machines running, yet 4 people were delivered here without hesitation. The gap in resources was obvious. Headquarters lived in a different world. Sienwu extended his hand and introduced himself as the commander of the 304 squad. The man who took his hand introduced himself as Lee Donjin, a captain from the Border Corps. Behind him stood Bangon, Dexes, and Sakura. The brunette's gaze sharpened as he assessed them. 2 swords, 2 hammers, no ranged weapons, no auxiliary gear. The balance felt deliberate, but strange. He gestured toward his own people and stated that Instructor Olivia had already informed them. The regular troops would take position and provide rear support. His squad would not advance. Donjin nodded with an easy smile and replied that anything beyond the established curriculum was too much for trainees anyway. Sienwu almost laughed. The dismissal was subtle, but clear. He calmly responded that his side would still provide support, a healer and an energy restorer, while he and 1 train member moved ahead. Donjin waved his hand, saying he wasn't sure that was necessary, but orders were orders. Then he asked to be shown the site of discovery. The commander nodded. Sina looked away, irritation flickering across her face. They moved into the cave. Ja reported quietly that she hadn't sensed any monsters during the previous sweep. Sienwu told her to wait in the outer passage. Donjin raised his light and led the way. The regulars murmured among themselves, mentioning that the site had once been used as a bunker during the Japanese occupation. Sienwu asked whether this was truly their first time here. When they answered that their training operations had begun before the mermaids were ever discovered, his eyes narrowed. This lair had never been reported. They advanced a little farther. Sakura slowed and placed her hand against the wall. She looked at her leader and said that this didn't resemble the cave they had passed through earlier. When asked why, she traced the surface with her fingers and replied that everything before had been natural. This wasn't. This part had been made by someone. The girl ran her fingers along the ledge and quietly added that this hadn't been carved by a worm. Dix lifted his light and angled it upward, saying there was something there. He raised his hand, and Dongmin stepped closer. Hieroglyphs were carved into the stone. The brunette moved in, read the characters first, and only then did the leader thank her. Dongmin frowned and reasoned that the tunnel must have been built during the Japanese occupation, then sealed for some reason, only for someone to reopen it later. Sienwu and Sina exchanged surprised looks as Dongmin added that uncovering what happened here would be an important part of their mission. He glanced at his wrist and muttered that it would be nice to report this to headquarters, but the bracelets were useless. The signal was gone. They moved deeper. When someone suggested returning to the entrance to establish contact, Dongmin picked up a stone and threw it forward, saying there was no point in setting up intermediate contact without any concrete data. He closed his eyes and listened. After a moment, he squinted and said the stone had fallen freely for at least 100 meters. The commander's team looked at him as he calmly stated that there was risk, but they would take it, and from this point on he would assume command. Dix switched on his flashlight again, and the order to stay alert was given. They advanced, breaths heavy in the damp air. Suddenly, the girl stumbled. Lexi caught her by the arm. Sienwu glanced at her and told her to be careful. He frowned and muttered that it wasn't every day he felt this tense, and that 10 minutes had already passed. Sina sighed and replied that it felt like even longer, adding that the heat and humidity were getting worse. They kept moving, quietly discussing their next steps, noting with uneasy relief that they still hadn't encountered anything. Then someone stepped on something solid. Dongmin immediately raised his fist, halting everyone, and shone his light downward. A skull lay at his feet. He frowned and said there were human remains here, and from their condition, they were likely soldiers or forced laborers from the time the passage was constructed. Sakura looked at him and asked what might have happened afterward. He shrugged, saying he didn't know. Then he nudged the skull aside with his boot and added that carrying it wouldn't help anyone. They should move on. Bang spat to the side, muttering that the scattered bones were unsettling, and the leader told him to ignore them, even though he himself was far from careful. Sienwu narrowed his eyes, registering the oppressive heat, the thick humidity, the thinning air, and the suffocating darkness. Each step drained them faster, and despite their higher ranks, the unfamiliar environment kept everyone on edge. Dolman suddenly stopped and called the group over. There was a wide hole in the ceiling, and when he shone his light upward, a vague memory surfaced. He had seen something like this before. He suggested they rest there. Sina dropped to the ground without hesitation, while the others leaned forward, breathing hard. Siwa mentally sketched the cave's layout, realizing it wasn't a natural formation, but a cluster of repeating artificial passages in hollowed spaces. Too many of them. Dongman sat beside him and remarked that trouble had started from their very first mission. The brunette replied calmly that there was no avoiding it. The hero looked away, feeling his muscles ease slightly thanks to the pause, hoping his earlier unease had been unfounded. The man beside him frowned and mentioned rumors. Scouts who had advanced without waiting for the mermaids. Why hadn't they done the same? The brunette answered that he wouldn't know. He hadn't joined No by choice. Dolman glanced at Sianwu, thinking the trainee spoke better than expected. Lexi stared ahead, fear flickering across her face. When asked what was wrong, Sianwu stepped closer and quietly asked if she felt it too. She nodded. His eyes sharpened, and he ordered everyone to prepare. Dong grimaced, ready to protest, but then stiffened, sensing magic. The hunter sprang to his feet and shouted for combat readiness. The squad moved instantly, taking their stances. Kian shuddered as distant screams echoed through the cave. He recognized them, the mermaids. Red eyes flared in the darkness, and someone shouted that not all of them had been wiped out. The creatures surged forward, elongated paws tearing through the shadows. Sianwu clenched his teeth. These were bigger than before. This fight would not be easy. Dongmin stepped in front of Sianwu, sword raised, ordering him to stay back. The brunette frowned, sensing the energy radiating from him. The leader drew his blades, aura bursting around him, and declared that these enemies were theirs to handle. He charged ahead, commanding the squad to form a triangular formation. The hunters followed at once, energy erupting as they moved. The warrior stepped toward one of the monsters and swung his sword, cleaving the creature apart. Before the body even hit the ground, new shapes emerged from the darkness ahead. Sianwu narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing the difference. This was nothing like a regular army. He glanced at Dix and said he could join the fight. They would manage just fine. The man stopped him at once, explaining that as long as they were here, the trainees came first. They could not allow anyone under their watch to be harmed. Kian nodded quietly. He realized that if their positions were reversed, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Bangan's hammer came down with brutal force. Each swing crushed skulls, bones shattering under its weight. Blue threads of energy flashed through the air as Sakura moved in, her rapier dancing with calm precision as she cut enemies down one after another. The brunette watched with a faint smile. He wasn't even sure they would encounter monsters here, yet the protector had still insisted they stay alert. The hunters nodded, eyes fixed forward, reminded again that safety came first. They would interfere only if absolutely necessary. Sakura drove the tip of her blade into a mermaid and twisted, then dropped her hand sharply, sending the body crashing down. Another monster lunged toward Dongmin. He met it head-on, piercing it cleanly with bow swords before turning smoothly into his next strike. Sian followed every movement closely. The brunette relaxed slightly and muttered that they were doing a solid job. Ciu nodded in agreement. At first, he had thought their team composition was unbalanced. Now he understood. In pure combat power, the four of them could wipe out an entire horde. In this kind of battle, a formation built entirely around close combat was overwhelming. One monster tried to crawl in from the side toward the hero. Dick intercepted it instantly, smashing it flat with his hammer. The brunette chuckled under his breath. Fast or not, the mermaids were still being held back with ease. Their offer to assist had been pointless from the start. A cross-shaped gash suddenly carved itself into the stone as Dongman swung his blades, energy bursting outward. When it was over, the three stood amid a field of corpses. The leader rolled his shoulders and muttered that it was disgusting, but at least it relieved some stress. Sianwu and Hun moved through the bodies, piercing the heads of the fallen monsters. The commander approached, asking what they were doing. The brunette wiped the blood from his face and answered evenly that they were making sure there were no survivors. He still had to write the report, and he needed an exact count. Not a single kill could be missed. As he pulled the core free, the other man laughed and remarked that he was clearly well trained. The guy answered calmly that these were just the basics he had learned back in Node. The hero drove his blade into another mermaid and added that he had lived in the wilderness for a long time, so actions like this had long since turned into instinct. Dongman grinned to himself, thinking that not everyone who came from the wild was as cold-blooded as some of the others, then suggested they move on to the next sector, warning that it would be just as troublesome. The commander glanced back and said he'd already passed through this route once before, so he hoped they would manage again. Sianwu watched the hunters ahead and silently compare the results. It had taken half an hour for 50 soldiers to bring down 50 rank 10 monsters, while 4 privates had erased 30 stronger ones in just 9 minutes. He looked back at his protege and estimated that their guests were at least rank 3, with the squad leader likely rank 1 or 2. High and commented that Node really was filled with frighteningly strong soldiers. That made the plan Kian and the squad leader shared, to wipe out the creatures of this world, sound far more realistic. The man sighed and admitted that it was hard for him to picture someone as ordinary as himself among such people. The tension was visible on everyone's faces. Sianwu recalled how intently the man had watched the battle and realized the confusion eating at him. Kian imagined the monsters again, then overlaid them with the silhouette of a man, concluding that they still hadn't encountered truly powerful enemies. Someone suddenly exclaimed, and the group halted. Dongmin lifted his head and motioned for everyone to look. The cave vaults ahead were glowing. Soft lights drifted through the darkness, mesmerizing the entire group as they murmured that they had never seen anything like it. Sina smiled and asked what was flying around them. Sianwu narrowed his eyes and answered that they were fireflies. Han shuddered, asking what kind of monsters they were, but the explanation came immediately. They were insects that had lived on Earth before the cataclysm, creatures that naturally glowed. A beetle clung to the wall nearby, and the guy added that the insects themselves were harmless. The real problem was where they lived. The girls turned toward him as the leader pointed out something else. They were standing in a natural cave. He recalled the entrance where they had fought the mermaids. It had been natural as well. CM placed his hand against the stone and said that the terrain and the rock here were completely different from what they had seen in the first section. The deputy stepped closer and asked if it could simply be a different type of rock, but the answer came immediately. He had never seen anything like this anywhere on Jew. Hyan and Lexi flinched when the hero added that fireflies originally lived in the Pacific Ocean and had no reason to exist here. He frowned, mentally rearranging the dungeon structure, and suggested that this space might be the only place where some immense power from another continent was sealed. The tension spread through the team at once. The brunette turned sharply when someone shouted that there was something ahead. Bangon stood frozen with his mouth open, and the leaders rushed toward him, demanding an explanation. Dongmin lifted his head, and his eyes widened. A towering figure stood embedded in the stone before them. DIXS, and Sakura stared at it in silence. The girls whispered that it might be the king of the mermaids. Someone replied that it was possible, but there was no solid data. The statue remained motionless. The hunters exchanged uneasy glances, wondering if it was dead or petrified. The leader frowned and said that even if it was just a corpse, the fact that something this massive was hidden beneath Node headquarters was alarming. Those arms alone had to be at least 2 meters long. He turned and ordered an immediate withdrawal to file a report. Sienwo was about to look away when Siu's eyes widened. He muttered under his breath, asking if it could be Legia. Sina turned toward the commander as he called out. The brunette pointed sharply at a cluster of rocks and ordered everyone to take cover and prepare. Sweat ran down his face as he repeated that it was an order and had to be executed immediately. The others stared at him in surprise. Something dropped on a Bangan's shoulder. He brushed it off, assuming it was loose dirt. Then the statue's eyes lit up. The hunter froze, instinct screaming that something had changed. The stone around the figure began to tremble. Purple flesh split open across its chest. Tentacles erupted outward. Damon's eyes went wide as he screamed, and Sienwo moved instantly, shouting for them not to do this as he tried to rush forward. A tentacle snapped around his leg. He was yanked upward before Senwood could grab him. The man hurriedly activated his energy shield, but it was too late. His leg was dragged into the gaping opening. Blood sprayed into the air. Bangon collapsed forward, screaming in agony. The leader stared in horror and shouted, asking if the monster's chest was really its mouth. The hunter clenched his teeth and swung his hammer, bringing it down on the enemy with a roar, demanding that it let go. The impact sent the man crashing down. He slammed into the ground headfirst. Dongman rushed to his side and froze. One leg was gone. The monster was still chewing, jaws working methodically around the torn limb. The commander looked at his comrade, writhing on the ground, instantly judging how severe the wound was, and shouted for the trainees. Sina flinched and moved a step forward, but Sian was snapped for her to stop. She froze as he ordered her to heal the injured man, using a long-range technique. Dongman turned on him, shouting that this was a critical situation, but the brunette cut him off and told him to do exactly as instructed. The girl extended her hands and obeyed. The man scowled and barked that the hero was forgetting who was in charge here. Sianwu glanced at him and apologized, but added firmly that if this creature was Legia, then all of their lives were already on the line. The commander frowned and demanded to know what kind of monster that was, one he had never even heard of. The brunette narrowed his eyes. He only knew because of memories from a past life. He looked back at the statue and said evenly that it was an S-rank demon with mind control abilities, one that appeared in New Zealand 5 years ago and slaughtered countless people. Damon's eyes widened when he heard that it was only after Oi intervened that they managed to destroy it. The man asked if Oi wasn't a massive organization that opposed Node. The hero nodded and replied that this was exactly why he might not have heard about it. The two groups despised each other. Then the question came, how did a trainee know something like this? Civil clenched his teeth and turned away. It was a fair question, but it didn't matter right now. The demon remained still. The guy watched it carefully, trying to understand why it wasn't attacking again. The brunette's gaze sharpened. This hesitation was their only chance. He shouted that they had to retreat immediately before it fully awakened. Dongman wiped sweat from his brow and muttered that it was already too late. His expression hardened as he activated his aura. Cian was spun around in shock. The demon's eyes flared. Kian stared at them, realizing the glow was far brighter than before. The commander turned to XS, standing beside him, and ordered him to distract the monster so he could strike. Believing the enemy relied only on its tentacles, the subordinate tightened his grip on his hammers and charged forward with Scream. He swung down from above, hanging over the enemy. The demon slowly turned its head toward him. A blinding beam erupted and pierced straight through his body. Sianwo, Dongmin, and Sakura went pale, mouths frozen open. The hunter dropped lifelessly to the ground. The brunette stood trembling, staring at her fallen comrade. The leader turned sharply and demanded to know what that attack was. The girl collapsed to her knees and wrapped her arms around Ixis. The commander pressed again, asking what kind of Legia this was and why his people were dying because of it. Kian glanced at them, realizing that even first and second rank hunters were starting to panic. None of them had ever faced an S-rank monster before, and now they were doing it while exhausted. He recalled a long march through the dungeon and felt his unease harden into certainty. Their bodies were drained. Their minds were dulled. The demon's eyes burned brighter. The hero understood it instantly. Against an S rank under these conditions, even elite hunters couldn't reach half their usual strength. Senwood activated an energy barrier and shouted for everyone to pull themselves together and raise their shields. A flash of purple caught his eye. A tentacle had wrapped around Dix's legs. The demon opened its mouth and began dragging the corpse toward itself. Dongmin drew his swords and charged forward, yelling that they needed to sever the tentacles and asking for shield film support. Sianwo frowned and answered coldly that there was none. He needed to strike and retreat immediately. The monster's eyes flared. Two beams swept across Dongmin's body. Flesh split apart. The man collapsed in pieces. At the same time, Dix's body was lifted higher and higher until it vanished completely into the demon's mouth. Sakura clutched her head and screamed. She turned and ran, crying for help. The demon raised its head and fired again. The beam punched through her chest. Sakura dropped to her knees. A hollow burned clean through her body, then toppled backward without a sound. Bangon forced himself upright, groaning in terror. He tried to crawl away. The demon noticed. A golden beam cut through him, slicing him in two. His face split apart as his body fell. The remaining shadows froze against the cave walls. No one dared to breathe. Faces drained of color, eyes locked in silent horror. Sienwu stood surrounded by a shield and shouted for them not to move. His voice cut through the panic as he ordered them to stay exactly where they were. He narrowed his eyes and told them to remain calm. Where they stood was a blind spot. As long as they didn't step forward, not even once, they wouldn't be seen. The subordinates nodded stiffly, accepting the order without a word. CMU narrowed his eyes, trying to understand why the demon hadn't killed him immediately, even though it clearly could have. The massive mouth kept chewing its victim, and the brunette reminded himself that this wasn't the time to relax. They had to stay clear of the beam at all costs. The commander's gaze sharpened as he decided they needed to exploit the brief distraction while the monster fed. A tentacle burst from the mouth and wrapped around what remained of Bangon's body. At that instant, Kian suddenly leapt from his position. The monster's head snapped toward him. Its eyes ignited. The guy glanced back, sweat breaking out instantly as the beam slammed into the protective dome. The barrier cracked apart. He squeezed his eyes shut as the shockwave hurled him aside. Sienwu pushed himself up, but another attack was already forming. The brunette crossed his arms and activated his shield again, grinding his teeth as he took the blow head on. The beam tore across the ceiling, ripping stone loose. Rocks crashed down in front of the hunter. He forced himself forward and shouted for his comrades to hide. Then the commander clutched his chest and started coughing up blood. Kian ducked behind a boulder, knowing he wouldn't last long if the monster went all out. But if he faltered even once, his entire team would be wiped out. Han looked at the leader in alarm and asked if he was all right. The leader answered with a strained thumbs up. Someone leaned against a rock and offered to go to him, but the commander refused. The squad watched the brunette closely as he explained that he had reflected 2 beam attacks already and lost about 20% of his strength. They needed to endure until a real chance to escape appeared. When asked if he could raise a shield and sprint for the exit, the guy looked ahead. There was a passage, but it was far from their position, and there was no cover between. He frowned and said plainly that the enemy would kill them before they reached it. Hyun slumped to the ground and muttered that there was nothing left but to wait for death. Even an elite squad couldn't stop this thing. Sienwu narrowed his eyes and said he understood their despair. Facing an S-rank monster for the first time, after witnessing such slaughter, would crush anyone. Sweat rolled down the hunters' faces as the leader spoke, his voice steady despite the carnage around them. He said the previous team had fallen because they resisted too desperately. Panic had broken their judgment. If they wanted to live, they had to stay calm and think only about survival. Nothing else mattered. Someone turned to him sharply and asked how he could be so cold-blooded. Wasn't this his first time facing something like this? The brunette gave a faint smile. In his mind, countless similar monsters rose and fell, defeated again and again. Not in this life, but the memories were real enough. Legia, however, was different. His thoughts drifted to that day, 2 years ago. The ground had collapsed, and the monster had erupted straight into Node headquarters, standing amid the rubble as 39 regular soldiers were slaughtered. At the time, Sienwu had been far away in the desert. By the time he learned what had happened, the dust had already settled. The hunter leaned forward, hands braced on his knees, and realized that their discovery had accelerated her appearance. If he had simply killed the mermaids at the entrance and turned back, none of this would have happened. The realization tightened his chest. He didn't yet know whether his altered path had made things better or worse. But from this moment on, everything rested on his choices. Sina frowned and muttered that something felt wrong. If this really was an S rank, then there should only be one. Legia was supposed to have been exterminated 5 years ago in New Zealand. The hero nodded slowly, agreeing that it was the right question to ask. He ordered her to carefully inspect the entire wall where the monster was embedded. The girl peered through the crack and froze. A shiver ran through her body. Behind the demon, a magic circle was carved into the stone. A seal. Sina's eyes widened when the leader confirmed it. He studied the symbols, memories of his magic theory lessons surfacing. It was a rare discipline, one none of his classmates had ever mastered. Writings covered the wall behind the demon. Sienwu murmured that it looked like a technique used by Western magic practitioners, a sealing art closer to witchcraft than modern methods. Another girl frowned, saying the more she thought about it, the more it sounded like pure fantasy. The hero calmly brought up dream catchers and dolls, pointing out that such things often sounded like fairy tales or legends until you encountered them firsthand. He narrowed his eyes as the woman added that anyone capable of sealing an S-rank monster would have to be an awakened talent of the highest level. The man agreed without hesitation. Then the deputy spoke up, gesturing to the space around them. He said the planet and the dungeon felt wrong, as if the entire chamber had been dragged here from somewhere else. If that was true, then this place didn't just hide one S-rank presence. It meant there were at least 2. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that aside from Node, only one group possessed power on that scale. Sina frowned, immediately guessing he meant Oi. She glanced at Hyan and asked why a monster like that would be sealed by a different organization and in a different country. The hunter looked at her and replied that it might not have been intentional. He imagined the demon being cast away like unwanted cargo and said that even if Node and Oi were hostile, handing over an S-rank monster would be a direct declaration of war. But what if it had been meant to stay in the Pacific Ocean? He pictured a wizard sealing the creature and added that even an S-rank mage couldn't precisely transmit something that massive across space and time. The delivery could have gone wrong. The girl frowned and said that sending a demon like a parcel already sounded absurd, let alone messing up the destination. Kian smiled faintly, Noticing that the tension among the team had eased just a little, a stone suddenly dropped from above. Cian was stiffened and looked up. The demon freed one of its hands. The hunter clenched his teeth as he realized the seal was breaking. Once Legia started moving, hiding in the blind spot of the beams would become meaningless. The others turned toward the leader as he shouted that they were out of time and had to escape immediately. A tentacle burst from the demon's mouth. Cian decided he had to locate a weak point. He watched as the creature dragged in the remaining half of the corpse. Using that moment, he leapt from cover and fired a cannonball-tipped arrow straight toward the demon's mouth while it was distracted. The projectile vanished inside along with the prey. The hero focused and silently commanded the weapon to detonate. Flames erupted from within the monster. Beams blasted out of its eyes. The guy's eyes widened when he realized the truth. The demon didn't even recoil from the explosion inside its mouth. He tried to jump back, but the edge of a beam grazed his arm. An explosion thundered where it struck the cave wall. Cian Wu pressed himself against the stone, shaken by the fact that such agony came from only a glancing hit. The brunette clenched his teeth, staring at the blood soaking his shoulder. Alarm spread across the others' faces as they looked toward the commander. The man narrowed his eyes and said calmly that he had dropped his shield to take the shot, and that it was fortunate he had managed to strike the body before being injured. Sina stretched out her hand, saying she would start healing, but the hero stopped her and told her not to waste the energy she would need to escape. The blonde pointed to the side and said there was another passage there. Cian flinched and turned, spotting a hole in the wall right beside him. He peered inside, surprised. He hadn't known passages could exist so close together, but it had clearly formed after the beam attack. The soldiers watched him tensely, and the hero felt a flash of irritation at the looks they gave him, as if he might abandon them. He drew his sword, realizing they reacted that way because he was the only one who had rushed toward the rocks earlier. The hunter stiffened in shock when Cian Wu said he would draw the demon's attention so they could slip through the gap. The brunette activated his aura and ordered them to head for the exit the moment he moved. His brows knit with resolve. It was time to try. He kicked off the ground and swung his sword, releasing the moonblade. The demon turned, reacting to the strike. The hunter glanced back, realized the enemy's focus had shifted, and shouted for them to run. The subordinates sprang into motion at once. The monster's eyes flashed, firing a beam that tore through Cian Wu's energy wave and rushed straight toward him. The guy clenched his teeth, urging his comrades to move faster. At the final moment, he twisted aside and narrowly avoided it. He noted coldly that while he couldn't use other abilities alongside the shield, he could still enhance his lower body to react faster to Ligia's movements. An explosion thundered behind him. He ducked behind a rock as the ground shook violently. Realizing the beam was growing stronger and the cave walls were starting to give way. When he looked back, he froze. The three of them were standing in the tunnel near the entrance. He demanded to know why they'd stopped. They stared back at him with determination and answered that they would distract the enemy themselves so he could reach them. Cian Wu released energy through an explosive blade, thinking bitterly that it was humiliating for them to protect him. But he had to let them go. He redirected the power toward the wall above the passage. The rock overhead cracked and collapsed, and they covered their heads as debris came crashing down. He pulled his hand back, shouting that he could stay and help. The brunette cut him off at once, saying that the first-rank hunters were already dead and the only thing left to do was report this situation headquarters. Cian swept his gaze around and saw it clearly now. The entire place was on the verge of collapse. The demon opened its mouth and screamed. The guy clamped a hand over his ear as the sound washed over him. It echoed like the voices of mermaids. He shuddered, realizing the truth. That sound was manipulation. The monsters were being controlled through it. The brunette glanced toward the exit and felt his chest tighten. If every mermaid in the area came running here, this would be the end. He looked back just in time to see a tentacle dragging the remaining half of the corpse. The body disappeared into the monster's mouth. Dong hadn't cared about anything at the end, only that he was going to die. Cian was brow furrowed as he watched the demon feed. This wasn't just killing, it was refueling. He pictured Ligia devouring human flesh and converting it directly into energy, restoring its strength piece by piece. After years of imprisonment, the realization struck him. The beams hadn't been aimed at them deliberately. The demon simply hadn't recovered enough power yet to shatter the stone and fully break the seal. It needed more energy. Another hand tore free. The hero felt it then. Once the feeding ended, the seal would fall. Only 2 bodies remained. The other half of the captain, Sakura. The realization froze him in place. The demon seized another corpse. And in that instant, a memory surfaced. He had seen this before. He had done this before. In his past life, he had possessed a similar ability. One that drained an enemy's fundamental energy. He remembered holding a dying comrade in his arms. Remembered how he had survived by stealing the power of awakened beings. The hunter activated his aura. If he could absorb even a fragment of an S-rank monster's power, then one day the tide of the war could be overturned. He burst from cover. The hero thrust his hand forward and activated power absorption. A blue beam wrapped around Ligia. The demon stiffened violently, its entire body shuddering as it shrank back and screamed. Cian Wu dodged aside using acceleration as retaliatory energy flared. The guy gasped for breath. The truth hit him instantly. The attempt had failed. Devouring flesh didn't work on monsters like this. And he had burned strength on a maneuver that should have cost less than 1% of his energy. Ligia arched again, trembling, its body swelling with stolen power. The hunter's eyes hardened as he understood what was coming. The captain had been absorbed. The seal was about to break. The tentacle stretched towards Sakura. Cian Wu tightened his grip on the sword, deciding he had to stop the demon's next meal, even if it meant pouring everything he had into a single strike. The girl's leg was seized. The brunette burst from cover and swung the moonblade. The tentacle was severed cleanly. The demon convulsed and screamed in pain. The hero narrowed his eyes, registering the result. It worked. He slipped back behind a rock, thinking that even cutting apart the body of an S-rank demon with his current strength was already an achievement. Stone shattered nearby. He covered himself and raised a shield. Leah turned toward him and the hero realized the truth at once. The beam had grown strong enough to pulverize rock. His brow furrowed. 20 meters to the first entrance. No alternatives. If he turned his back, the beams would come instantly. He closed his eyes and activated scanning, mapping the passage, calculating the route. His gaze sharpened. A double turn. An S-shaped tunnel. If he used the terrain correctly, he could evade the beam. Energy surged. 40% remaining. Shield and acceleration would have to be used with precision. Cian was shot to the side, reinforcing his lower body. A blinding glow flared behind him. He dove, narrowly slipping past the first beam without wasting much power. He ran on. 35% left. The first corner rushed toward him. The demon's eyes ignited. Siwa activated the shield. A golden beam slammed into the dome. He screamed through clenched teeth and kept running, feeling the second attack rebound. 25% remained. Another corner. He twisted aside as a beam scorched past him. Siayu leapt, reminding himself that the bend would shield him from a direct hit. But explosions were still a threat. The cave shook violently. Water splashed as the hunters sprinted through it. They shouted to one another, urging speed. Mermaids were close. Stones rained from the ceiling. The ground trembled without pause. Sina cried out that the vibrations hadn't stopped. They couldn't slow down. Hunto suddenly halted, staring back in disbelief. Mermaids poured out from the hole. The deputy glanced over his shoulder and shouted for everyone to keep running. The monsters grinned as they chased them, and the woman shouted that they must have come through the passage beyond Sianwua. A fork opened up ahead, and the huntress remembered that the cave had originally been built for military use. There should have been tunnels connecting passage to passage. Arches lined both sides. Sina realized they had likely been sealed over time, but the violent tremors had forced them open again. She narrowed her eyes, certain there were more routes like this. They ran on, boots splashing, the mermaids closing in behind them. He clenched his teeth, then suddenly turned, drawing his swords as he shouted for them to prepare for battle. He planted his feet and took a stance, dismissing the idea of retreating to the main force. They would be caught before they reached it. Fighting here was the only option. The monsters charged with shrill screams. Sina gasped, and said there had to be more than 20. Han threw his head back and roared, crossing his blades as he shouted that while Sianwu was fighting Ligia to protect them, they had no right to be weak. The deputy extended her hand, releasing energy, and said she would stay behind to provide long-range healing. She glanced at the blonde and asked if she could support her as well. Lexi lowered her gaze and answered quietly that it wasn't time yet. The woman frowned, unable to understand what kind of ability Lexi possessed that she refused to reveal, or why the captain had brought her along at all. He swung his blades, cutting down a monster in front of him, then followed with a wide circular strike that tore through several enemies at once. One mermaid lunged forward. Her claws bit into his shoulders, slamming him against the wall. He drove both swords upward, piercing her from below. His shoulder began to glow. The hunter realized his partner had used healing again. Sina was breathing hard, forcing energy through her hands, and his comrade noticed she had already supported him countless times. More monsters rushed in. He crossed his swords and raised a barrier. His legs trembled as Han muttered that he didn't have enough strength. The shield wouldn't last. The man went pale. He had always believed himself the strongest among his peers in raw physical power. Now he understood that belief was false. The deputy shuddered as he noticed the healing slowing, his wounds closing more sluggishly by the second, and the last of his strength slipping away. Her eyes widened as she felt a hand touch her back. In an instant, energy flooded her entire body. The wound on Han's shoulder sealed shut, as if it had never existed. He shut his eyes and shouted in disbelief, realizing his regeneration had surged far beyond normal. Lexi stood in front of the stunned girl, calm and focused. The hunter held his shield, shouting that he was nearly out of strength. The blonde stepped in and pressed both palms against his back. A powerful force poured out of her, rising in a pillar of light. Her face tightened under the strain as magic engulfed her completely. Han jerked, stunned by the sensation, then straightened as full strength returned to his body. With a roar, he flung the mermaids aside. He charged forward. His swords flashed. The monsters fell one after another. The hunter moved relentlessly, realizing that his power hadn't just returned. It had surpassed its previous limits. Behind him, the blonde collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Lexi looked down at her trembling hand. Her partner asked if she was all right. She took the offered support and answered quietly that she was fine. The deputy frowned, recalling rumors of unclassified awakened abilities. The blonde glanced at her, and Sina finally understood. Lexi was replenishing others by burning through her own strength. That was why she barely spoke or moved. Every action drained her. She remembered asking Sianwu about the blonde before. He had gone silent then. The commander had spent countless hours trying to develop Lexi's abilities, yet she had never managed to release energy outward. Sina raised an eyebrow, unease settling in. Whatever those two were hiding, it was far deeper than she had thought. The hunter cut down the last enemy and exhaled slowly, standing amid the bodies. He muttered that it was finally over. Turned to the girls. He asked if they were all right. They asked about him in return. Then the ground shook. Stones rained down from above. The hunters looked around sharply. The man grimaced, realizing the commander and Lia were still fighting somewhere ahead. He asked if Sianwu was still alive. At that moment, the main figure burst into view. The guy rounded the corner, narrowly slipping past the beam, then kicked off the ground with everything he had left. He stretched forward, twisting his body to evade the blast by a hair's breadth. The brunette landed hard, breathing raggedly. The shaking intensified. Rocks crashed down around him. He fought to keep his balance as the cavern threatened to collapse. The girls looked up as his voice cut through the chaos, warning them to be careful. He reached out toward them, shouting for them to come to him and get under the shield. The blonde opened her mouth and whispered that she couldn't. Before anyone could react, Lexi shoved her partner forward with everything she had. Sina stared at her in shock and reached out instinctively, grabbing at her shoulders. The blonde looked back at them, eyes filled with regret, and quietly said goodbye. The woman tried to break free and reach her, but her partner wrapped an arm around her and dragged her back, refusing to let her leave the barrier. The ground roared. Rocks crashed down between them in a violent cascade. Dust and debris swallowed the space where the blonde had been standing. Sina screamed her name again and again, her voice breaking as the cave collapsed in front of them. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.